There we go.
If anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting cancelled. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today's video is one that required quite a fair bit of research, and it's one that I should have released a few weeks ago. It's a video that might be one of my most controversial videos, but one that required looking back years upon years of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web, an international transgender activist that some of you all may know as Keffals. Now, Keffals is not necessarily a popular activist. They're an online transgender activist known for fighting against the controversial website Kiwi Farms. Her campaign saw mainstream attention after a highly publicized swatting, where she alleged mistreatment by the Canadian Police Services. The online harassment escalated until she was forced to flee her home country to escape. With the media and an entire community backing her, she raised over $100,000 on GoFundMe to recoup her losses and pursue legal action against law enforcement. This is the story the public heard all the way up in 2022. Turns out her entire career and almost everything she said is a lie. Join me as I take you down a journey that involves SWAT teams, misgendering, do-it-yourself hormones, cat boys, and a scam many have tried to expose, yet for some reason almost no one is talking about. Before we get into the real meat and potatoes, I should probably explain a bit more about who Keffals is. Her name is Clara Sorrenti, first rose to prominence in a community of another left-wing political streamer named Bosch, garnering a following by posting memes on Twitter. With this notoriety, she began streaming video games on Twitch in March of 2020. Her focus shifted to politics later that year after a wave of anti-trans legislation swept through the United States. She went on to raise $200,000 for a campaign for Southern equality to protect trans youth. By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed 10,000 followers, and while most were on board with the activist, others grew very critical of how she used her platform. Clara regularly directed her chat to brigade targets by ratioing them. Ratioing, for anybody who's not terminally online, is when you try to get more likes than the original post in a quote tweet or a reply. This amounted to coordinating with her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that she got into her first real internet beef in early 2022. On March 22, 2022, Clara had a spat with online notorious agitator Ian Miles Chong. Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages. Despite the timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny. Destiny is a kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is where both Vosh and Hassan Piker got their start. These people used to be friends, and nowadays, not so much. And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe. Ooh, the shock! It was posted 2 hours after the rape. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his fault. Once again, there was no evidence he had any involvement, yet she used it as justification to deplatform him. Her first response was to try to get his Twitter mass reported and banned. She set her sights on his Twitch channel, launching what can only be described as a full-fledged character assassination. There are countless examples of her legitimate slander and flat-out lies about Destiny. He detailed the worst of her behavior in an extensive document he published back in 2022. And I'm only going to touch on a few examples because this video is going to be as long as it is. The first thing to point out is she was successful in depriving him of one of his main sources of income. She painted Destiny as transphobic for not supporting trans women competing in sports with cis women. Even if you disagree with this, that doesn't necessarily make Destiny transphobic. It's a fringe pressure point of a much larger, broader issue. It's a highly specific, contentious issue and an unfair characterization of his broader catalog. Regardless, her labeling garnered enough support to get Destiny banned off of Twitch within 24 hours for hate speech. She immediately took credit, gloating about taking away his primary source of income. Hey Steve, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. He picked a fight with me, he got banned, I won. This behavior was not only encouraged, but rewarded with 30,000 new followers that week. An important thing to remember is that if you're banned off Twitch, you cannot appear on the site at all. For the longest time, you couldn't even show his face on screen without getting in trouble. Now that he couldn't defend himself, she spread even more blatant falsehoods. The same day, she baselessly accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex without the partner's consent. This is generally considered a form of you-know-what, which Clara brings up in her accusation.
If it's been a minute since you've been to Panera, you might not want to wait a second longer. More new sandwiches and salads, more in every bite, and more new options under $10. Come taste the new era at Panera and get a $0 delivery fee for a limited time.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of...
Oh, watch out when I'm absorbed in my smith. If you come too close, I am
insane. Insane shit.
To this day, there has never been any evidence or even an allegation made towards Destiny about this. She walked it back shortly after, which shows just how callous she is towards claims of such a serious nature. But because he was deplatformed, she was able to further a false narrative to her chat as well as tens of thousands of people on Twitter. They all either assumed she was being honest or didn't care she was slandering him because they had already disliked Destiny. In retrospect, her behavior paints a clear picture of how she would conduct herself in the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keffels got noticed by the site Kiwi Farms, who started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara quickly tried to guilt Destiny by association, claiming he used the forum and was even friends with the owner. And what was the reasoning? Well, because apparently he has an account is because he was a target on the site since 2017 with his own board. All his posts are arguing with trolls in his own thread. He was also never friends with Null, who is the owner of Kiwi Farms. He has also gone on record to wish him death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out, I guess. It's just like he's super gross, and sometimes he says things which are funny or agreeable, and it's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird, and your brain's all up, and your shit's all, and you talk like a. So we can't be friends, and I kind of think the world would be better off with you.
Clara knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago on the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to respond to the accusation, it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time to explain exactly what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is an online website dedicated to discussing internet figures. Okay, you probably heard about internet lolcows, people like Chris Chan, Boogie2988, or Daniel Larson, who has his own legal problems of late. The website's composed of various threads where users effectively congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens, okay? Now, we have to acknowledge that Kiwi Farms does allow doxing, okay? On the site, it's permitted to post the personal information of anybody being discussed, including full names, phone numbers, home addresses, hell, even blood type if you can find it, and most other forms of personally identifiable information. It's also a site where anything goes, okay? It's like the Wild West of the internet. You ever try to look up me on some of these threads? You'll probably find Indian and poo in the loo and crazy stuff all day, every day. Kiwi Farms was made back in 2013 by Joshua Connor Moon, also online known as Null. The original purpose of the site was to document internet figure Chris Chan. After they covered Chris Chan initially, it started to change itself and rebrand into a general purpose online gossip wiki, so to speak, where they started to cover various individuals like Darkside Phil, Boogie, Wings of Redemption, who all actually have threads. And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Anti-trans sentiment is banned on a lot of major platforms, and as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now again, I want to start off by saying I don't endorse or support that behavior. In fact, I outright condemn it, alright? There's no reason to have any form of hate on the internet. That being said, alright, whatever goes on the site does fall under free speech and is entirely legal.
I do sometimes think
it's somewhat
funny.
of a misnomer online that apparently doxing somebody is against the law. It is against the law to hack someone's accounts and breach their privacy to obtain their personal information, but that behavior is not encouraged by the site, and of course that behavior is punishable by law. but technically it is not against the law to post someone's address against their will. As shitty as that sounds, most controversial internet figures have threads on this site, where they not only document their personal information, but they collect any piece of content, tweets, and documents that they post online. So early on, Clara blamed the thread's creation on Destiny, saying he was the reason they found out about her. Later, she admitted it was her constant instigating that actually caught their attention.
How did the Kiwi Farm stuff even start? They noticed me because I started doing Twitter
Noticed you
ratios.
because you're a whore.
And they went from getting mad about Twitter ratios to digging up every single thing in the last 28 years of my life, looking for more reasons to be mad at me.
Again, hypocrisy and misstatements are going to be rife in this video. After Destiny got banned from Twitch, the owner of Kiwi Farms discussed their feud on their podcast. The episode was streamed live on March 25th. Clara reacted on Twitter, calling him the final boss of transphobes, and proclaiming she wouldn't
How
back
are
down.
you, cat girl, if
I
I
have done
didn't
nothing
ask, by the
wrong,
way?
nor will I be going anywhere. Her thread was created the next day, racking up page after page scrutinizing her early life and online history. That included rumors of embezzling funds from her local Communist Party chapter for opiates, and a supposed Discord server called the Catboy Ranch. It was posted alongside her and her family's personal information, which understandably made her very upset. Clara spoke out about this, which led many people who'd been similarly targeted to join her in solidarity. This began what eventually became #DropKiwiFarms. #DropKiwiFarms was a movement to get the site taken off the internet. They specifically went after service providers like Cloudflare, who provided DDoS protection and mitigation services. They argued Kiwi Farms was a stalking and harassment site that bullied people into taking their own lives. However, this largely picked up after her story received widespread mainstream coverage. For a while, her focus stayed on trying to bludgeon Destiny with their reputation. On July 18th, Keffels announced a tell-all about Destiny's association with the site. This backfired because her thumbnail used a picture of Destiny's face, violating Twitch's policy on banned streamers. Her channel got banned before she could even start, forcing her to stream on YouTube instead. The attention only incentivized Kiwi Farms to keep prodding, and a week later she fell victim to an attempted swatting. The incident has made public on the 9th of August in a video titled, "My Life is in Danger, I Need Your Help."
My life
Clara
as a
explained that
teenage
4
robot.
days earlier, on August 5th, she woke up to police services pointing an assault rifle at her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
A letter had been emailed to every city council member in London, Ontario, threatening a mass. Clara was arrested, booked, and held in custody for 11 hours. They searched her apartment and confiscated several devices. They allegedly misgendered her and even booked her under her dead name.
Allegedly.
If you're unaware, dead naming refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth. This worsened an already traumatic experience she considered a hate crime. The video was posted alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara recoup her losses, move
only a hate
immediately,
crime
and
if I
build a
hate
legal
doing
fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations. Even with their support, however, it seemed like there was no escape. Trolls kept figuring out her location as she was forced into hiding, and her battle against Kiwi Farms continued. Even after fleeing the continent, eventually she was successful in getting the site dropped by Cloudflare, who cited an imminent threat to human life. Without their protection, Kiwi Farms became vulnerable to illegal denial of service attacks and was forced to shut down. Now this is the story that the public was led to believe. Concluding a successful campaign, Keffels reiterated over and over that the site had been shut down. It only became more difficult to insist as time had gone on, given it's obviously not true. Kiwi Farms is up to this day, and by all metrics, it has way more stability than ever before. And what many of her supporters don't realize is that this is truly the beginning of the web of lies that make up this entire ordeal. Almost everything you've heard about this whole situation is a lie. And that's why I'm going to explore in depth in these next two sections. These are two very important aspects to the story to address: her portrayal of the swatting and how exactly the money was spent. When it comes to something as serious as swatting, it's important not to downplay its severity. This is a crime that's taken innocent people's lives. But curiously, her story began to change as time went on. The narrative set forth in her initial video is one of terror. Clara says on the 5th of August, she is awoken by police services pointing an assault rifle at her face. This specific detail is referenced in her video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
We just found a dead body.
There was nothing there with a name on it. We don't really know who he is.
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is
Penis
that she went into the
Lebigas.
hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out
Ollie.
her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody, and they had a search warrant signed.
These next few clips are of Alex, her fiance at the time. Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered. Rather, I was getting ready for the shower and there was a tremendous pounding. And so yeah, someone did not wake her with a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face, but essentially as soon as she woke up,
Was I in a state of undress? I was naked and I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor before I could even go out to see the police officers.
See, the story has already morphed significantly from Clara waking up to guns in her face, to seeing guns in the hallway, to police never entering the apartment at all. The lack of consistency is concerning, given she was supposed to be taking legal action against them. And I mean, Keffels went so far as to compare herself to a victim of police brutality. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle. Dog, whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more worse. Clara also claimed police were transphobic and booked her under a dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming again refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth.
During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The
Naked?
police,
Who's naked?
when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts.
Oh, the trans woman that we're talking
Roberts
about.
was my last name until I legally changed my name, first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th,
Oh,
2012.
wow.
On August 11th, London Police Chief Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of
teleported
her
me into its
accusations.
fucking thingies.
He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police report, explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes. He apologized and ensured a solution would be implemented to prevent any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her dead name was used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, "Well, I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest." And that's when it happened. The activity in the holding cells is monitored. And I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody. I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams for in the London Police Service.
Her own partner then contradicts the claim that she was dead named during the address, though alludes to unspecified misgendering that occurred. Once again, any instance after the arrest should have been captured on recording.
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed, so
They
she
yelled
got
at
up.
her.
They were saying
yelled
Clara
at her.
Sorrenti. Note that they did not use her dead name at this
They
point
called her
either.
a whore.
As far as I know, is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, you know, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest. That is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't.
The absence of evidence means that this only remains
not
a
the
he said,
evidence of
she said
absence.
scenario. But it's hard to take Clara's word at face value given her complete and total lack of credibility. Another key part of her story was that police had confiscated their
Have to
devices,
control yourself.
resulting in significant financial damages.
They seized both my
I mean, I
personal
have
work
no
phone,
problem with trans
as well as
people,
the work
but
computer
this
that I
chick,
broadcast on
Keffels,
Twitch
she
from.
is a...
Not only that, but the police seized
She
my
is probably
fiance's
the
cell
worst
phones
type of
and
trans
laptop,
person you could
as well as their external
ever,
drive, which
ever,
contained the only copy
ever
of their
deal with.
PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and
Like,
cell
she gives the
phones.
trans community
and this was one
the
of her
worst type of name.
justifications to launch the GoFundMe, to recoup her losses.
I started a GoFundMe to move
Is this guy the
immediately,
same trans
recoup
woman
my
we watched
losses,
last time? Don't.
and build a legal fund.
Okay, come on, Ollie.
But there were no losses
I'm a small
to
streamer,
recoup.
so we
The
can kinda
devices
get
were
away with it,
returned
but-
after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So, yeah, that was really nice. Not nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she meant 3 days after the swatting, that would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag.
Try your
It
best
heavily
to
resembles
not
the property bag seen
misgender.
in her initial video. A
Just try your
close-up
best.
of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe
You can call
ever
them-
even
you
went
can call
live,
them names.
and knowingly lied about needing to buy
But,
a new cell phone and computer. Even if you don't want to make that assertion, at best, she got her stuff back the next day, because this upload is dated August 10th. There is no way to reconcile these statements. In either way, it was dishonest to never update that campaign to
Like,
reflect
cunt,
this.
bitch,
Because of the
whore.
negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands
If
of
it were up to
dollars
me, you could
replacing
say
our
whatever you want.
computers and cell phones,
If it were up to
so
me.
our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Now, Keffels launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims that if this amount was exceeded, the funds would be allocated to a legal fund to protect herself against ongoing and future threats to her safety. However, this was later changed to, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Now, this is a very,
Okay,
very
that's still a
important
little-
distinction, because it means all
God
the
damn it.
donations past the first 20 grand were
And now I feel bad for
exclusively
Cat Girl
Black.
because I'm giving,
See, Clara
I'm letting
gradually
you say
kept
stupid
raising the
shit.
goal until it reached over
Ollie,
$100,000
stop.
on the 20th. If you want to be technical, it actually never ended, because she's still taking donations to this day. In fact, there wasn't even a fixed amount, which is odd, as it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional
Keffels
expense.
does say, "Suck my
Naturally, with her
inverted
effort
penis"
raising
a lot,
over
though.
$100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent. Claire's tried to poison the well numerous times by calling anyone who asks this question bad faith.
You know what? Fuck
I'll
it.
never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor contributed to the fund in the first place.
Just don't go
Well,
too
what if
crazy,
I gave
please.
money? Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to remember, this was a story that got mainstream coverage. There were over 150 articles published about the situation, including The Guardian, NBC, CNN, Bloomberg, the Associated Press, and Canadian state-funded news outlet CBC. Popular politicians like Jagmeet Singh of the NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds weren't misused, especially when there is a limited amount of financial support for at-risk members of the trans community. There is nothing wrong with questioning for transparency of where
Ouch.
this money had went. In fact,
I'm getting
more people
fingered.
should actually be asking where this money even went. Clara posted this photo in her Discord server, which was enough for trolls to bombard the hotel with
SS
pizzas.
uniform.
The next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated, and she was now in
Not
hiding.
much, just
If you recall, another goal of hers was to move out immediately.
watching
After someone hacked her
the
Uber Eats
new
account and
video
sent
on
$500
Keffels.
worth of food.
So what happened, I woke up
the fucked up
and I
tranny.
got an email. That
I'm sorry,
Uber,
that's hateful to say.
the email for my Uber
She is trans
Eats
and she is
account
hateful.
was changed. And then I looked outside the door and there was like at least $500 worth of food
She
ordered with my hacked Uber
has
account.
allegations of embezzling $100,000
Except
from
this
her
time I also
community.
got hacked.
She expedited an already planned trip to Europe. Her
Ooch.
rationale was that London police
God, I'm
didn't
dead.
have the resources to
Fuck.
stop online trolls. And then she went live to provide further details.
You moving to Europe? I'm gonna be living there for a while, but I'm not moving there. My fiance is staying back in Canada. And
Yeah, she really doesn't have a
I'm
big
gonna be in
or a good enough
the UK on my own for a while.
defense as to where that money went either.
I think that the current plan is that in
But when she
2-3 weeks
collected
of my
that
stay,
money,
my
she was
fiancé
like
is going to
drunk.
be
She was
coming over,
drinking heavily and
we'll
on
stay together
cocaine
for a while.
that apparently was mixed with meth.
On Monday, I find out if I got approved or not for the new place that I want to live at, which will give us a really good time frame of what we're gonna do.
Her fans begged her to stop giving out information.
Stop giving out details. Stop telling me what to do.
Later that day, Clara tweeted, "Do I have any followers in Europe? Let me know if you want to meet up." Her first stream back revealed she was in Northern Ireland.
So, I'm okay. I am currently in Ireland. I am staying with a friend. I'm safe. Things are good. Don't tell people what country. It is completely fine. Do you know how dense Ireland is? Very dense country. I do not think it's gonna be a problem.
She was staying with a friend named Ellen. Her ex-fiance never moved over for reasons we're actually going to discuss later. Ellen had already been doxxed months prior, and their apartment was found within 24 hours. And a troll took this photo outside their building. They were able to find her location just by using a doorknob.
About to
be
turn
clear,
those
I'm not
pronouns
endorsing
into
any of
was,
this
were.
behavior
Am
or
I
doing
right,
it, or even
fellas?
saying if you're careless, you deserve that this happens to you. My argument is that if you're willing to leave a continent to another continent to escape trolls, there is a lot you could do for less to mitigate the risk of doxing. For example, not buying equipment specifically for IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance. At one point, Ellen revealed they were going to go to visit a poutine truck in Belfast. The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake, right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions for future IRL stream locations in Ireland. I want to reiterate, if you are in hiding, why would you buy new streaming equipment specifically for streaming in the public, and then also share where you plan on going in advance? By her own admission, she wanted to stoke the flames in order to maximize publicity.
By intentionally making myself a lightning rod, so I could make kiwi farms more vicious and attack me to the point where Cloudflare had no choice. Because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things that I did
By the way, Kiwi Farms isn't
for
the one that
success
like
of the campaign
harassed her offline.
was make
It was a
myself
different
a
website.
lightning rod. I egged them on. I egged Kiwi Farms
What's
on.
our build this run?
I wanted them to
Dex,
attack me.
sorcery.
Because by doing that, I was able to
Because I've never
show
done
the
a
world
sorcery
how
build
fucking
in any
vile
of the
they
Dark
are.
In the
Souls
past,
games.
streamers have been punished for
So
similar
I thought, why
behavior.
not?
Ice Poseidon was notorious for
And
being
also
a
the-
constant target
the
of
community-
swatting. He was ultimately banned.
My
after
community
streaming
wanted
getting
to
swatted
wanted
inside
to
an
see
airport,
that,
and while it
aka
wasn't his
just
fault,
Ollie,
at a
because
certain
nobody
point, he
else
was
in the
clearly
fucking
feigning ignorance
Discord
and enabling his troll's behavior
likes
for
to interact with
content.
me.
What makes Clara's behavior different? And what
And
actually
if they do
prevented her
interact,
from
they say
staying
some
in Canada?
stupid, like,
Well, if you
meme
think it's
shit
fucked
that
up
doesn't
for me to
make any
question it,
sense.
Don't worry, because Keffels has since admitted that this entire cover story was all a lie. Nowadays, her explanation for leaving the continent was not to escape online harassment, but to escape her ex-fiancé, Alex, who she now accuses of being abusive. To not get too
Well, Catgirl, you do interact.
Ex-fiancé called her out for
but you usually say the funny. You don't really say
I
like.
need to admit something.
Whenever I polled people on what I wanted or what they wanted me to play as, you didn't say anything.
Twitch streamer and trans
you'll post memes and stuff, but you
for a while.
You don't interact that way.
Earlier this month, Clara Sorrenti was the target of a swatting incident and has been doxxed and hacked.
Which is fair.
And there was a criticism that I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't. Because once I landed in Belfast, I had people showing up, making threats outside of where I was staying. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment as long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex, and because I was scared of my ex. Because my ex
is so gay.
and abused me emotionally and yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. They
coerced me into sex.
But I couldn't tell anyone.
My own husband.
I didn't want it to be a big thing. I didn't want it to be in the papers. Well,
I don't know if it was a husband. I think both of them were trans.
I didn't want that to be known. I didn't want any of this to ever be out in public.
All right, hold on. Oh, Magic is super OP.
Here's
her escape basically amounted to a paid-for vacation.
All right, this may be a hot take, but if you're trans and you switch from, like, I get, unless you're trans and gay, I guess. I don't know. Most people who are trans, I would imagine, if you go from male to female, you're probably into male sexually, I would assume. I get not necessarily, but I would assume the majority of male to female are sexually attracted to males or men. And then vice versa. Generally speaking, I'm not saying 100%. So, it's just odd to me whenever someone who's trans gets married to another trans person that's like, if it's like male to female, or female to male, female to male. Like, I don't get it. I get, having the dysphoria about being in your own body. Yeah, I can't imagine actually being trans, and I feel like there's a lot of bad actors out there that just put the label on themselves as trans when they're just wanting attention.
Across Europe, evident by a leaked post from her closed Twitter circle on September 14th. Clara reveals she was staying in Ireland until the 27th, then heading to Spain until the 11th, before moving into her apartment on the 12th. Now, the dates imply that she had already just bought tickets, but she ended up in London instead to watch a play.
Too many.
Clara then briefly returned to Ireland before flying to the United States to attend TwitchCon.
It should be our business, though, because we got to deal with it.
But she even antagonized Destiny's ex-wife for being married to him.
Kevils went to go, and she went up to Melina, and she was shaking. Like, it was like she was so anxious or so angry she was shaking, right? And she said, "Tell your husband, if he doesn't stop coming for me, I'm going to get his YouTube channel deleted." No memes. That happened, okay?
So Kevils moved into her new apartment on October 12th and used some of the GoFundMe money to pay for a full year's worth of rent in advance.
Sid's been thinking about getting dentures for a while. Well, picture this. Aspen Dental is
no one
offering
cares about your
$500 off
teeth.
premium dentures and a guarantee they'll make it right or your money back.
So, just a quick update. I have an apartment for October. I'm moving then. I have
Cream
it.
on the pie
I've
chart.
already
What?
paid. I'm putting it, like, I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do.
Jesus
and
Christ,
a huge
Ollie, pay
departure
attention.
From just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000. So far, Clara has admitted to spending the money on
No,
new
you
devices, as
legless
well as equipment
bastard.
for IRL streaming. She traveled across Europe, planning to visit Spain from Ireland, but ended up at a play in London instead. She then flies to TwitchCon in the United States before getting an apartment in Canada and then paying an entire
Yeah, we'll talk about
year's worth
the
of
Drake
rent.
thing in a minute.
There she bought even more equipment to build a professional set with studio lights. While it's difficult to make an exact calculation for this, the gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to take extra caution with the set that I made. It's not even a set, it's just like part of my home. But it is basically a set. I have like studio lights, I have like whole camera thing, it's very professional.
Very professional.
So I had to go
Nodgers.
through all of this as soon as I got back from TwitchCon.
I actually have quite a
to
few
make sure
opinions
that I
on
could
the
just, like, return to my life before
the Drake controversy.
I was swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
I consulted with a security company, and they made all of my devices hack-proof, and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed again. They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA.
Having these
like a
fucking little
non-disclosure
gremlins has
agreement.
done more
I already
harm
hired a
than
lawyer,
good for me.
and all of the information between me and my lawyer is privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it. So the money towards a legal fund is being utilized, but until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything. So I use the money to find a place, to contract a security company to keep myself safe, and to hire a lawyer.
This raises an interesting question on what the security company was doing beyond making
Got
the
my
devices
fingered
hack-proof.
butthole.
That same month, she confronted a prolific member of the Kiwi Farms thread. Keffels tried to intimidate
And
the
I
user with their
can't
personal
use-
information, claiming to have hired a private investigator. I know the PI will get
My
me more,
staff
though.
is
He's
bugged
still
out
talking
again,
to family and
God damn
school
it.
officials. This didn't work because they doxed the wrong person. The user mocked her and asked if she paid for the PI using her GoFundMe. Clara responded, "No, the GoFundMe is currently in savings until I need to use it." In case you doubt the authenticity of these messages, Clara has confirmed that they are real several times. And I don't know about you, but hiring a private investigator so you can confront trolls with bad info doesn't sound like the action of someone in fear of their life. Her messages also contradict a tweet where she says $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentions in that stream clip is using the money to hire a lawyer. What's interesting is that by her own words, she already had a lawyer and was consulting two more. The day after the GoFundMe had launched. It was one of her earliest responses to criticisms over reportedly raising her goal.
Yes, I'm using these funds to move, but more importantly, once I'm safe, the rest of those funds are going to be used for legal expenses.
No, they're not, you lying
Because
whore.
I'm not just moving. I'm also taking legal action.
No, you're not.
I already have one lawyer, and I'm consulting with two more. I'm going to get justice for what happened to me.
Justice.
And for every other marginalized person in this country who has been victimized.
You didn't do any of
Legal
this
fees are
for
incredibly
the trans
expensive.
community. You did it for
And I
yourself.
feel very fortunate that I was able to raise this much money, because I would not be able to take legal action if it wasn't for that.
This is strange in retrospect, as only 12 days later, she made it very clear she was holding off
How
pursuing
many
legal
porn
action
games you
against
have
the
on
London
Steam?
police.
Too many.
After it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very
Enough
seriously,
to assuredly tell you I'm not proud of it.
I want to see justice.
And some that have just really pissed me off because,
There's
like,
a lot
I
of
thought they
leads
would
right
be
now
better
that
than
might
they were,
actually
and they
be able
weren't.
to catch the person who swatted me.
Because the advertisement lied to me.
Connections to Kiwi Farms, knowing that they're monitoring the thread, we might actually see something happen.
Now, at around the same time, she told the Kiwi Farms user the money was in savings. She claimed she never said she was going to sue the police.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, she
all
did,
I
though.
said. I never said that I was going to sue the police.
That was the first thing
I
you
wanted
said
to be
you were
very
gonna do.
Careful with the language that I used, because
You weren't careful
I don't know
at all.
exactly what the plan is. I know that I'm eventually going to take legal action in some way or another,
Ollie,
but I don't know yet.
How do I
can't
not
talk
fall for
about
false
the different things that
advertisement
have been
whenever they're
discussed
literally using
between my lawyer
gameplay
and I.
footage
Now,
that's
going
not
back to
in the
Destiny's
game?
manifesto, this was scrutinized on a much wider scale, which led many to start asking for a breakdown of
What am I gonna
expenses
do? Tell someone else to
because
play the porn
I'm
game
not
before me?
providing
You know
a
what?
product
Yeah,
to
I should do that.
investors.
Cat girl,
I
play
won't be
porn stuff
sharing
before I
expense
do.
breakdowns. I've been advised by lawyers to keep everything close to best for legal and safety reasons.
Don't
Claire rebuked that there was a legal fund. She got an apartment and was now processing the entire event. Now, you're probably wondering, if she wasn't planning on suing the police, why did she hire lawyers and what was the point of the legal fund? Well, if you read between the lines, some of you might be able to infer what actually happened. On October 2nd, 2022, Clara posted a client engagement agreement to prove legal action was underway. If you look at the bottom, you can see the document reads, "We have concluded a review of our records, and we confirm that we have not identified a conflicting interest in representing you in this matter. We searched the following names that you provided
It
to
was
us as
lame and
being
not
relevant.
corny enough.
The terms they searched for were Clara Sorrenti, Kiwi
It's like I
Farms,
would
and
do
Kiwi
that, but the
Farms
games
.net.
aren't even worth
Now, this
that much,
proves
so it's
she
like,
was paying money
what
to
am I gonna get,
consult lawyers
$7
about a
back?
lawsuit against Kiwi Farms, but not the London
I can't
police.
make enough money
it's dated
that
August 10th, the same exact
not
day
that
as her
big a
stream,
deal.
stating that she'd consulted a lawyer. There isn't actually even a good explanation of why she did this. Kiwi Farms was never mentioned as the intended target of her legal fund. The only entity named in the GoFundMe was the London police. So this took place around the same time she claimed she never intended to sue the police. And if you're wondering why it didn't go anywhere, for as much as people hate Kiwi Farms, the website is entirely legal. There are countless examples of attempted litigation that demonstrate this and why it never actually came to fruition. One thing I also want to address is some people have said, "Whoa, did you get some of your evidence on the Kiwi Farms?"
Didn't
Even if
come.
I did, that doesn't make the evidence inadmissible. A lot of the Kiwi Farms evidence is actually cataloged on archive websites that capture a snapshot of
Still
a web
horny
page
didn't
and tweets
come.
and whatnot. This is to ensure that nothing that I'm showing you is actually altered and it was as it was originally posted. This makes the evidence admissible. It's kind of like saying, wow, did you find that perfectly good piece of evidence sitting in the middle of a neo-Nazi compound? Yeah, trust me, I get the whole building surrounding it is pretty shitty, but that doesn't mean the evidence is inadmissible. It's still perfectly good evidence. I just wanted to address this point because it's a common deflection and one that I absolutely need to nip in the butt.
Suing Kiwi Farms was actually something that I previously considered and was consulting with lawyers about doing that. And I basically came to the conclusion after looking into it that it's not worth it. There's little I can do as a Canadian to benefit from doing.
Oh yeah, she's Canadian, by the way, Yoe.
The only possible lawsuit being a defamation lawsuit, which there is little to no benefit for me to do.
3 days after posting that letter, Claire admitted on a private stream that she hadn't even started
You're not sending
yet.
us your
Her
best.
unnecessary traveling is blamed for keeping her busy, which to me is an admission that she wasn't all that interested in consulting her lawyers.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things.
We don't
because
have
I'm
any best
settled down.
except
I'm
you.
back in Canada, and I have.
I don't know,
time to
Abba and Preach are pretty
consulted
cool.
Quite a bit with my
Those two
lawyer.
black guys?
But we, at the time, were
They're pretty level-headed.
especially during the campaign. basically unsure of how to go forward, especially because my availability was kind of all over the place.
And that's because this will be a very important issue later. She was still in the process of collecting evidence.
Are you giving yourself time for self-care? You better. The best way to do it is with mood.
What the
fuck?
fuck?
Yeah, that's good. Self-care is no longer this mythical thing. With mood, it's real. Thank you, Winker Bell. And if self-care is real for a busy mom like me, it makes me wonder what else is real.
But the problem is right now.
I might get YouTube
is that
Premium.
I'm still
I don't know.
in the process.
Tired of having to skip shit.
I have to collect all the evidence. One of the first steps that you need to do is collect evidence. And if you announce prematurely who you are taking legal action against, it gives that party an opportunity to try and destroy as much evidence as possible. I'm not even going to publicly comment on the party either.
It's the alt-tabbing that destroys
you kind of have to assume she wasn't talking about the police. In that case, we already know what proof does or does not exist.
The alt-tabbing that destroys
proven. And
the
even
button
for the believer, it's hard to argue the police acted out of prejudice. This
by
is
magic.
brought up by Nicholas Diorio, who got some interesting answers out of her on stream. The first clip is Clara stating she was still engaged in legal action against the police.
I wasn't aware you were still engaging with legal action of the police.
I am. It's just like
dude.
There's been so much shit that happened, and then like immediately after like getting back from everything, I had to move, and I like just got unpacked like 2 weeks ago.
Claire describes a specific incident in which she was dead named while being put in handcuffs. However, she admits it could have been an honest mistake, and the officer didn't know what a dead name was.
Now, there are questions as to the dead naming taking place. They claim they have no footage of you being dead named once you get back to the precinct. And you claim there was dead naming. So the only time that could have happened is during the swatting itself.
Wait, it blocks like in the person talking in the video about sponsors, or just like is it like an ad block?
That arrested me, like when I was actually being put in handcuffs.
Look, I don't have a problem with spicing up the story a little bit, but. And I understand the like how this upset you and your family, but it really does sound like
if it's a sponsor,
you kind of slandered those cops. Like,
to me, that doesn't bother me as much as like
I don't think I slandered them.
ads
I mean,
that
like,
pop up that you have to skip,
right? For that they
but
thought
people talking about their sponsors like that. I tend to try to watch all that because that actually just helps them more in their video, like the sponsor
with like politicians.
Especially if it's someone that I like,
possible that
I tend to watch it. Now, if it's someone I don't
that you
normally watch, like, yeah, I might skip it.
No, because the email,
or if I've already seen that part of the video.
Yes, I did read
the first sentence of the email is, "My name is Clara Sorrenti."
But then it was signed with your dead name.
It said, "My name is Clara Sorrenti," and then my dead name is blank, and they put the dead name. So they made a decision at that point that they thought that my name wasn't actually my name and dead name was a real name. The officer that actually like arrested me said she did not actually know what a dead name was.
Now this is where the story starts to take a very drastic turn. In the same private stream, Clara states that she had 2 years to take
watching
legal
them
action
talk about it
due to
actually
the
help. I
statute
thought
of
it was just
limitations.
link clicks.
Her plan was to start sometime in
It
December or
depends
January
on how the
2023.
advertisement
A timeline
goes
of how things are happening. I have a total of 2 years.
like there's a.
To take legal actions. That's a statute of limitations.
It's hard to explain. Oh,
I
you know what?
want
After
to
this video,
start
we'll get into it. We'll get into it.
Before this year ends, ideally.
I like
if
explaining this stuff.
If I can kick things off in December or in January in the new year, that would be ideal. That's what I want. I talked to my lawyer today, and it's looking like January is the month where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service. Once the video is out, everyone will know like all of the details of the case going forward. I've already been told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
This never came to fruition, with the activist drifting away from politics and stoking the flames of online drama. She started fighting with people like Keemstar and her own community, to the point that Drop Kiwi Farms officially denounced her. Her self-destructive behavior drew a lot of concern, which eventually led
her own hashtag Drop Kiwi Farms
into addiction. It was leaked
got rid
publicly
of
on
her
February
because
19,
she was being
2023, and a few days later that Clara admitted herself to inpatient rehab. Now, I'm not here to shame Keffels about her addiction. It's important for people to take recovery very seriously. But the timeline of events also can't be ignored. The relapse occurred after the attempt at swatting. Clara says after settling into her new apartment in October, she began drinking excessively. And at the start of 2023, she started doing full-blown Colombian. And I'm not talking about no coffee, boy.
I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022, I started drinking,
I'm gonna miss you,
which
Roger.
made me spiral.
Before
it was
it lays
around the
eggs.
time that I was
Well,
in fights with
eggs.
Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more
She
shit started
can't lay eggs, I'm
happening,
sorry.
I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023.
Near the end of the month, she went on an 8-day coke bender, before finding out that some of that coke was, I guess, cut with meth.
8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
This took place a few days after she had said the
Doing
dreaded
cocaine
R
pipe.
word, ooh, which she later blamed on withdrawals, apparently. Her spiral worsened as she started doing coke, meth, benzos, while attempting to buy
Yes, Ollie.
H
Yes.
on the dark web.
Started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering him from the dark net.
By the way,
Backlash,
that's
Clara went into
heroin.
rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be admitted to rehab. The doctor said that because of the drugs I'm addicted to, without medical supervision, detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the
Ew, she
Addiction
discharged.
Rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like Recovery.com price a 30-day stay at the facility at 20,000 Canadian dollars. And that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount.
Yeah, I
It's
should
hard to believe that
grow. You're
expense,
right,
on
Ollie.
top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing
You're
on how
so
that
right.
GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the
Rehab
habit went a
in
bit
Canada
into the
is
fund money
expensive as
at
fuck.
the end.
Yeah, that's weird
much
to me
a
that
bit
they
is,
have like
we
a
might never
free
know.
healthcare kind
Her
of thing,
relapse
but then
began
rehab
right
is
as she was supposed
expensive.
to initiate legal action. That, by her own admission, hadn't even
But she has
started.
$100,000 that she stole from her
Apparently
fans, so
collecting
that
evidence
shouldn't be
to
a
meet the
problem,
statute
right?
of limitations. And after a vacation across Europe, new stream equipment, TwitchCon, hiring a private firm, security firm, and private
Rehab is a
investigator,
choice.
consulting lawyers about Kiwi Farms, and paying an entire year's worth of rent because fuck it, why not? She spiraled, necessitating a month-long stay at a rehab facility
I guess
that
that's
cost
true.
approximately $20K USD. Sorry, hold on a minute. I'm having a little brain fart. Canadian dollars, okay? Big difference. With the latter beginning in the exact time frame she claimed to finally take action against London police. Now, of course, there is one last hope for the GoFundMe money going towards anything vaguely resembling those initial stated goals. In April of 2024, Keffels' lawyer, Justin Annisman, filed a complaint against London Police Services with the Canadian Human Rights Tribune. The application hereby argues she is the victim of discrimination by London Police Services, referred to henceforth as LPS. Now, of the 5 examples given, 3 of them discuss her dead name being used in their records. This is true, and
Thanks.
acknowledged by London Police in their first statement. The complaint further alleges
Where's
LPS
that
officers
crayon?
used her dead name and gender.
I know there's a
During the
crayon.
arrest, this cannot be proven as no body cam footage exists.
Well-
In a private conversation, she explained pushing body cams was one of her main goals. If I could get one thing from all of this, it would be body cams, since the
We need to
police
play
didn't
more
have them in my
Helldivers
hometown.
soon.
There is no evidence where
EOA.
she is well aware of, hence why her last point is actually kind of bizarre. The complaint introduces an entirely new accusation and has somehow gone unmentioned so far. Clara alleges that an officer groped her breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she." The fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely changes the narrative. This realistically should have been her leading story since it's also at gunpoint apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against Kiwi Farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police.
I've basically had to make peace with it. Like, after it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously. And I want to see justice.
At Vistaprint, we print everything to show off your brand. So you can print it like Simon's Restaurant and outfit your whole team. Or you can print it like Vegan Cafe Jaja and give your fans more ways to grab your brand. Print it like jewelry designer Kirsten and find a way to get noticed. That's like saying you can choose to be gay. Or go ahead and print it like Barbershop High and Tight and get totes, shirts, hats, even... The addiction comes to you. Let me get one of those. Print it any way you want, because at Vistaprint, if you need it, we print it. Print it all with 25% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
Now, this is in stark contrast to the reduced feelings and security described by Clara as a result of her inability to trust LPS. This impacted her ability to earn a living. In the 6 months since the events at issue in this application, Ms. Sorrenti has seen a reduction in income of more than 25%. That document further alleges that their treatment of
it would have been funny. That's a missed opportunity for you to say go to church. That's what you should have said.
Leaving her home or socializing productively with friends and family out in the community because of a fear that LPS will continue to discriminate against her. This is patently untrue, given that the time frame is when she traveled across the world. It also doesn't make any sense to blame London police for that reduced income. And it only gets crazier when you realize the complaint seeks $125,000 in damages. Accordingly, the applicant seeks the following remedies: a declaration that the LPS discriminated against the applicant contrary to Section 1 of the Code, in order for damages of the injury to applicant's dignity, feelings, and self-respect in the total amount of $75,000, and in order that LPS compensate the applicant for the loss of income suffered and other special damages incurred as a result of the discriminatory.
That's not true. If we lived closer, we'd be dating right now.
In the amount of $50,000. Now, I can't claim to know the intricacies behind the actual lawsuit over here and the human rights.
Not that I'd force you into dating me.
I've tried researching this and I've called around as much as I can, but obviously information on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared. Nor is the status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much more than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have.
Thanks,
and if you ask Keppels, the reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not. In Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there. And papers have been processed, and they are awaiting dates to...
I knew who you were talking to, but I'm going to take the compliment for me.
A minimum of 2 years at best.
Oh,
and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert in the HRTO, and this section might be pending, and because Keppels is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked, so I wouldn't really know. There might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keppels deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible. None of her reasons make any sense. She didn't need to move and use the money for a vacation in Europe, it seems. She didn't just use the fund for moving expenses, but a full year's worth of rent, something she never said she was going to do. And as far as we can tell, she had no tangible losses. All of her possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit that has changed targets twice. The closest we saw to any actual legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum. You can see what people are saying, and that also means it's difficult to prove something was their fault if they didn't brag about it.
I'm stuck!
To be clear, they're not innocent whatsoever. They're not entirely innocent.
How
They
can you
collect
not
and
roll
organize
through
personal
spirits?
information. And I would never argue that they don't harass people. We can prove Kiwi Farms users doxed her old house and one of the hotel rooms. However, they weren't the main
It truly was.
There is
It
a
truly
completely
was a
different site
gangbang
that actually
of
took
ghostly
credit for the
proportions.
harassment that veered into actual criminality. For the sake of not promoting it, we're going to be referring to this website as Website Zero, like others have before who've covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users don't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Clara's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website Zero taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts, addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The doc stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara continued to blame Kiwi Farms instead for hacking her account. Her Uber account.
What level are you at this
Even
point?
directly calling for Cloudflare to halt services in response to the hack.
I think I'm like 40
From here, she makes the decision
something.
to move to Northern Ireland to
Oh, I'm
flee
level 50.
online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from August 26 to August 29th. Website Zero identified her location on August 26th thanks to that doorknob. Keffels blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and forwarded their information to the police. And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms. She already knew that this person was from 4chan, even showing the original threads in one of her tweets. When we spoke about his plan beforehand, he left comments on Website Zero, and Website Zero was never mentioned once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in another swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same thing repeated itself.
Yep.
Except Northern Irish police did not pull a firearm on me, so that's cool. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, someone called in saying that there was a stabbing in the apartment I'm in, and they just sent 2 police officers and they were knocking at the door.
I mean, depending.
Compared to what happened in Canada when I got an assault rifle pointed at me, that's nothing. Cops are playing with a cat here.
Like Bloodborne and Sekiro, they're like a little too fast for me.
Police were calm during this incident.
But these are
because
slow
Keffels
enough to
was
where
not
like I
swatted.
can
It was a wellness
decently
check when someone afraid she was in danger. The person who contacted police reached out to Destiny to explain they were worried about a stalker. They specifically refute the idea they called in a stabbing. On the H3H3 podcast, Keffel stated that the swatting had mentioned a stabbing, but that there were no guns when they visited. This link shows the armed response unit, which is...
Oh, I also got my threaded barrel for my pistol, so now I need to get a suppressor.
There's a picture there that shows a dynamic entry. Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States of America. The evidence strongly supports that the story Keffels gave on the H3H3 podcast about being swatted here is utter horseshit. And if you recall, law enforcement began actively investigating the people harassing her. As it turns out, they actually caught them. The harassment was largely perpetrated by a now defunct group on Website Zero known as Vile. Vile doxed several people related to #DropKiwiFarms, including Keffels and the owner of the DIY HRT directory. This is easily proven as their signature is present in the pastes themselves. Some of their known techniques include using fake.
Oh yeah, they were trying to sell do-it-yourself hormones to minors.
From law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information. That info was then used for extortion. This criminal activity is only known because 2 members were arrested and charged in March of 2023. Now, while the group is defunct, as demonstrably law enforcement did their job, the important distinction here, though, is what Vile did was criminal. There is legal recourse for extortion. Amongst the many crimes they committed, Kiwi Farms, on the other hand, is still entirely legal, which is why she has to poison the well against them. Her motivations are especially curious given this DM from August 4th, a day before her swatting, where she flatly stated she didn't want to talk about Kiwi Farms anymore.
Look at the side of that Iron Virgin.
She targeted the site not because she was in fear of her life, but because it was opportune timing.
Oh, there she goes. About like website X. We're all talking about how bad it is, how it's like a secret, how we don't speak the name of it, but everyone knows it and everyone's worried about it. And it's like, it sounds like the perfect website for a campaign
blimey.
dropped by their fucking service provider. Like, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think the momentum is there for that though. Like, with the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, it was just really opportune timing. I had all this media attention on me, and journalists were like following every fucking thing I said and did. And I didn't even know about the second website until they went after me.
Yeah, but when you describe it as like a worse version of the same website, but whoa, please don't talk about it. That's crazy.
Well,
it's very revealing that when a site exists embodying the very thing she accuses Kiwi Farms of doing, her reaction is completely different. While it's reasonable to not want others to find it, that doesn't justify blaming Kiwi Farms for the actions of another separate community. It's her refusal to acknowledge the actions of Website Zero as the actions of Website Zero that necessitates its mention. When asked, she fails to address this in a satisfying way.
Question, Caffles, to you. So basically, if there's another website that's doing things as malicious or more malicious than the Kiwi Farms post, I'm wondering, like, why not draw attention to that website in particular if they seem to be more inherently dangerous?
I don't think they're more inherently dangerous. They also don't have as many active users because the people who, on the other side, the people who do it, they're more technically skilled in what they do. But also because they had more extensive documentation of my family, and I didn't want to put that out there.
So fucking
I think that's
long.
reasonable, right? Like, I don't want my family to get hurt.
Sure, if you don't want your family to get hurt, that's fine. But the opposite of what you're saying right now was your justification as to why you have to go after Kiwi Farms. Like, this place is doxing you. This person's posting tons of your information.
Why do you defend Kiwi Farms so much? I think
it makes you wonder if she wasn't willing to go after the site because she was actually afraid. Why did she target Kiwi Farms in the first place? Why continuously lie about the site being down to your followers? Why accuse anyone with genuine criticism of you as having used the site? Is there something that she was trying to hide? So 47 minutes in, you probably know that I have to address the big, massive elephant in the room, okay? Horton hears a who, boyos. The reason for this is because I don't even think we can begin to have this conversation without showing now definitively that Keffels, as a narrator, cannot be trusted. The conversation surrounding the subject has been intentionally warped and obfuscated. And even questioning it will get you labeled a transphobe, okay? And I'm not a transphobe. I'm bringing this up, okay?
I am, though.
Very, there's a minefield I'm walking in, okay? When we talk about the harassment from Kiwi Farms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true. There is truth to the idea of calling just about anyone a groomer just because that they're trans. However, this has allowed Keffels to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions.
I ain't scared of
and pretend as if there's
nothing
she has personally done for people to distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms. The big
what's
bad
over
farms.
here?
At the end of the day, if
God.
documentation exists, then regardless of that source, it speaks for itself. Keffels will hide behind her identity as a shield, accusing anyone who brings up her genuinely questionable behavior as pedo-jacketing. In reality, this is little more than an excuse to avoid accountability, and it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself hormones and Catboy Ranch. In June of 2022, Claire began sponsoring the DIY HRT directory. For a myriad of reasons, hormone replacement therapy is often inaccessible to many trans people. The directory intends to teach people how to, quote-unquote, safely obtain HRT without a prescription. While some are legitimate pharmaceutical-grade medications simply imported from other countries, the site also offers a number of homebrew sources. They are colloquially referred to as bathtub estrogen, in reference to the actual practice of brewing your own HRT. This guide in particular is linked to Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, which is also listed on the directory. Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is extremely controversial, for reasons that will become very self-apparent. The packaging is covered in sexualized depictions of young boys cross-dressing. Again, I have to blur this out because it is actually a violation of YouTube's TOS, with text on the box that reads, "Keep out of reach of parents." It's disgusting and clearly falls under the category of shota or loli, which Keffels has given her own opinion of in the past. It's already questionable to endorse what are effectively unregulated drugs. It's even worse to explicitly advocate for their use by minors. Keffels bragged about donating thousands of dollars a year to the site to help people get access to HRT before the age of 18. She said, "I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down." The directory was even added as a link to her website,
well,
with an accompanying chat command. By then, she was marketing her community as a safe space for teenagers. As a former trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say, to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, and I will fight for you. We will win. There is hope for people like us in this world. They cannot and will not keep us down. I have no opposition to providing safe access to HRT.
They'll never keep us down.
Meet them, right? That's just a thing. If doctors can come in and there's a way to safely do it 100%, get the proper people involved, not me, not Keffels the activist, both of us are clearly not doctors, sure, but it is dangerous to condone questionable individuals with shady histories like Keffels and deceitful messaging to illicitly offer these treatments online, especially to minors. The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting, or Chloe. Chloe and Clara have a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffels for her sponsorship and even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 minors on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secretly sending HRT to minors. I've unironically helped like a half a dozen minors.
I might do like a sorcery night kind of thing. I don't know yet.
I don't groom
Should I
children.
continue to do like the
how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how
just
to
the
hide
wizard aspect, or should I be like a
the directory does, in fact.
Should I be a grand wizard or should I be a grand dragon
How
knight?
to buy Bitcoin. If you're a minor, get a trusted adult to purchase Bitcoin for you, or go to your local BTC ATM. Chloe has also referenced minors in relation to an act known as pink pilling, the act of convincing someone that they are trans on multiple occasions. Pink pilling minors is based, actually, if they reach out and express a desire for HRT. I have unironically pink pilled like half a dozen minors, and by pink pill, I mean point them to HRT resources after they reach out. So when this was brought to the public's attention, several changes to the site were made. They removed Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals and implemented a site-wide age warning. This seems to contradict their explicit advocacy for minors to use the site. 2 days later, Chloe announced she would no longer be involved in the directory. Keffels similarly distanced herself and her sponsorship vanished. She has tried to downplay her accusation ever since, and this is what she had to say earlier this year when questioned about the directory. I gave a wiki site $500 a month and they put my website link in the banner. This was the extent of my involvement. I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones. I didn't sell anything to trans minors and I wasn't involved in production or distribution. Claire didn't just endorse it, she was friends with the creator who openly gloated about pink pilling minors. She even joked about it with Clara on stream.
I wanted you on the stream because I have a lot of trans youth who watch the stream, so you gotta like chill your pink pilling stuff.
Wow, I have the perfect resource for you. So I am pretty well known for those who don't know. People know me for like being knowledgeable about DIY HRT and how to, access DIY HRT. And so I have this site.
Man, they got a voice that I just want to
people already sending it
fuck the shit out of.
DIYHRT.github.io. If the
95% sure they're a terrible person.
So while Chloe has since
So if I were to do that,
there was actually
I'd probably like just destroy their throat.
After retiring, she was convicted for robbing a bank in 2020. On February 14, 2020, on about 7:18 a.m., An individual wearing a surgical mask walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at and handed a note to a teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger."
That's transphobic, Yoe. You should know better, and you should feel ashamed.
No bug money. The robber handed the teller a box. The teller placed cash.
This is
in
the community
box, and
you're
the
part
robber
of.
Then left the bank with the box of cash. The teller locked the door and told her manager what happened. The police were called.
Hell, I'm a part
This
of it.
individual is identified by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker device hidden between four $20 bills. And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it beneath some snow. It was quickly found, reported to police, and they retrieved $5,190 in cash. And Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence is unclear, the criminal notebook.
I didn't know that about Chloe. I knew Chloe had some run-in with the law. But if I alt-tab...
is 4 years and possibly
Fuck it,
a fine.
Fuck it, we
It's
ball.
unclear who owns the directory now. It's still around to this day. In fact, they recently added back.
I wanted you on the stream because I have a lot of trans youth who watch the stream, so you gotta like chill your pink pilling stuff.
Ah, I did it again.
Wow, I have the perfect resource for you. So I am pretty well known for those who don't know. People know me for like being knowledgeable about DIY HRT and how to, access DIY HRT. And so I have a site which people already sending a link in chat is DIYHRT.github.io. If the mods want to like plug that would be amazing. And
So while Chloe has since disappeared from the internet, there was actually a new development.
Okay,
It
let's
was
listen to
discovered that
this.
shortly after retiring, she was convicted for robbing a bank in 2020. On February 14, 2020, on about 7:18 a.m., an individual wearing a surgical mask walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at and handed a note to a teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger. Call the police 30 seconds after I leave the door. Give me all your money. No bug money." The robber handed the teller a box. The teller placed cash in the box, and the robber then left the bank with the box of cash. The teller locked the door and told her manager what happened. The police were called. This individual is identified by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker device hidden between four $20 bills. And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it beneath some snow. It was quickly found, reported to police, and they retrieved $5,190 in cash. And Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence
Why would she
is
do
unclear,
that?
The Criminal Notebook, a free resource on Canadian criminal law, says the average sentence in Alberta for this exact type of crime is 4 years and possibly a fine. And while it's unclear who owns the directory now, it's still around.
Now
to this
you're
day.
known as a felon, you dumb slut.
They recently added back Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals. In
They
fact,
should,
they
you know
even
what?
added
I would have
back
saved
that
them. If
filthy
it was me
Otokonoko
just fucking their throat
Pharmaceuticals,
constantly,
clearly
they wouldn't
waiting
have had
for
time
that
to do that.
backlash to die down.
I
Needless
could have
to say,
saved. I
everyone
could have saved a
involved in
life,
this
but
entire
unfortunately,
situation
they didn't.
has exhibited
I didn't know
suspicious
them at the
behavior
time.
at best. So, one surprising development that actually kicked in while I'm sitting in my hotel room right now is apparently one of the actual pharmaceuticals.
I could do so much good for this world if people would just let me fuck their throat.
VanaPharma.com, which, by the way, ships domestically only within the United Kingdom, accepts cryptocurrency only, blah, 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 has actually been hit with a pretty bad letter in this regard. So for this is from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in the United Kingdom. And if we look closely over here, you can see that
Drake, the Drake and Kendrick Lamar thing, Drake would have never had these allegations if I was just fucking his throat.
VanaPharma.org.
Because he'd have all the alibis. I'd be like, he couldn't have texted that minor, I was fucking his throat.
So what they actually were hit with over here, the violations, is Regulation 46, where a person may not sell or supply, or offer to sell or supply a medicinal product otherwise than in accordance with the terms, okay? And of course, Regulation 214, which is...
I could have been the greatest defense Epstein ever had.
A prescription-only medicine, except in accordance with a prescription given by an appropriate practitioner. And of course, Regulation 279, which is a person may not publish and advertise...
You couldn't have trafficked all these children, I was fucking his throat.
...force of the product. So yeah, they got hit with something, and again, before anybody in their camp says whatever they were doing with the DIY HRT directory was legal, this is a clear example of how what they were doing was actually not, and it required governmental intervention, and this is a clear example of government regulation kicking in and proving that what they were doing wasn't exactly above board. And it's understandable why many would be dubious of their intentions.
These new menu items at Panera are perfect 10s. They're also each under $10. More new sandwiches and salads, more in every bite, and more new options under $10. Come taste the new era at Panera and get a $0 delivery fee for a limited time.
Fuck the game up.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum. Now you can get Spectrum Internet with fast and reliable speeds.
You might as well be on the Spectrum if you get Spectrum Internet. I have Spectrum Internet because that's all I can get in this area. But if you have a choice and you choose Spectrum Internet, you are autistic. Don't you have to click to skip? I do.
I also say,
like, I have to alt tab to do it.
You are supporting young people. Young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my god. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones. I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
Keffels calls anyone who questions her behavior, past or present, transphobic, accusing her critics of pedo-jacketing and groomer libel. When Ethan Klein called her out for defending Bosch's horse folder, she poisoned the well. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves. Now you are using out-of-context clips sourced from the same website to attack people. What's truly disgusting about this is something like pedo-jacketing actually can be a real problem. It would be dishonest to act like baseless accusations of pedophilia against the LGBT community don't actually exist. But once again, Clara uses all of this to avoid accountability for her own actions. Clara, Keffels, your identity is not a shield from criticism, okay? Every time you do this, you actually throw the entire community you're supposed to be advocating for under the fucking bus.
True.
And that takes us to the tale of Catboy Ranch. For the longest time, Keffels used to block anyone who referenced Catboy Ranch. It was actually mentioned in the letter that caused her initial swatting. But journalists declined to include it. Clara later used this to justify why no one should look into it. When I was swatted, the swatters mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in an email where they impersonated me and said that they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi Farms misinformation. Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it. The problem with this argument is that ultimately the documentation speaks for itself. Nothing on Kiwi Farms should actually be taken at face value, which is why they find it so important to archive everything. That ensures that the original source exists and allows you to verify the information for yourself. With how much misinformation and perhaps disinformation has been spreading about what Catboy Ranch really is, it's about time we look at the facts and try to understand what it actually was. When I first mentioned the subject on Twitter, she posted a link to the supposed Discord in question. By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created in response long after.
Keffels made a server called Catboy Ranch that
the story of the actual Catboy Ranch server starts with a Twitter account
had allegations of
by the same name. It was created in 2020. The plan to create a Twitter meme page directed at femboys so I can herd them all into my ranch. It was somewhat gimmicky with close ties to Vosh's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her DMs. And the page was overtly sexual, and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric an adult space, with pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest regret about getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to nut in a Catboy. I'm coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish I was for Catboy until he starts crying
of legal age
now. The account reached 8,000 followers by early 2021. It was around this time her page got marked as being adults only. A recurring theme throughout her posts was the idea of ownership, which is when things get really strange as we approach the Discord server. The Catboy Ranch Discord was created in December of 2020. Within 3 weeks, the server amassed over 650 members, partially because she promoted it under her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archives of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of eyebrows. At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 callers given to members of the Discord, clearly engaging in some form of roleplay. These individuals are adults, and I'm not alleging otherwise. My point is that it's clearly a space for adults, and minors should have been kept away as far as possible. Keffels has reiterated that the server has explicitly 18 plus and required photo ID to join. However, she also stated that photo ID was only required for the not safe for work section. These are 2 very contradicting statements. And ignoring the fact that she shouldn't have been interacting with minors on Twitter either, Win, also known as @FemGirlVR, was followed by Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Win, calling her very cute. A month later, Win tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes because she was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Win, acknowledging her age.
Ouch.
You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed. Win later proclaimed herself a proud member of the cult of Keffels. I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16.
Once I get big enough, I'm starting my own cult. So that's not, I can't really
does give me hope to keep going.
frown on that.
Maya,
or
or
else I'll
Femboy
be a
Mads,
hypocrite.
is another minor Clara interacted with on Twitter. Maya claimed to have been a member of the Catboy Ranch Discord whilst underage. Maya said, "Hey, I'm the person involved."
Except in my cult, if you're found underage, you will be slaughtered.
Who said there was? You were still a minor in
There will be no sexual interaction. You will just be hanged.
That only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffels. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. "Damn ya ass fat, what's your pronouns?" Clara later tweeted a meme.
Damn your ass fat, what's your pronouns?
In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both Maya and Princess Emily, who was 15 years old. Now, these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only account at the age of 27. And this is only what we're able to see publicly. It's also worth noting Maya has since argued in favor of underage people lying about their age to people online. Maya turned 18th in January of 2022 and made an NSFW account to post nudes 3 months later. Now, this is where the story gets even darker, because we have to look at Maya's interaction with another user named Danny. Username is Cindy's here. Danny publicly bragged about getting Maya on DIY HRT when she was a minor. About to start bragging that I got Maya on HRT when she was a minor, Maya began ordering from Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals a month after turning 17. I'm about to take the pink pill, still system. This all was with assistance from the DIY HRT director. A year later, she was so unhappy with her results, she actually called out and blocked Chloe on Twitter. What happened? She got pissed about her hormone results? I mean, that wouldn't be Chloe's fault because that's not something she can control. Everyone reacts differently to that stuff. Also, there's different dosages. The two would end up having an argument about the specifics of HRT. Chloe calls Maya an idiot, and Maya says this: "Fuck DIY, fuck all of this.
Hassan Piker, I'm coming to kill you."
I am so done with listening to these quacks online who pretend they're better than actual doctors.
Get back here.
As Maya herself stated, these people are not doctors, and someone like Chloe should not be allowed to posture herself as some kind of authority on the subject. No one without any proper credentials should. Not me, not Chloe, not Keffels, not anyone. Maybe it would be less of an issue if everyone involved in the situation was a legal adult. But as we've demonstrated in the last 5 minutes, they are not. Clara explicitly advocated for the DIY HRT's directory's use by minors, while clearly aware of her friend's activities, behaviors, and history. That only compounded by her constant lies surrounding Catboy Ranch, when even what we can prove already paints an incredibly unsavory picture. There is simply no good justification for why Keffels, while being overtly sexual, was interacting with and befriending underaged fans.
And the only place they really feel safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch?
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public?
Yeah.
Because they make me it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and stuff, but that's not even the case.
No.
Wow, that's interesting. They really are just straight up lying, huh?
Now, there's a lot of misinformation surrounding Catboy Ranch, including the circulation of several alleged screenshots. And to be clear, these aren't from a server Clara owned, but
my
an
future
acquaintance
wife
named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asking you. We are telling you we will turn your kid gay." On June 23, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A user named Sorrel called it an outright den of grooming. The server had roles to identify both adults and minors, and in spite of this, he caught an adult openly flirting with a 13-year-old and calling them a cute little bottom catboy. When confronted, admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users. Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll be groomed? How if they've been taking? How if they have been talking about having with men? You can show me where, but your sexuality is a part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Keffels admits that she was in this server and called the screenshots disgusting. I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that is disgusting. I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone replied, "By that you mean you'll leave the Discord." And she said, "Already did. I wasn't aware or active about any of this until now." Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it.
Those
that
big
changed
whippies.
after the person who made the call out got suspended. Clara celebrated the thread's deletion, even though she admitted it had evidence of an adult flirting with a minor. Those are her own words. A just wrote an entire thread seething about me from behind a block and tried to get his followers to dogpile my tweet, and then got suspended. People combed through Femboy's Cooking Discord and discovered an adult flirting with a minor, and decided that I am somehow guilty of this. Once again, suspended. This is stunning.
Hey, Yoa, did you want to get fucked by this guy? Because I know a lot of people who do.
For her own convenience. And there's also no proof that the person who made that thread is a P-word. Early into Drop Kiwi Farms, Clara promoted an artist named ZR Taylor. Kayla is known for running the account Transphobes Posting Their L's. She faced backlash for knowingly associating with actual zoophiles, including a
We don't
moderator on
condone
ad
bestiality
for
here.
L's. She also is known for drawing what would some describe as necrozoophile art. Keffels defended her purely on the basis
No, as in this
that she had a
Wolfman.
thread on Kiwi Farms.
But the thing is, like, I know they lie about literally everyone, so why would I believe their claims?
I
Like,
mean,
they're calling Zerk Hallow and
I'd have to see him naked
Zoophile,
first.
And it's like, they call everyone everything. Nothing they say is truthful. I have no reason to believe that.
Yes, I've heard all about you.
He's not naked.
I don't know what it is the mistress sees.
Clearly wearing, like,
You do furry
armor.
Look, I personally think that that's
He's a
kind of
gentleman and a
weird.
shoulder.
However,
A shoulder indeed.
I don't think you did anything wrong. I can just choose not to look at the part of the internet where people post things.
Come visit me where I smell my own
As long
farts.
as no one's getting hurt, I do not care.
And no one
Then
likes
she calls
me.
out every person with the thread on the site to band together. It's probably a good time to bring up that Kiwi Farms has actually put criminals in jail. Put actual criminals there. Most recently, putting a prolific animal abuser behind bars. I'm not saying every user or thread is virtuous. Even if you hate the site, you gotta admit, some people deserve to have their actions exposed. Keffels' campaign
Wait, do I have to go
eventually
back
took
and talk to her
Chris
again?
Chan, who she brought on for an interview right after Chris got out of jail for allegedly having relations with their mom. Hilariously, she had to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down, a lie she maintained for years. At this point, I need to pose the question, what goddamn moral high ground does Keffels have over Kiwi Farms? It isn't doxing. She paid money to dox her critics, as well as innocent members of their family. It can't be cyberstalking. She got ousted from her own community for trying to gather dirt on who she called a prototypical lol cow. It can't be some belief of criminality. The whole point of getting Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms is making them susceptible to illegal DDoS attacks. And when the site was hosted in Ukraine, she posted the address to the servers publicly, and then accused them of supporting Russia in some weird hopes that I would imagine would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her, it's because she's trans. She undermines the actual hate directed towards trans people on the basis of their identity. And what about her cynical use of other people's death, from James Somerton to the victims of Kiwi Farms to bringing up Tony in her feud with Ethan Klein?
She starts this motherfucker off with "in memory of Tony Winchester, who was the RS Glory and Gold."
Why bring him up? What the hell?
He, first of all, I'm speechless with that one.
Yeah.
How many deaths do we have to watch or weaponize until we all get together and can agree invoking someone's name in this way is just really fucking disgusting? And finally, to top it all off, there is no transparency surrounding the GoFundMe.
I think it's kind of tone deaf that you have to kill these things when going to Ronnie. They should really just be docile the whole time.
Reality. If there's anything to learn about all of this, is that Clara Sorrenti has no morals. She will completely disregard the truth for her own gain and profit.
That's called
There is
rape?
no scenario where you can take her at her word, because she is shameless in her attempts at manipulation. If you are someone who felt sincerely invested in Kiwi Farms being taken down, then she has failed you. The site is stronger than ever, and they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund. They've already seen results in getting a company to retract their libelous claims. Dropping Kiwi Farms proved to be a terrible business decision for Cloudflare, who stated it caused a loss of potential customers and significant adverse feedback. And now everyone knows exactly what she was trying to hide after all this time. Now, this final section of the video I have to preface with some caveats. When I first announced I was going to be working on this video publicly, several former friends and editors reached out to offer their perspective. They expressed feelings disillusioned by her behavior and provided what appears to be pretty damning screenshots, one that I started this video off in the beginning, as you can imagine, regarding what Clara did with her money. The reason why I waited to introduce this is at the very end is because I want to show that you can make a strong case with what is already publicly available. I have also been very honest about the extent of my knowledge regarding this evidence, okay? I have to be very honest here. Keffels has faked DMs in the past, even doing so on stream before posting them as if they're real. Keffels and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents, and having to vet screenshots are actually a serious concern. This is why I say I never believe an actual message until I open up the server myself, hit refresh, and see it with my own fucking eyes. I don't just believe any screenshot thrown at me. With all that being said, this is what I was shown. The first is from a screenshot from a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022. Feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me by reminding me that it was an emergency fund. I kept trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months. It also calls into question if she actually did buy new clothes and equipments for her friends. That isn't even remotely covered by any of her stated goals. Claire seems to understand this, going on to state, if anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. And these messages were deleted, 7 minutes later? If you recall, in September of 2022, Clara mentioned
she self-snitched like a dumbass.
Any cybersecurity firm. This conversation, dated November 12, 2023, appears to shed further insight as to why. The source first sent a tweet from YouTuber Bad Empanada, who had criticized Keffels in the past. Clara responded by sharing his full name, date of birth, and home address. When asked how she obtained this information, Clara gloated she was insane before revealing the name of another YouTuber named Second Thought. Does Kiwi Farms have this info? No, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. Clara continued, I'll have more soon. I paid for another information request from an Argentinian PI firm. Honestly, my dream is to retire from streaming and be a PI. Dox people professionally. The lady who wants to drop Kiwi Farms, ladies and gentlemen, used the money raised under false pretenses to indulge in her fantasy of being a professional doxer. Allegedly. Given the nature of these screenshots, we have to be very careful about their legitimacy. However, I did end up reaching out to both of the YouTubers targeted to verify if the information was legitimate. And unfortunately, I did not get a single response back, as sad as it sounds. I think at the end of all this, the real harm that Keffals has done is not necessarily just to herself, but for the people that she quote-unquote wants to advocate for. Look, throughout covering this video, I've learned that the trans people that I talk to just want to exist. And in most cases, they're just average people. And their identities are just their identities. That's it. They actually have lives outside of what their, again, trans identity usually is. And a lot of those people I talk to have all disliked Keffals. And they've all disliked him because, you know, as far as I can really tell you, this person's like the Jesse Jackson of trans people, okay? They will use this as a shield, they will constantly try to be an activist, and I feel that Keffals' behavior has made her the perfect controlled opposition for making trans people just look terribly bad. So the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, Keffals is in fact a liar. They are evil, they are malicious, and they're a great harm to not just themselves, but the community they quote-unquote claim to represent. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, subscribe, dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
If you're taking a trip with your friends, why pay for 4 hotel rooms to stay apart from your friends?
Alright, now this is probably going to ruin the thing again.
Less.
Alright, so Keffals is a bitch. No one likes her. And the thing isn't working again. Now, going on to the Kendrick Lamar and Drake thing. So, I'm of two minds. I think it is weird to text minors. However, it's also, there's a lot of context. When you're a celebrity, you're in a different world than everyone else. So if it is a minor, like a teenager, that is in your, like, realm of what you do, whether it's like music production or something, I don't find it inherently weird to be friendly with a minor or to talk to them or to text them. However, I also don't think Drake is a pedophile, but I do think there's more credence to say he may be a groomer. But again, unless we, like, actually see those messages, because we've only heard, like, what some of the messages say, but until we actually, like, see the messages, we can't really say if he's actually a groomer or not. Do I think it's very sus? Yes. But to wholeheartedly stomp my foot and say the man is doing something illegal, I cannot comment. But that being said, Kendrick Lamar fucked his ass. Kendrick, like, the music that Kendrick Lamar did, like the diss tracks, were so much better than Drake's. Like, Drake's were so boring and not inspired, and Kendrick Lamar just blew him out of the water. It was really embarrassing. One of his crew was charged for human trafficking minors. Drake I don't know about the minor part. I don't know how much of that is, Drake said he was excited to see him out of jail again. That did happen, but I know he forced a 22-year-old woman into prostitution, but it's the minor thing that I don't think they've stated if it was, like, truly a minor or not. Yo, wait, don't come in here just exclaiming things, just saying things are true. We gotta get our facts straight. As much as I like to see some people burn, I don't want them getting fucked over by false pretenses. I've said it on stream before, if Hassan were to be ruined and or if Hassan were to trip, fall over, and die, I wouldn't be personally, like, beat up about it. But if he is wrongly accused, killed, or whatever, it's like, am I any better than his community? Is how I sees it.
Oh, you? I apologize for that. I am Pidia. I am charged. You other than the puppets, why not pick something, please? A little something.
It was the b-ball bar that had the minor thing connected, my bad. Oh, you're good. I'm not accusing you that that's what you were doing, I'm just trying to get all my facts straight, you know? Can this also work as a regular parry? Oh, it can! That's sick. What I will say, though, is Drake just needs to shut the fuck up, take some time off, and not worry about this shit. Because the only person he's fucking over is himself. This line, I'm finna pass on this body, I'm John Stockton. John, I guess, mainly used to pass to some guy that got a 13-year-old pregnant. Oh, Drake Dev... Yeah, Drake just really made himself look like a fool. Now I need to figure out... Alright. Looks like I will be giving this to Gideon. Some dirty thing. The way Not Like Us was playing in clubs that night, rip Drake. Some dirty things go down in hip hop. Check out the P. Diddy drama. Yeah. Apparently the black community isn't as clean as you would think white people shit is, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Journey to the capital, the two for you maybe. Is that potion what I think? Bloody Celavis. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. The Round Table has no code, but I ask you this. Or would you rather hand that potion to me? Good. I'll dispose of you. Go and see Celavis, but don't give anything up. Just tell him that you tricked your mark into drinking them. Despite knowing next to bloody nothing, he's so far up his own arse he won't suspect that his inevitable display of arrogance will certainly be a sight to...
I wanted to talk to Nefeli.
In this ash, it reminds me.
Ah, fuck. Won't say anything different. You bitch.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arms then.
Also, have you watched the Fallout show? I want to play Fallout again so bad now. I haven't seen the Fallout show, but I know it's pretty good. I've heard that its last episode is probably its weakest, which kind of sucks, but... I'd like to play New Vegas again, but I can't do Fallout 4. Fallout 4 just sucks. Like, I can't find any redeeming qualities of Fallout 4, except for like the way gunplay works in it is fine. Other than that, ugh. The crafting is okay, but everything else just... There's no good choices to make when it comes to the story. Building a shitty-ass base. Like, it has good aspects to it, but for the, like... As far as, like, the game entirety... Like, it gets old really quick to me. Yeah, the story is ass. Stop it. Fuck. I don't want a wife, a child, what the fuck? Well, now that your wife's dead, you could always get a husband, I guess. Also, like, the whole Institute, like, none of the factions are... I don't think it was. I'm just making shit up. None of the factions are, like... I don't like any of them. They all have, like, shit morals. Like, even the Railroad, which is the one that I thought would actually be decent, like, they still got, like, bullshit takes. And, like, the Brotherhood of Steel was, like, a fascist group. Have you ever thought of having wife and child to make it your front? I guess Ollie just assumes all gay people are like in the closet. Is that your assumption? Yes, a lot of gays here do that shit, hiding their dicks inside the closet. I mean... Actually, I don't know, like, because Asia is so weird to me when it comes to that stuff, because, like, in Thailand, it's almost like everybody's okay with it, but then in certain other Asian countries, it's, like, frowned upon. So I really don't know which Asian countries are cool with it and which are not down to clown. One of you is gonna drop this scythe, so help me God. Nothing, really. I could never do that anyway. Not being authentic kills me. We got a lot of straight married men on Grindr here, though. I think that's everywhere. I would argue that most men are like bisexual, or it's just like they're able to do the whole a hole's a goal kind of thing. Man was basically cool with it until colonized by America. Well, now I don't think they're cool with it because of the declining birth rates. Any hole's a goal. Actually, it's becoming more chill as time goes on, but yeah, it's not good for the birth rates for sure. I mean, I honestly I'm not completely sure on how to solve the birth rate crisis, but when it comes to that stuff, I'm like, I feel like that's just nature running its course. The young people don't care about that either, so give me all the women's, I solve the birth rate. I'll solve the birth rate whether they like it or not. Jesus Christ, Shishi, chill out. Alright, my little minions, I'm gonna need you to step up a little bit. Alright, targeting system, you fucking... There we go. Whew! Put that fox down like he was in a stable. I hate that I know what that's from. Someone's gotta have kids, not gonna be me though. That fight actually usually takes me like 1 or 2 tries. I guess torrent was the way to go, huh? Now, let's see if I can take this boss over here. In a fight. In a fight. In a fight, right? Oh god. It's Sephiroth. And he's summoning Meteor. Ah! How unfortunate for you. I seem to have brought gun to sword fight. And you have brought rock. Stinky old rock. That's a long ass fucking... I am the best wizard. A grand wizard, one might say. I may have asked this before, and we may have seen that one abridged episode of Hellsing Abridged, but I can't completely remember, Yoe. What? Did I ever ask you about the Salvation Army over in Canada being racist? Is that a thing? Or homophobic or something? They are racist and they hate gay people because they are super Christian up top. Okay. Did we watch that? Can't remember if we watched that episode of Hellsing Abridged, but there's a really there's a really funny part. I forgot which episode we were on. Something about them letting gay homeless freeze or something. Wow. Also, there's a slang term in Canada called hoser. What's a hoser? I think it's like a term of endearment. But I don't know what it means. It's a pejorative? What's that mean? I don't think it means loser, though, considering the context that I saw it used in. I could be wrong. Disparaging, belittling, okay. Well, we're gonna figure that out and more because I'm gonna watch the rest of the Hellsing Abridged, and actually, that's what Google says? Hoser means loser is what Google says? Or is that what pejorative said? What Google... What pejorative... Okay, slight intermission. Yo, hey, are you able to join the voice chat real quick? And that's the definition for pejorative. Or is that the definition for hoser? Oh, okay. I cannot remember where we left off. Ontario slang, though. Made popular by some dumb Canadian comedians in the early 90s. A mansion, I think. Okay. Yoe, get your fat little tookus in the VC. I gotta go pee. I'll be back. So the episode we're on is either this one or the one after. Cheeks, it's time to sin. Hopefully this doesn't kill the stream. Are you able to speak, or is your mic fucking up again? Coño. Coño. I thought we solved this. Thought we solved this. There's an echo for me? Why are you so big? That's what they all say. Holy fuck!
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Can.
Yay!
But I am echoing, you said? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear me, and it's awful.
But you can hear me. How about now?
Oh. No.
No, as in it didn't work?
Nope, didn't work.
It did not work.
I can... I can mute me in Discord, maybe. Like deafen me?
Well, you can... Is it because you're listening to my stream on Twitch?
Yes.
Okay, mute the Twitch stream, because I'm gonna have you watch the
in Discord.
Yeah.
Okay. I have also had a few drinks. I could have figured that out. Probably my bad.
You're fine.
Okay. We're good.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me know if you've already seen it, if you remember
perdu. Helsing Ultimate is owned by Kota Hirano and Studio Madhouse, and is licensed by genuine Madman Entertainment, Manga Entertainment, and Funimation. Please support the official release.
Please, no! I worship your god!
I think that was the last one. Good thing, too. I fear you're running out of bayonets.
Care to correct yourself?
Sorry, sir. You have bayonets for days.
Bayonets for days.
Father Anderson, I believe I speak for all of us when I ask, why did we go out of our way to save this,
woman?
I didn't want to assume.
I was actually wondering that myself. Alucard would have left Maxwell to die. Probably after putting a bullet in his leg.
I am a man of three things. God, virtue, and disobeying that trap Maxwell when it suits me. And if I'd let the woman die, I'd have been none of the three.
Wait, so you just defy your master's orders on a whim?
Aye!
Good God, it's strange to see this from the outside.
Lieutenant Zoran Blitz, we are just outside the Helsing perimeter. We shall maintain this position as we observe...
No! All hands to battle stations.
But, ma'am, our orders...
I have been waiting for this war for over 50 years. I have been given weapons, men, and a target. I will not be cock-blocked to the point of entry, but that little blonde toad! I know. We will get what we have coming to us. Now, Captain, launch the V-Bands!
Yes, ma'am!
Status report! Anyone!
Well, the V-Buns launched, and then they blew up. But not where they were supposed to. Like, way too soon.
I can see that! Why?
Reports say it's sniper fire!
Kilometers away! You are useless! Get me a fucking visual!
The arms crossed look goes hard.
You must be a band to clay pigeons everywhere.
Actually, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Bernadotte, my name is Saris Victoria.
How peculiar. I was under the impression by the rest of the staff that your name was Police Girl.
You know what? Fine, my share it is. Just pay attention for any possible incoming...
So, ma chère, tell me a little bit about yourself.
You're serious?
Come now, we know so little about one another. Let's be honest, this may be the last chance we get to share. So, ma chère, what was it like growing up in England?
Stop squirming,
I grew up in Leeds. Nothing happened.
Sounds boring.
Yes, it was. How about you?
Oh, in the French countryside. With my...
Grand-père, is it true? Is it true what the children at school say? That you are mercenary? That you kill people?
Oh, little Pip. It is much more than killing people. It has many complicated facets. I once helped topple a fascist South African government in a week. I mean, it was replaced by another in 2, but I still got paid.
But grand-père, my fellow school children, they don't bully me for it.
Il quoi? How are you not the coolest kid in school? Who is it who dares to mock you? Is it that son of the butcher, Jean-Paul? Perhaps that little piggy shall find a grenade in his lunchbox, so when he opens it, it pulls the pin.
Please do not kill my friends.
Oh, mon cher petit-fils. I'm not going to do it.
Oh my god.
Oh, relax. It was a flashbang. A little bit of tinnitus never hurt anyone. Now, how about these Nazi fucks?
Well, I've got a couple of grenades for them. They ain't flashbangs, though.
Ah, but they'll flash and they'll bang. Just how I like it. Now, give them a proper Helsing welcome.
So, a mountain of over-the-top violence, swearing, and unnecessary screaming?
Exactement.
We fucking monster!
They're being shredded, Lieutenant!
Tell me something now!
Well, we just lost 2 engines.
Can't! Ma'am, we can't keep taking this kind of damage. We're going to crash.
Then give me ramming speed, Captain! Fight into that bitch!
Bitch, Lieutenant!
That bitch with the cannons!
All right, mon cher. How about you flash them the goods? That is how the cookie fumbles.
It crumbles.
Oh, like England.
Can you not right now?
I am French, so no.
Holy shit, guys! I think we killed them all!
Hey, Mercer. Try not to choke on your fucking foot.
Quick reminder to everyone on the ground floor. These are vampires. Much like Marcel, they won't go down that easy. No night on the town and a little bit of wine won't woo them over. You will have to show them that you care. Make them feel like they're the only things that exist to you in this world. And then, when they finally open their legs, give them everything. And leave nothing.
That's our head count!
1, 2, 3. A lot, says a lot.
Good! Then your orders are to slaughter them all!
Should I hold my position, Mr. Bernadotte?
No, Marcel. You've already been on top. Now give us a turn.
Huh. Landmines.
Landmine! Holy shit, they
Also,
planted landmine!
Oh, they found the landmines.
Oh my god, they planted landmines? We walk our dogs out there.
Okay, we have to stay calm. Nobody move an inch. We wait for Zorin. We'll pull back.
Alright, man, you know the drill. If it moves, it dies. If it dies, you move on. Keep those grenades coming, keep the bullets raining, and most importantly, have fun. I'm going to have a smoke.
No offense, sir, but you're being awfully casual about this. I mean, as casual as usual. But aren't we dealing with Bram Stoker meets Castle Wolfenstein shit here?
Honestly, Willingham, we were prepared for a full-on tactical assault. Instead, we got a volley of swastika-covered dipshits running dick first into enemy territory.
Still kind of crazy, though, isn't it?
No way! If you told me 2 years ago, when we were either starting or ending a war in the Middle East, that we'd end up fighting Nazi vampires, I'd have kissed you full on the mouth. But now, all I feel is robbed.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, there's a giant woman outside.
What?
C'est putain de merde!
What?
Holy fucking shit!
What she said? I want to go back to the Middle East.
Fucking David Big!
Oh, I lost an arm.
We're gonna die to a giant German Nazi vampire woman with a scythe. That screaming homeless man on the train was right.
You're kidding me, right? This basic bitch has you believing she's a giant.
Master? Where?
On a boat in the middle of, the fucking, I don't know, Atlantic? Ah, fuck it, the ocean. Anyways, you need to whip out that third eye of yours.
But, Master, I only have 2 eyes.
No, you have 3 eyes. You're a vampire.
Do you have 3 eyes?
Sweetheart, I've got so many eyes. Eyes for days.
Eyes for days?
Eyes for days. Now, look past your own self.
How,
Oh my god, go cross-eyed! Jesus!
Please don't stick me in your giant vagina!
Dude, what the fuck?
Well, high fives are gonna suck now.
Hold on. Did she? Oh, come on!
Open the doors of hell for me, grandpère. I'm coming home.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
My face!
You can't touch this!
Oh, I thought she just called her a cunt.
Holy shit, my arm's back! Oh, thank God. I thought she was going to crush me. With her giant vagina.
Okay, what does your internet history look like?
Mr. Benedot, it was just an illusion, like push-up bras or stilettos.
Wait!
Have you ever watched American
I don't
Gods?
wear a bra.
American what?
American Gods.
No.
It's a book series, but also Amazon made it into a show, and there's this sex goddess from Egypt or something, and she fucks this dude in like episode 3, and he like shrinks and gets sucked up into her vagina. It's a wild show. Yeah.
Jesus.
We figured out the landmines!
I fucking noticed!
Eat schnitzel in hell!
Eat schnitzel in hell.
Oh, my apologies. What would you have said?
Don't be so sauerkraut.
99 death balloons.
Hasta la
You've been autobahn! like the Autobahn.
We should get a move on.
Oh, choke on a baguette of dicks.
Now listen, ma chère. We are in the thick of it. They are getting close, and we cannot pull out now. We shall continue to hold them off as long as we can, but we need you to flank them and...
This is a reach-around joke, isn't it?
Bon Dieu, I'm becoming predictable. Whatever. Listen, if the British are good at anything, it's hunting. And you are hunting the deadliest game of all.
Hello?
Not see.
Someone join and then unjoin.
Not that I saw.
I swear
It
I heard the Discord sound of someone joining and then they were gone.
The vampires.
Damn it, that used to sound so cool. But then you say it so much and Nazi vampires just sound stupid.
Oh, right? Maybe we'll find something else, like maybe a Nazi werewolf.
Merde, that sounds so much worse. Alright, World War II. Ma sœur! Les gars high-class escort, make them pay for every inch.
I can't believe I find you attractive.
Attends quoi? Wait, what?
So, sir, what's the over-under on us finishing this mission alive?
About as good as any of us actually getting laid tonight.
I don't know. Those vampires do look kinda rapey.
Holy shit, dude.
Oh, who the fuck am I offending? The Nazis?
Bishop
Yes,
Maxwell.
Oh shit, I fell asleep waiting. You'd think watching London turn into a literal hellscape would keep you riveted. But once the screams died down... So, what did I miss?
Well, according to the reports, America is imploding.
So, Millennium has infiltrated them as well.
No, actually.
Okay. Well, have the Papal Knights arrived yet?
Actually, we were unable to conscribe them into our efforts.
What?
But do not worry, Bishop Maxwell. We were able to get some eager volunteers.
Volunteers?
From Italia, I am a brother Andrea Marco Francesco Luco Matteo Alejandro Lozendro Federico.
Yes, and your order?
I bring with me the Pio Nobel Ordine della Rosa de Corna de Risabartinomento alla Serrito del Seguitore dell'Issi Ersite Divisione Risa de Donne. We bring 510 paladins of the order.
Grazie. And you?
From Mexico, Don Diego de la Vega. I bring the Mexican Inquisition.
I did not expect you.
No one ever does. we bring 888 conquistador inquisitors.
Shalom, Bartholomew Jedniak from Poland. I bring the sacred order of the Temple Beth Zion.
Oh, I've not heard of your order.
I hate
You're
that.
sure you're Catholic?
Wait till the next
Of
one.
course.
You worship the Lord Jesus Christ.
Hey, if we're killing Nazis, who'll worship a side of bacon? We bring 447 mention.
Hey, bud, Abbott Bush Air from Canada, bud. I bring the Crusaders of the Salvation Army. Fuck, bro, let's kill us some gays.
Nazis.
Oh
Yeah, sorry,
my
whatever. I
god.
bring 509 holy hosers, eh?
Glad to have you. Now, let's...
Now, I gotta say, I'm a little uncomfortable killing Nazis. Some of my best friends are neo-Nazis. Then again, these are those classic type Nazis, so...
Mi scusi. And you are?
Judd Forrest from the South Carolina Baptist Confederate Congregation. I got me here some 300 and change good old boys from the Knights of the Hanging Noose.
Wow, all right, okay. Thank you for swinging by. Oh, God.
No worries. Hey, I noticed y'all brought some crosses to burn. If you run out, don't worry, because Jim brought more in his truck.
That's, really not necessary.
Jim, how many more crosses we got in that truck? About a few. About a few.
This
About a
is
few.
going to be a long crusade.
That's
Listen
such an
up,
Archer
those
type
who have come
line.
to serve the unyielding word of our Almighty God. We have come together this night under the glow of the London Inferno, in the eyes of our Lord, for one divine reason. Fuck the no Pope! That Argentinian windbag has ruined us, prattling on and on about the poor. We are the house of God, not a fucking soup kitchen!
Thank you. Even we're sick of eating people. We're Italian.
And what does he do with the golden throne? Replaces it with a wooden chair!
Nah, fuck
Probably
that dude.
carved by more poor people.
Jesus was a king first, carpenter second.
And do not start me on the homosexuals.
Interesting take.
Oh, if you loved him so much, why don't you fucking marry them? You seem so okay with the concept!
Yeah, fuck, bro. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and another dude, and they're having sex.
And he has the gall to renounce the Old Testament as mere stories. We should be more like Jesus and congregate with whores and homosexuals and poor people.
Yeah, perhaps we can all just agree that maybe Jesus wasn't the Son of God.
We are the congregation of a wrathful God. We shall begin a new papal succession, and I shall lead us in the 9th crusade, for I am your leader. The new Pope! And after we have finished purging England of its demons and heathens, we will
round up all those dirty nicks!
Okay, you need to chill!
Bonjour, says observer.
That's why I was asking her about the hoser thing.
I see. Yeah, no, it's not a good thing.
Some holy hosers, eh?
Like, you know, in Japan, how there's usually a comedy duo and one always kind of makes fun of the other one and like hits him. Are you familiar with Japanese comedy?
Not really. Do you have an example?
Not really. There's a famous duo that's been in everything, but if you don't know them, one's bald. I don't know his name. He got arrested recently, I think. The scandal. But they're really great. But this Canadian duo is basically like them, and so one would always call the other one a hoser, like as a insult. They would have been in that English section. Oh, that might be them. The study of Ah. That might be them.
This summer, it's all about Planet of the Apes.
The scale of this film is immense.
Yeah, that's one of them.
皆さん、こんにちは。いや、ピーちゃんじゃございません。皆さんこんにちは。今日は皆さんと一緒に、あについて考えていきましょう。 兄もいろいろな使い方がございます。さあ、早速登場していただきましょう。あ、研究家は松本人志先生、どうぞ。
Yasutoshi, is that? I think that might be him.
先生、今日はよろしくお願いします。早速ですが、先生の研究の成果を皆さんの前でご披露していただきましょう。
Might as well be them. They all look the same.
No, I don't think it is him. But that junior, that younger guy, that's the younger one of the duo. Yeah. And he'd always get like beat on by the bald guy. I didn't know he was from Kansai. I wonder if they're both from Kansai. That explains why I like him.
The sumo wife.
No. Type in like Japanese comedian scandal. Yeah, that's him. That's him. Hitoshi Matsumoto. So that's the main guy.
These women are making this claim in the hope of receiving some sort of monetary compensation.
I mean, you don't need to. It's a controversy. Even some Japanese say it's like made up. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it much.
I mean, so there's a lot of shit going on right now with, of course, this isn't like high profile people in America or maybe Canada. I don't know. I know they're English speakers, but there's like a lot of YouTubers that are getting falsely accused of sexual misconduct by other female YouTubers, and it's all, when people scrutinize it even just a little bit, it all
falls apart.
Yeah. And these women, they'll either disappear or they'll just double down.
Wait. Catgirl Futa, are you familiar with Hard Gay? Yes, I am. I used to love Hard Gay. I found out he's actually straight though, and the joke was he wasn't in on the joke. He was just making fun of gay people, which is unfortunate. But I used to laugh my ass off at Hard Gay.
That's a guy?
That's another Japanese guy, yeah. You can Google it right in YouTube. I mean, he used to wear, he was like a BDSM daddy. He wore leather, and it's regular, it's Hard Gay, regular spell. There he is.
Razor Ramon?
Hard Gay Man 2 years ago. Yeah, that's him.
I think I've heard of this guy.
Ultraman Hard Gay Man. Come on, Hard Gay Man. Okay.
I used to watch this when I was 13.
ちょっと待って、気持ち悪いよ。カイロ温めときました。オッケー。困ってる人々いっぱい助けたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
He would just make people feel uncomfortable by being gay.
いやー、あなた困ってますね。全然もらってないですね。私に手伝わせてくださいよ。やりますよ、私がね。ハードゲーティッシュ、さあさあ、どうぞ。ハードゲーティッシュ。ハードゲーティッシュ。
Memories.
ソフトですからね。ハードゲーティッシュ。ハードゲーティッシュ、どうぞ。どうぞ、ティッシュです。ハードゲーティッシュ。
I feel like at the time this is like outrageous and funny.
Yes. Especially in Japan. But it's. I don't know if I would have been as into it if I knew that it was this respectful. I thought he was actually gay and just being insane.
どうぞいろんなことに使ってくださいね
Well-
ありがとうございますオッケー
Okay, so
いや終わりましたねお疲れ様でしたやりましたよティッシュの優しさ
I don't know. When it comes to... Because he's playing a character, right?
It's not the same as somebody in like America playing a character. I had somebody who is Japanese explain it to me, and it's very much that it's not that they're laughing at him, they're laughing just at the whole gay thing in general being, it's like so outside the normal and so foreign that it's laughable.
I don't know. Like, I get... It's so hard to take a certain stance for me whenever it's, like... Because comedy is supposed to not be taken seriously to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Where... yes. Yes, it is, Catgirl. Like... The people that hated on Dave Chappelle, I think, was kind of uncalled for because his first special where he talked about the trans thing, there really wasn't anything I would say was super offensive, but I think in his subsequent specials, because of all the backlash that it got, he just doubled down on it, and then it may have gotten a little actually mean-spirited.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, I don't know. I'm on Dave Chappelle's side. Like, actual stand-up comedians, we need to give them a little bit of breathing room to. If
agree,
jokers go down, if like the jesters go down, then we are in like real trouble. So, but that dude, he wasn't a stand-up comedian. That's all that he did, as far as I know.
Okay. Well, I mean, getting his actual like side, I don't know if has he actually talked about this?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I only watched what I could way back when YouTube was real old, and just talked about it recently with a close Japanese friend because I think he used to watch him too back in the day.
Okay. Well, because like there's just a lot that you have to consider when it comes to that, where it's like there are two communities that I think online and in real life that are super fragile, and that is the trans community and the Muslim community. You make fun of them at all, and from the Muslim community, you'll get death threats. From trans people, you'll get, like, called a bigot. And then they'll try to, like, cancel you and take your income away.
Mm-hmm.
But, because the Muslim community is the only community I know of where if you draw Muhammad, that's like, if you draw a picture of Muhammad, they want you dead. They want to kill you.
It's interesting, but I kind of like that. Even in the Bible, it's like, even in the Bible, it's like no idols. We're not worshiping physical idols. Not about that.
True, but can you live in a world with free speech, or claim to live in a world with free speech whenever simply drawing something can get you killed.
It's really hardcore, but when you get to it, like, theologically, pinning down the sacred into an image is I see the issues with that.
I do too, but I don't think it justifies killing somebody, because then, like, well, especially with Christianity, like, you already have the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. And besides, everybody's not perfect. You're always going to be sinning, so.
Yeah.
Point me to the Muslim community. I want to draw them a portrait of Muhammad.
Oh,
That's
God,
on you,
Ollie.
brother.
Rest in peace, brother.
Of course, I don't know how big Islam is over in Vietnam, so you might be fine.
And there's pictures out there that exist. It was only outlawed, like, later on.
Yeah, the Muhammad thing is a very recent thing. Yeah. They are nice, not as toxic. You say that now. Alright. But this is Abba and Preach. These are like the other...
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned as we attempt to commune with the devil.
The devil?
Alright, today...
Oh, I want to watch that.
A rarity.
Oh yeah, these dudes.
Sorry, I'm the DA. I was going 55 coming home from work.
DA's district attorney, so she's a high-ranking lawyer who generally prosecutes criminals.
55 and a 35.
I don't really care.
What? Okay. Yo! Can you come?
So she was going 20 miles.
You talking to a cop?
55 in a 30
Yes.
zone.
Yeah, for the people that do kilometers, 35 is like a 50 kilometers, 55 kilometers, and she was doing 50, so it's like doing 80 in a 50.
prop comedy, yeah.
Can you please come over here? You're on. This is on a traffic stop, ma'am.
Yes, it is. You can call Dennis Kohlmeyer right now.
Okay, I'm telling you why I stopped you.
You look
didn't
at her
stop at
bag.
all. Did you not hear my lights or sirens or
No,
anything?
I didn't actually. I was on the phone.
Okay, well, you're not supposed to be
I
on
was
the phone.
on the
while you're
phone.
driving
You
either.
can't be on your phone and driving, bitch.
Okay.
It's a free
Why are you so
country,
upset at me?
absolutely.
I'm doing my job. You just admitted to me that you were going 55 and a 35 on Phillips Road.
To leave me alone. It's
Officer Christofouli. Can you?
That's privilege, and I'm not talking about the one. I'm talking about the privilege of the rank that you have in society and what you do, right? A certain position goes with certain privilege and stuff like that. When you're abusing, you know you can get away with some stuff like that. Well, you do stuff like that. It's not so much that most people that are in a position stop. They stop. And the police come and then they have this conversation and this and that and that. But to assume and just...
You can say whatever privilege you want. You want to say it's racial, you want to say it's gendered, you want to say it's work. You can say all of them, and I'm fine with all of them. Because from what I understand, he tried to pull over. She refused to pull over, which is a felony from what I understand.
Yes!
And she pulled into her driveway.
What?
The fact that a conversation's even happening right now is crazy to me.
Yes!
She should be in handcuffs.
Yes!
You know, it's not
Ain't
like
no
she
way
just
that's a
broke the
full-on
speed limit.
felony.
She refused to stop.
Yes! Speak on it.
And from what I understood, they drove for a while before she pulled in, and then she ran inside.
She never stopped.
Now think about this.
Think about this.
Coconuts in Barbados. Right? She gets out of her car, which during a traffic stop,
hey yo,
you know, like I'm gonna tell you, they tell me all the time, hands on your steering wheel, make sure you're always
You melanated,
visible,
you don't get out
reaching
the
for
car.
nothing. This lady just gets out of her car and starts fiddling around in her garage. I'm just saying, cop is being very, very lenient, but to be fair, police forces don't look the same in every area. If you're in a more rural spot or like suburbs, they won't treat you the same way as they will in a specific city, right? They're going to have a heightened sense of security in certain parts of the world. So, to be fair to the officer, they're not going to operate the same everywhere.
Bro, if I drive in the area that I live in, and
you look like you though.
And
good. I would pull the strap on you too. Good. Like, so you reaching for anything?
Because if I pull up to my crib and
Real.
I get out the car,
Real.
Be honest with you,
it's a wrap.
Those glasses aren't working.
All right, they're not working at all.
Threatening.
They work for my of course.
Now you just look like you're a smart person who threatens.
And knows like I know how to use one.
Yeah. So now I really need to use.
It really just looked like I made that one.
Yeah, and you're an all black, like suspicious. And you got dreads.
It's over.
What drugs you hiding in there?
Exactly. It doesn't matter what neighborhood.
I smell weed. I
just cut my grab.
Can you stay over here, ma'am? This is
No,
a traffic.
I'm not
This is
staying
this
over
is a
here.
legal traffic stop. Do you have your ID?
No, it's in my purse. Here.
You have your purse right there.
No, this is my lunch. Would you talk to Dennis? This is ridiculous. Just go away.
Hello, sir.
Dennis.
Good, ma'am. Can you please stay at the back? This is a ma'am. This is legal traffic stop. Can you please stay over here,
No. Hey, baby, get your little guy out of here.
sir? I stopped her for going 55 and a 35 on Phillips Road.
On Phillips Road.
And
Coming
she
home from
failed
work.
to stop. She drove all the way back home and parked in her garage. And now she's not complying with any of my commands. Ma'am, do not go inside.
Oh my God.
Oh my days. I'm getting stressed out.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting stressed out.
I've seen cops shoot people for way less.
And every time they get shot, every time these people get shot for way less, what do you guys say? He should have complied.
Yeah.
He should have complied.
I'm not gonna lie. This lady went inside. She could have been grabbing a weapon and she about to surprise him. He has a phone in his hand, so he's not even ready for a threat.
Hey, yo.
But the thing is, I can understand this reaction if you're dealing with a child, right? Because contextually speaking, you're not going to treat a child suspect, generally speaking, the way you're going to treat adults. But this lady's getting a pass for
I'd already have her in
incredibly,
cuffs.
dangerous ways. And the thing is, the officer just doesn't see her as a threat. Even though we want to pretend like everyone's equally treated, we don't, right? An elderly, older white woman, like, they're just not going to see her as threatening as Preach. If Preach is doing this stuff, the dude's going for a strap. He's like, what is this guy going to do? That's just a reality. That's a reality of perception.
It's a fact.
You guys know he's going to treat people differently.
At some point, I got arrested, and the cop was asking me for my papers for no goddamn reason, and I was advancing to give him my paper, and he told me to back up, and I was like, you asked me for my paper, now you feel threatened. But I look like what I look like.
Right.
I look like what I look like.
So at the end of the day, is the officer doing the wrong thing? Yes. Based off how protocol should work, there's no time and place where a suspect who's just engaged in a felony should be allowed to walk away from the officer to go into their house and do whatever.
I also agree with you. I'm not sure if this is a felony yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what she did by like trying to walk away into her house, I think that is like is failing to do what a cop tells you to do, is that a felony?
That sounds too intense to me, but I don't know.
Him at risk.
But if I talk, go ahead. No,
I was going to say, but we live in the real world, and the truth is, these people just treat people differently based off how they look. That's a fact of life. So once you embrace it, you can say it's unfair. We could all agree, but that shit not gonna change.
And also, I'm not gonna give some flack to the police officer, but more so to the police fraternity, because this police officer acting like that and giving leniency to this woman, the minute she said DA,
God damn it. I can't fault the police officer for what he's doing either, because the public perception of the police right now anyway.
Not great, yeah.
Like the cops that quit after the George Floyd thing, I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Because, like, even with George Floyd, because apparently it came out that the cop that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck his knee wasn't even on his neck, it was on his back.
There's just a weird angle on the video.
Yeah. And, like, it turns out the guy was like high on a bunch of drugs, and he technically died of an overdose. Now, him being in the situation he was in probably didn't help.
Not great, yeah.
But the ultimate reason why George Floyd died was because of all the shit in his system.
Yeah, that nasty fentanyl.
So, like, was the cop being a dick to George Floyd? Sure. Was he the one that murdered George Floyd? No. George Floyd murdered George Floyd.
You get in trouble for shit like that. You know, stuff like that happen, right? Where if you pull over someone or certain people,
But that being said, like, if I was a cop today, I would be super scared to approach anybody, no matter what color they are, like, in a way that could perceive me as, like, I could go to jail. Because now it's like, they tried Derek Chauvin for murder. I think they it was either first or second degree murder. Can't remember, but like it was more manslaughter than it was murder. But I don't know what the court. See, hold on, let me check that. Guilty of unintentional second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter.
Was the cop?
Yes.
How can you be charged with all those? Convicted with all those?
Ask the court, I guess. Sentenced to 22 and a half years in prison.
I mean, if you ask me, that was all set up to create racial division in America anyway. He was probably a fall guy, so whatever.
Yeah.
CIA is not above that.
So he's maneuvering this thing the best way he can in order to see if he can get in trouble or not.
Here's your phone back.
I understand the law better than you. Would you just
953. Can you have a supervisor come to the scene?
No. Get out of my fucking house.
I don't know why you're acting like this towards me.
Because
Can you please go to the back of the vehicle?
I'm not going to. I'm home. I was okay, 55.
I don't care if you got home. You were supposed to stop at Phillips Road when I pulled you over.
When
my lights were
I
initiated.
didn't know you were stopping me. There was lots of other people on the road.
I was right behind you.
What? What? Get the fuck out of here. Ma'am, take your shit and get the fuck out of here, man. Ma'am.
I was born that night, but I was not born last night.
Stop the cat.
There's not a single person who sees a bunch of sirens right behind them and doesn't know it's for them. This lady said, I don't know who it was. There's a lot of people on the road. And look at the way she's lying to a police officer. Never forget, this lady is a district attorney. What is she doing on her cases? Y'all, that's the hot take. What is she doing on her case? She telling bull-faced, stupid fucking lies without hesitation just to get herself out of trouble. What is she doing for her career?
But wait, but there's more.
She better not keep her job. She better not keep her job, because as a public official, this kind of integrity should never be in place.
Is this in Canada? I know they are, but is this bitch in Canada?
Free or not?
People on the road.
I have no idea. I want to say it's probably in America because
they said 35 and a 55.
Do you guys have cops with body cams?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because apparently that whole Keppel's police debacle in that last video, the cops that were there didn't have body cams, but I can't remember how far ago that was.
Might also depend on the province, but
It was in London.
London, Ontario. Yeah, I don't know about Ontario, but I'm pretty sure here in Alberta, where I am, they do.
Okay.
Too.
Okay, I was directly behind
I'm
you.
not dealing with you right
Can
now.
you please step over here?
I'm not going to.
What is the reason you're so against what I'm doing? I'm doing my job. You say you're a DA?
I am the DA.
Okay.
Okay,
The
let me get to my
DA.
badge. I am the DA of Monroe County.
Wait. Reaching into the vehicle, going to grab whatever. Yeah. That's how easily it could happen.
I am the DA of Monroe County.
I understand
Yes,
that, but that doesn't give you a right to go 55 and a 35.
I don't know if you'll be the DA for
And you
long.
even admitted to me that you went 50. I understand
really
that,
care.
ma'am.
I don't really
understand
care.
that.
You know what? If you give me a traffic ticket, that's fine. I'm the one who
Okay,
pays
girls
it.
going feral.
Let's go ahead and do it.
Did you hear? Bruh, remember what you said? What is she doing on her cases? She just told you what she does on her cases.
Listen, I ain't saying she gotta go, but she can't work here no more.
And I'm saying she ain't gotta go, but she can't stay. She definitely can't stay.
I understand you're coming home from work.
And half the time I was on the phone with Dennis telling him, why are you pulling me over?
You know, if she would have pulled over, all she would have gotten was a speeding ticket, and that's it. Now that she's on this, like, if she is actually a DA, she's on camera now. This is out in the public. She's not going to remain DA. She's not going to be a DA for much longer. Well, no, she is going to be a DA. She is a dumbass.
I'm not even supposed to be on the phone to begin with. You should know
Oh
that.
god, and this just happened?
Wait. First she said, I didn't even know you were pulling me over. No. Now she said she was on the phone with Dennis saying, why y'all pulling? Lie again. Let's keep going.
Got you on camera.
I showed you my driver's
You show me your badge.
I've just finished narrating over 400 pages of Dark
Bati
Souls
Vidya
lore
has his own
from a
ad?
book called Abyssal Archive, which is on sale now. And you can listen to it in audiobook form
I love
if
his
you head
voice.
to the link in the description. Abyssal
Nice
Archive
voice.
is another product from the talented team over at Tune and Fairweather,
He explains,
who created
like,
Soul Arts for me
FromSoft
last
game
year.
lore to me.
These are gorgeous books,
It's so
housed
nice.
in a noble
I
blue
just wish
slip
he'd do it
case
in long
and
form instead of,
bound
like,
in
30
faux
minutes.
Hellkite Drake leather, and they just radiate
Gotta be
quality.
long form.
The physical version of Abyssal Archive
I
does
need him to
command
speak to
quite
me
a
for 2
price
hours
too,
about
admittedly,
nonsense.
but that makes sense when you realize that what you're getting is also years of lore analysis done by Loki, who is
Holy
one
shit,
of the
that's
best writers
intense.
of Souls lore that I've ever met. And there's a third book that actually comes with your purchase too. I've never seen anything like this before, but it's a thinner book that folds out into
What the
this
fuck?
incredible, expansive world map of Lordran, illustrated in the style of Elden Ring's
Ooh.
own map, which is just such a genius idea. I love it. Dark Souls has such an intertwined world, and these pages show that off like nothing else. So,
Just
if
do
you're
go
interested
for
in
me to
having
sleep.
Dark Souls lore in book form, check the link in the description and go and purchase my audiobook or pick up a physical copy. And that's it. Thank you for watching, and
It's an audio.
again, please check out Abyssal Archive in the links below if you want to hear me go on about Dark Souls lore for hours on end.
I
Or
do.
check out the physical book if you want to enshrine Dark Souls' lore for yourself. But other than that, thanks again, and I'll see you again very soon.
It does not.
Attempted to stop her.
Or it
on
might.
Gulch
I don't
Road.
know. I haven't
Going
heard.
55 and a 35. Didn't see the plate. I was just keeping an eye on the vehicle because she wasn't stopping. Drove all the way here, pulled into her garage, got out, was just being aggressive towards me for no reason. I was being respectful.
I want to pull over on Phillips Road. It was just, I just didn't, I figured I'd just pull into my driveway.
Well, you should know better, right?
I was speeding. I know that.
Okay, so why didn't you just stop like you're supposed to?
Because I didn't feel like stopping on Phillips
Well,
Road at 5:30.
that's not your choice. You know that.
Well, I made it my choice.
Okay, well, now you made it a bigger deal than it needed to be. Well, what do you want us to do? Not do our job? because
Man,
of
her
you?
eyes look feral.
It's
Look at that.
fine. I said, write me a ticket.
It's always
But
in the
I'm just saying,
eyes.
I was not to stop on Phillips Road at 5:30.
Okay, well, you broke another law because of that.
I need to see uppity
Right?
women brutally beaten.
You should know better.
You knowing your job, I bet you do.
An arrestable
I bet you do, cat girl. Working retail will probably do that to you.
All right, man. So
yeah, it does.
Speed in zone, 55 and a 35.
That's fine. I'll take care of it since I'll be prosecuting myself.
Okay.
The audacity!
You can't.
Sorry, I skipped to 24 minutes or something. I skipped to the end. Oh
You're a
my
DA,
God.
not a
The
prosecutor.
supervisor, and guess what? She's not even getting arrested, bro. Trash. Absolute garbage. Let me watch. Can we all just take a second to appreciate? Do y'all remember a time before body cams?
That's why cops hate lawyers, by the way. I don't know if you know this.
Out about all this corruption all the time. And
Cops
there's so many
hate
footages
lawyers.
on YouTube that you can find.
I'm sure.
It's only because body cam footage.
That's
I'm
what-
so grateful that they're now in place. They are great for a lot.
And the thing is, a lot of police forces don't like the body cams because they think it's going to incriminate them. If that was the case, that guy would have probably lost his job. It's a possibility. Not maybe probably, but there's a possibility without the body cam. Right now, you see everything that she admits on cam. If you were to report that, again, it's just like the same thing that whenever you go against a cop, it's my word against the cop. And you know the cop has a stronger word than me. But in his case, she has a better word than him. And she's fucking up right now.
Yep.
Mm,
Body cam.
Body cam.
There's a time before, and they used to do fucked up shit and never be caught on
Yeah.
camera. So we're grateful. All right. So apparently, apologize.
She has shoes on an apology.
Last Monday, I failed you and the standards that I hold myself to. And for that,
Fucking
I am
bitch.
so sorry.
What you failed is to get braces for them bottom teeth.
What I did was wrong.
And an
no
upper lip.
excuses. I take
Not gonna lie, this camera quality's fire. They got a good depth of field. The frame.
They pay for that.
They put some plants in the background to make her seem more likable. They did a good job with this set. This does not look like what I would expect a DA apology video.
The lighting is good too.
Yeah, this is like a professional set.
Oh,
This
that's
is-
a firm.
Hey,
No, that's a firm.
Yo, they did a good
A
job.
firm did that.
I take full responsibility for my actions.
No, you don't.
I fell short of the values I've held for my entire 33-year career.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. As far as apologies goes, this is off to like a 6
Humble
out of 10,
brag.
7 out of 10. I've seen some
By the
horrible
way,
apologies.
33
Now I want
career.
to see.
The Ashen Waste.
I'm
so
so
interesting.
tired of you,
is a land
AKFK.
teeming
She gonna make some excuses. If she don't, that means whoever her representation is
failed
did a good
was
job
not
telling her to shut
getting
the fuck up.
I didn't treat this officer with the respect that he deserved. All police officers deserve respect. I am truly and sincerely sorry. I had just come from work. I was dealing with 3 homicides that occurred over the weekend. I watched a video where an innocent cab driver was executed.
2 out of 10. 2 out of 10.
Thank you.
2 out of 10.
Thank you.
Fire the representation.
Now you're just trying to
Whatever your
fucking-
PR thing, You know. I was like, this is off to a good start. Then
Virtue
came in
signal.
the flood of excuses.
This is what I did. Oh my God. Oh, let me get out the smallest violin.
Now, fiddly.
Yo, stop.
Wait, why is it the world's smallest violin? I never understood
I was
that
stressed.
reference.
Nothing is my
I
fault.
think it's funny, but I don't know why.
Because it's more miserable if it's small violin. A violin
It don't make sense,
Whenever,
but it's provocative. It gets the people going.
No, it don't.
It gets me. Like,
No, the thing that is every time there's a sob story, get out the violin. You know what I mean?
Facts.
But then when you're miserable and you have the world's smallest violin, let me put it against my chin like this. I hardly can't touch it in. It's so difficult.
I don't get why, but I like it. Like I said, it don't make sense.
It don't make sense,
But it's
fine.
provocative.
That's what I understand from it.
Okay. Guys in the comments, if you guys understand the world's smallest violin, please explain. Don't Google it, you piece of shit. Because I can Google it. don't Google it. You didn't know. Just let's stay in our ignorance. Let's bathe in it.
It's wonderful.
Yes.
Basking in ignorance.
Actually, play the smallest violin for me. There you go, bathing in that ignorance. Let's keep going.
And I was still reeling from a frightening medical concern that my husband received that afternoon.
Oh, stop.
Shit the fuck.
Was your husband also suffering from a severe bout of no accountability? Bitch, shut up. Shut your mouth.
Shut your bitch.
Shut your mouth.
Shut your ass
You
up.
committed a felony. If the people you were prosecuting came with these rinky-dink excuses, you'd still prosecute the shit out of them. You are asking us to show you the leeway that you as a district attorney would never show criminals. That is disgusting.
But we all had bad days and stress, and it was wrong for me to take it out on an officer who was simply doing his job. While I previously apologized...
No. Okay, here's the thing. And this is actually super important, okay?
I still can't get over her deranged
I can understand
eyes.
people having a bad day.
Yeah.
I can understand
yeah,
that
she
when that
was-
manifests, it doesn't always manifest in the best ways. Why was your first idea of using your power to get out of a ticket? Why was your first instinct, the first thing to just use your leverage and your position to get out of that? That tells me that's not the first time you did that. You were too comfortable. You didn't
comfortable with
hesitate.
that shit.
You ignored all the lights. I don't care how stressed you are. You only engage with that behavior if you're that comfortable. You've already been there before. So this is not the first time for her, and it probably won't be the last. Because this is a pathology of, I have power, I think I am better, therefore I will exert that power. That's the thing. So you can't just use the fact you had a stressful day. There's a character defect that's there. I think that's important because it's crazy to me that you have a bad time and your first instinct instantaneously is corruption.
Straight up.
That don't come from nowhere.
And you knew exactly what to do in there. Oh yeah, you're gonna prosecute it.
Or she just like that.
I googled your address. Go to Chuck E. Cheese. There's one around the corner. You're a rat.
I've had bad
Yeah.
days too.
Rat.
I've had bad days.
Jesus.
I don't take it out on my employees.
Nah.
I play League of Legends. And I mentally abuse myself. That's what I do. Okay? Yes, that is. It's mental abuse to play that game. You would understand because you don't play.
I don't play.
Don't play.
I won't.
It's like the Navy SEALs interview. Stop.
Wow.
Okay? All this to say, there's something wrong. And it's not because you had a bad day. I had a bad day. I had a bad day, so I hit my wife.
Yeah.
No. Something's wrong with you.
That's rinky dink.
You don't just do corruption because you had a bad day.
You could lose your whole ass job.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. Let's keep watching.
I'm sorry. Police already have a tough job, and that day I made this officer's job harder. To the community, I owe you full transparency. Here's what I'm doing to hold myself accountable. First,
All right, let's
I
hear it.
already pled guilty to the speeding ticket, and I will willingly pay the fine. Next, I'm referring the entire matter to a district attorney from another county for review, and will fully cooperate with that investigation.
You're not going
I'm
to
going
prosecute
self-report
yourself.
this incident to the grievance committee, and I will cooperate with their investigation. Finally, if one of my assistant district attorneys had acted this way, I would have disciplined them. So I'm disciplining myself. I will take ethics training to remind myself that professionalism matters. I've been humbled by my own stupidity, and I am fully to blame. I will make this right. I ask for your forgiveness.
Everybody's asking for them. Not for them. For everybody.
Final rating, 4 out of 10. Carry on.
Everybody's not. What
So
they're
call
asking
the
is for you
entire
to do your
police
job.
force.
That's what the people are saying. People are like, "Yo, get this bitch out. Get her out."
We starting
And
a
I
train.
I can understand for all the reasons that we stated.
Hey, listen, the fact that she thinks ethics training is a justifiable response to corruption is crazy to me.
Suck off the
if I'm
entire
on the
county
job
that you let
and
down.
I steal or I use my position to do something that's really shady or to get out of stuff.
That's some
I
community
probably get
service.
fined. You guys would at home as well. I don't understand why people leeching off tax dollars.
I disavow,
is
Cat Girl.
different. Get this bitch out of here.
Disavow that one.
Get this motherfucker out of here. And also to the cops who let her off, you guys need to be disciplined too. Because
you need to be fast on the trigger.
And she committed a felony. And because she has a
You
position
be
of authority,
fast on the
you guys bent over
trigger.
backwards and not do nothing.
You didn't
That's
arrest
It
also
would
wrong.
not
You
have
guys
been
didn't
good
follow
for him if he
protocol
shot a
because you
DA.
were kind of afraid. That's also wrong because it tells the regular citizens that you're supposed to protect and serve, that your own people, you're going to treat them so drastically different. And I don't fuck with that either. That's my cut. Anything else?
Everybody can get it.
Yeah. That bitch got it.
I despise Chris.
Cut.
Did you say he's a human hero?
Mr. Stallone sounding ass. Alright, I know what we're gonna watch next on while I play Elden Ring. So, you are more than welcome to stay in the chat if you want, or you can just hang out in the Twitch chat if you'd like.
Okay. I will probably do that because it's getting late.
All right. Have a good night.
Thanks. Good night.
Night. I like shitting on Ludwig because he's a coward.
No way, dude! Come on! That is so cringe, bro! Wait, what did I say? Wait, what did I say? Oh, hey, Dan, how's it going?
You have to look at this tweet, I guess, in the broader scope of everything that Steve has tweeted. Yeah,
So-
but Steve struck first, though. Major
like shitting on
escalation
pussies.
by Steve. Major escalation by Steve.
Right.
Because I look at some of that, it's like, I don't know if I should even come in to the studio tomorrow, because there might be people who are trying to hunt you down.
This is the I am a content creator moment that I had when I was on ketamine. I am Israel! I am Israel! I am Israel! So they can go join Slime's OD dead fucking dad 6 feet under. That's fucking insane, dude! He was definitely on drugs, I think. There's no two ways about it. You do not write such an insane statement whilst not being under the influence of something. That's crazy. Destiny sounded fucking unhinged. Just insane. Like, he brought Ludwig in, and then he brought Cutie Cinderella in over a fucking throwaway comment that some dude made on a podcast. And it's unfortunate because he is right. He is right about Ludwig, and he is right about all of that Twitch aristocracy lot. But dude, it is like... he was talking about her fucking AI pussy. Or whatever. I thought he was trying to go mainstream. I thought the dude was trying to go fucking mainstream. He was on a fucking news show the other day. So I'm just like, why would you fucking
Destiny's
say that?
trying to go
that is like the
mainstream
most
per se.
insane optics I could fucking imagine. Talking about someone's AI pussy. Yeah, I've heard this, that there's all this beef going back fucking years. The problem is, it doesn't matter what the fucking history story is. People are going to be looking at the tweets, and they're going to be viewing it based on the tweets. They're not going to go and look into all of the fucking backstory and do the fucking DDG research to make sure that they've got it correct.
Fucking hell.
They're just going to look at it and go, damn, this dude sounds kind of fucking unhinged. Optics loss is an optics win. I mean... I disagree.
That
I
looks
think-
like
I
it
don't
should
think that's
connect.
true. I think if you're engaging with people who are
There we
very
go.
popular and you're talking about people who have got like a lot of support, if you don't do it in the right way, you're going to come across as fucking unhinged. No, it's not. I disagree. I completely disagree. I learnt this lesson myself. You know, I used to talk about the Twitch aristocracy and how much they all fucking suck and da-da-da. But the problem is no one fucking cares. They look cool and they're popular. You know, it's not happening. Oh, XQC just made a video about it, so, and it's got all the tweets in. Okay, let's have a look.
This is like Destiny just reading about Israel Palestine on Wikipedia and then just hopping in. Destiny just reading about Israel Palestine on Wikipedia.
I've seen this video before. I've seen this video before, and it is fucking cringe as fuck, dude. It is so cringe. No, it's not good. It's cringe, bro. The guy made a throwaway comment, and you make a fucking thesis about how they're wrong. Fucking hell, dude. How are you gonna say it's good? It's cringe.
Channel Rotten Mango. I have not heard of it.
Okay, if you're in my community, okay, you're allowed to do this sort of thing if I'm getting accused of being like a full-blown pedophile or something like that, okay? Make your little edit, right? But over stuff like this, especially a throwaway comment, just don't bother. Just don't bother.
Did all that for
What
an
was
old
this song?
thing. Cheated myself.
I mean,
No way, dude! Come on! That is so cringe, bro! It's over like a fucking throwaway comment, which is like shitty or whatever, but dude, to make a whole ass fucking edit. I don't think it even got to the part at the end where there's QR codes. There's QR codes too. Yes! Bradley knows. Edit a compilation of Chud having sex with gilfs to counter the pedo rumours. True! It's very nerdy. Yeah, it's very Reddit. Oh, it's very Reddit. And that's part of what makes it so
Covers
funny.
a lot of
when
international
people are
true
like,
crime stories from Korea,
this is like,
Japan, and China.
guys,
Her and her
this is
husband
just
are
like
also-
Drake
are
versus
so cute.
Kendrick Lamar, and it's some fucking
Are they,
nerd
are they
making
Asian
a video
themselves?
about fucking the streamer they like, not just using Wikipedia. Bro, it's so Reddit. It is 100% Reddit. And on top of that as well, if you look here, look, it is from the subreddit. It literally is from the fucking subreddit. So it is literally fucking Reddit, okay?
Yeah, she's Korean and he is Chinese. I hear the Korean mafia is wild.
wait, and how do I go back into Reddit?
Oh,
Oh, okay. Yes. Taunt, jet, diaper. I get the fraud.
It's just, you know, for a throwaway comment, it's just not worth doing that much effort. It's like you're putting more effort into it than was made in making the comment, you know?
Eyes, you'll need the energy.
I don't know much on it either. David might know though.
How to get the juice.
When can we expect the Ludwig and Hassan collab? I mean, I don't know if Ludwig knows who I am. I think Hassan has seen my stuff before. But I'm not liked by any of those people. I'm hated on LSF. There was a little report, they did a study about it, right? They did this study, and it was looking at like who gets the most negative comments on LSF. And this was back when I was like a 300 viewer Andy. And I was listed as one of the most unpopular people on LSF. Me, a fucking 300 viewer Andy. That's how much I'm fucking
poor
hated
Chud.
by all the OTK, you know, LSF.
They're not
retards.
scary when you have a
So
gun.
I've got no chance ever of fucking getting in with any of that bunch. Forget about it. Forget about it. But yeah, that's cringe. Cringe, gay, and Reddit.
I'm surprised the DGGers even watch our show. Maybe we really just are that funny. Oh,
See, the
it's
thing is,
fast.
though, so I saw this is from the Dalibat. That's like a Twitter community, right?
You'd be surprised how much more confident you feel when you have a gun.
That's like a Twitter community. How did this fucking dude even see this? To quote tweet it, I would have thought this would have been quite a small scale thing, no? So this dude is also cringe and gay because he is now quote tweeting a thing from some internal fucking, you know, DGG community meme.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Having seen the new Abigail Morris.
Haven't gone shooting in years. Yeah, I got a threaded barrel for my USP 40, and now I need to get a suppressor for it. And then I also need to get some.
It is cringe.
Hey, I
some
wrestle weebs. I wrestle
subsonic
weebs.
ammo.
One of the last one of the last DGG faithfuls.
The fucking Destiny edit.
The fact that somebody took the time to edit this is so embarrassing. Huh? How's that embarrassing?
What does a threaded barrel do?
I mean, it just
it lets
is.
you
It's
attach
cringe.
like a suppressor
That's all. It's all there is to it. It's just a cringe thing.
to the
It's
front
not
of
that
it.
big a deal. It's not like the end of the world. It's just a bit cringe. It's Reddit.
Unfortunately, my USP didn't come with one, so I had to buy one. And those fucking things are expensive. It was like $350.
Ain't that fucking deep?
Yeah, man, you guys so wrong. You guys just read the
God.
Check notes and video, 5 websites, 7 different PDFs.
Well, that's just wrong.
What's Oxy? I don't know what that is.
Guys, I'm not gonna stand for Destiny, but if you're wrong, you're wrong. I mean, guys.
This is like.
Okay. It's one thing to be wrong, okay, but then if it's like a throwaway comment, I mean, this guy sounds like a fucking loser, to be honest. Yeah, he sounds like a bit of a...
If it's been a minute since you've been to Panera,
Didn't Trudeau
you
put a
might
lot of
not wanna wait a
restrictions
second
on guns
longer.
recently?
More new sandwiches
Or like
and
a few years
salads,
back?
more in every bite, and more new options under $10. Come taste the new era at Panera and get a $0 delivery fee for a limited time.
I'm James Gallion, and I want to be your representative in Colombia. I'm a
No one
husband,
gives
a
a
father,
fuck,
a
James.
successful businessman, a former prosecutor. I will go to Colombia to fight for parental rights, lower spending, and lower taxes. I'm James Gallion, and I would be honored to have your vote.
the coper. He's got the coping kind of voice. So I would imagine that he's probably more upset than he's letting on in this throwaway comment. But it does just come across as a throwaway comment. So going into this autistic detail just looks terrible.
Destiny just reading about Israel Palestine on Wikipedia and
What do you mean the chud phrenology?
Guys, I mean, he did his research. It is what it is.
I don't know. I feel like people are way too disingenuous to
I've
Destiny.
seen Destiny Reddit hating on Chud for an opinion that does not align with their king. Oh yeah, Destiny's subjects full of fucking utter retards. You know. The funniest one that I saw,
So,
that got posted
if,
in my Discord, was someone was like...
If someone
clearly
defends
speaking
Destiny,
about me
I'm
for
usually
some
like...
reason, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
And they were
Go
talking
for it.
about my viewership.
Yeah, Trudeau wants to take the
And
guns.
they
It's
were
not popular.
talking about
We
me
still have
being, like,
handguns
hard
and
stuck
long
on
guns.
200
I don't know
viewers
the
or
full
something like
restrictions
that.
on it.
Because it obviously
Yeah, I
looked at
think
my
he tried to
Twitch.
ban like
Because it obviously looked at my fucking
ARs.
Twitch, and they
Which
thought,
AR does not mean assault rifle.
this
It means
dude's only
Armalite
200 viewers,
rifle.
I'm gonna own him with this. And then someone pointed out, oh, by the way, I'm actually Watch Chud, and that's only the Twitch viewership. He now multi-streams, and he gets like, you know, more viewers on YouTube.
Don't let those stinky lefties fool you and lie to you. Yeah, that.
You had to fucking edit it
Armalite.
to like account for that or something. It was so pathetic, man. It's like, dude.
But I think it's one word.
Some of these Redditors, dude.
He did like a fucking 500 hours of this shit.
Armalite is like the style of gun.
And then what? Oh my god. And he said, oh, did this really need a whole ass thread, tweet thread? So I should've
Jesus
just posted
Christ.
this.
Why is the woman black? I'm assuming he's talking about the cuck shit, right? Surely you'd want to make it the woman's white and the man is black. That would be the correct format for this meme, wouldn't it? Who even is this black woman? I don't even know who she is.
Ooh, indeed.
Right? Did this really need a whole ass tweet thread? I mean, yeah, sure. Like, this guy was... It was unnecessary for him to make a whole thread about this. But yeah. It's not cuck shit, he's saying he's getting fucked. Oh, right, okay.
So I should have just posted this.
Pogu.
I just don't... I just... Maybe I do. She looks like she's in pain. No, it is. I think I'm right. I think I'm correct. I think you're missing the mark, Styler, because you're seeing a black woman and you're getting distracted. Oh, yes. We will get to your fucking Ice Spice degeneracy in a bit, okay?
Man, Ice Spice has a song that just sounds
But no, I'm pretty
weird
sure
to
that's
me.
what that's alluding to, right?
Welcome back, cow.
Interesting. Are you okay with Lovewood's second generic white friend? You can always just not talk on stuff you're close about. No one will judge you. I'm flattered you spend as much time on Reddit posting about me.
I don't know anything about her, so I can't really
The slime guy, I mean, yeah, the slime guy
speak
clearly
on
is-
whether I like her or not. I know there was some black rapist that
No, I
was
don't.
like,
I don't think it's alluding to that meme. That's too much of a deep cut reference for I think someone like Slime to get. Surely.
Man, you are so conspiracy brained. I love it.
Because you got it wrong, huh? Guys, it's
There
not-
was
it's
one
not-
black
it's not a big
rapist
deal. He
chick
just got
that
it
was
wrong.
like yelling at parents for
way
bringing
through
their
all that.
children to her concerts, where she's like, "My music is not for." Put another P in there, please.
What this slime guy should have done,
Um,
rather than try and address it and respond to it, because I think in the thread he was talking about he's not.
But
a
anyway,
guy.
she was like
He should've just
chastising
fucking
parents
mocked
for
the
bringing
fucking
their
Reddit
children
shit.
to her concerts, and she was like, "Are you guys retarded? My music is not for children."
I mean, not wrong.
But I can't remember. Be wary of any artist that
See,
blows up
this
that
is
much
what's
that
so
quickly.
annoying
She's
about
not even
this,
that
right?
good.
Okay, because obviously, yes.
Yeah, I
see
heard the song that I
Destiny
heard
books
of
and
her
tweets.
was
It sounds
really,
fucking unhinged.
really strange.
But like, Ludwig is a fucking rat. I fucking hate Ludwig. Well, I hate. That's a strong word. I don't know the guy. But like, the Twitch aristocracy thing is real, and it's something that I've spoken about so many times that I just don't fucking bother anymore because no one seems to fucking care. But like, it is true. It's true that it's fucking, you know, very cliquey, and all of those people are like, if you don't know them and you're not friends with them, right? You're
Yeah,
fucked.
I would say good on her though for
You're fucked, basically. You know,
for shitting
What
on
is it?
parents
It's
like that.
Ludwig is like, you know,
You
who's
don't
that
get that
guy
much
who talks about
nowadays.
Kings and queens and stuff. Yes, Stylo's on the money. Stylo's bang on the fucking money of what I'm thinking, right? You get like the guy, and he says, "Oh, kings and queens, they're like fucking reptiles and stuff, right?" If you were to shine a light in Ludwig's eyes, right, the inner eye would like close horizontally or something, right? But that's the kind of guy that he is. He's got this skin suit on, but he is like a fucking reptile underneath, you know? And yeah, it's so transparent what's going on here. Like, this is all a fucking Twitch aristocracy thing. And obviously, like, Hassan is part of the
Yeah, I
fucking
don't
Twitch
think Cardi B
aristocracy,
would care
the
either.
powers and stuff like that.
That's wonderful. But how
You know,
do I
it's so
make
obvious.
money off depressed people?
Ludwig is a colonizer.
Thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Wait, hang on. I think we missed something, didn't we? Oh, hang on. Dude, okay. Actually, he's going to fucking this up a bit. Oh, so we had to go here. Oh, this is it, wasn't it? Ludwig seems cool, but he sure associates himself with some cringe people. You, Hassan. The AI porn guy! No! That's Atrioc. Atrioc has been relegated.
Hi, Yetta's supposed to be over here.
Okay. Atrioc has tragically been sidelined as the AI porn guy.
Oh,
with
Doja
everything
Cat.
he did as well. That's tragic.
Yeah, she's a Sam
Everything
Hyde
he
fan,
did
so
to get
she's
him back
alright
the
in my
good
book.
graces. And he's just the AI porn guy now. The 8. Oh man, that's what else is so annoying about this whole drama is like, Cutie Cinderella is fucking wretched as well.
Why isn't she
Unfortunately,
here?
Destiny had a
She's
bit
supposed
of
to be right here.
I don't know, alcohol-fueled spur gout. So it's kind of unfortunate, I think you could say. But yeah, I mean, this is correct. This analysis, this is maybe before he was a few more beers in. He seems cool because he tries as hard as possible to appeal to the widest set of people possible. Yes. He's like if you were to test a human in front of 20 focus groups of online content consumers and produce a machine to appeal to all of them evenly. I mean, that is just true. He is just on the money about Ludwig, and he's correct. The problem is, of course, I think that it's kind of a bit out of nowhere to people, because people are like, why the fuck is he talking about Ludwig? Like, what has Ludwig got to do with this? And I think it's because the guy that made that comment that led to the edit was on Ludwig's podcast, I think, or something like that. And that's how, you know, now Ludwig's getting fucking roped into this. Yes, that's what they say, isn't it? Nebraska Steve. Yes, exactly. But I mean, look, this is like, you know, it's just unnecessary to bring Ludwig in. But what he's saying is true, and I don't think this is like, you know, a big problem. And from what I understand as well, because I thought, you know, Destiny and Ludwig were on like neutral terms or something like that. I didn't realise, but apparently there's a lot of bad blood between the two of them. And Ludwig has said some like shitty things about Destiny before. But yeah, I mean, obviously to a casual observer, you know, coming to this, you're going to be like, wait, what? You're not going to know. You're not going to know. Take Ludwig down.
Leave me alone.
I mean, I'm not looking to take... I mean, to be honest with you, you fucking had your chance for that. I spoke about this ages ago, how Ludwig's a fucking reptilian, Twitch aristocracy fucking gay lord. You know?
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off
No one wanted to listen, sadly. No one wanted to listen to me. No one wanted to listen to my schizo theories. But it is true. It is 100% true that there's this clique, and it's a big club, and you ain't in it, right? Like, what was the name of that guy? Wake Wilder? Is that the guy's name? But he is someone who got in the mix with these bigger OTK kind of associated streamers. And, you know, he got like a PC and stuff like that and ended up getting big. But the cost of it is that he's had to, you know, associate and be aligned with these people probably like forever now, you know? Like he had to go at Henry Resilience because Henry was reporting on some OTK shit or something like that. So, you know, you can definitely get rewarded if you're willing to jump into kind of bed with the clique. But if you're out of the clique, you're kind of fucked, you know? Anyway, I think this is quite a funny reply, isn't it? You guys have got to understand something. If you're like a big fucking Destiny fan, you're going to be looking at this with the context of knowing all of the lore. But people that are just casual observers or Ludwig fans are just going to be looking at this in a much more casual way, you know, and they're going to be like, oh, that's kind of funny, he posted a Drake meme. Like, what has this got to do with me, you know? Like, people are not going to go and research hours of fucking, you know, streams to figure out who is correct historically in this beef, you know? It's just a funny joke to most people. And it's quite like low committal. Like, do you know what I mean? Wait, what did I say? Wait, what did I say? Oh, hey Dan, how's it going? What did I say? I said Drake. No, it's not Drake. It's 50 Cent. They all look the same to me. I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
Based.
I don't know what to tell you. They all look the same. Dices is riding for war with a bunch of normie losers. But yeah, so anyway, Ludwig responds with the 50 Cent meme. Yes, I'm racist. Dude. He responds with the 50 Cent meme, and I think the point of this meme is supposed to be like, oh, what's this got to do with me, you know?
Been around for the last year. Missed the
Did I get it right?
Play Rain World.
Because the entire weird group of friendos seriously spread rumors and fantasize about me constantly. Cloud signal, it's gross. I lost a little bit of respect for Ludwig after watching him delete a video because of a tiny little joke he made about Hassan, then lie about the reason why he deleted it, accusing my community of something it never did.
See, the thing is for XQC is he is like, I think he's friends with Ludwig and all of that lot, isn't he?
Hello? Would you donate
XQC is like, he's not in the Twitch aristocracy, but he's like a sideline like participant, right?
Money off depressed people.
Who will win? One Nebraskan corn farmer, corn, or an aristocrat like King Ludwig?
Nah, you're wrong. You're wrong.
King, I say.
Thank you.
Rebellion has begun.
Thank you very much
corn.
for the membership. I think that XQC is trying to ride the line. I think between, obviously, I think he's friends with Destiny, right? And then also being associated with the Twitch aristocracy lot.
Oh, you're probably fine.
So yeah.
I like
but he's only in because
eyeballs.
He's big. I don't think he's in because he's, you know, like super closely associated with them. I think he's a big streamer. But yeah, I mean, Destiny again is correct about Ludwig here. This did happen. Did I cover this? I think I covered the original video. But yeah, I remember because Ludwig basically did a video about Hassan's take on whether or not streaming's harder than a normal job. And he was like a bit critical, like a little bit critical of Hassan.
Streaming is harder than a normal job, as in I can never get popular enough.
And so Ludwig
And I will never be popular enough.
He re-uploaded it, but it wasn't actually a re-upload, right? It was a new video. Like he fucking lied. He just lied about it being a re-upload. And then the narrative of the video totally changed. And it was talking about, or he did this thing where he went, I think it was like, oh, I'm not going to actually talk about this though, because, oh, I don't like the fact these communities are fighting. And oh, look at this person. They sent me a fucking message or something. They sent me a death threat. And I think they're from Destiny's community or something. And it's like... And he didn't even get anything factually wrong. You know? He didn't get anything factually wrong. He literally just had an opinion on something and Hassan didn't like it. Crazy. But again, I think that is part of this...
Because Hassan's a big baby.
Because Hassan is in the club, it's like some of these streamers don't want to like
Or no.
or something like that.
Come back. He didn't mean it.
So they try and ride the line, and you see a lot of these Twitch aristocracy guys. They don't get into it big time, but they obviously would side with Hassan if worst comes to worst, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's also true. That is correct.
I think Chud Logic is the only orbit of Destiny as a fact. Well, first of all, I'm not a BPD woman, for starters. And secondly, I'm not really an orbiter anymore. I've made kind of efforts to kind of do my own thing. It works out quite well. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, to be honest with you, as much as it's a bit opposite to what you might think, I think if people are nipping at the heels trying to get somewhere,
see why people fucking love being a mage now. It's just
trying to do your own thing,
easy mode.
Really make it happen, you know? Because when I was more covering Destiny stuff and occasionally going on the stream, it would be very like, you know, I would be streaming, Destiny would go live, and my viewership would like half or something like that, right? Like you were beholden to the fact that as soon as Destiny goes live, your viewership is, you know, halved, if not worse. And there's still an impact, obviously, because some people want to go and watch a bigger streamer. But yeah, it's not nearly as profound as it used to be. So yeah.
Mages for the
I did.
I hate reading.
I did make a lot of money on the Destiny report, that is true. But yeah, I think people get the impression that you can be in like an orbiter of someone forever. Yeah, I still think it's possible. Anyway, listen. So at this point, right, I think bringing up Ludwig is unnecessary. He's not really part of this necessarily. But so far, right? But so far, I think that Destiny is saying correct things about the situation.
No, my head pet.
Wait, what's this? You coming to sweep for Destiny, Dan? Is that what's going on?
No, I got it. I got it.
Hello, sir.
What do you want, Dan? Have you come to sweep for your master?
Is that what we're gonna do? Jesus Christ, Dan is loud.
Is that
as
a
fuck.
British expression?
No, it's like a drama expression.
Oh, what does it mean? Glaze I'm more familiar with.
Well, glaze is like...
Alright,
just being
you have a
this
good
person's
sleep.
so great and amazing and I love everything they do, right?
Oh.
Sweeping is like someone's raped a bitch and you go, they didn't rape them, actually. That's sweeping.
Oh. Ooh, well. Well, first off, we're not talking about anything to that level. Just to be crystal, I think we can agree with that. This is a verbal warfare at this point, which I think is fine. Look, here's my perspective on it.
It sounds like you're sweeping. It sounds like you're sweeping straight away, I'm not going to lie.
I was about to give something personal, deeply personal to me,
Okay.
and you just, I was going to talk about the time that I got, hurt, but that's fine that you've gone and just taken a
No,
lot of the wind
please.
out of my
I'm
sails.
sorry, Dan.
Oh,
Please
okay,
continue.
no, it's I forgive you. I don't know if I told you, or maybe it was someone else, but like the reason, I was gone for a year, and the reasoning behind me being gone for a year was basically like a combination of you remember like a year ago where things were at. It was basically like the Keppel shit at a fever pitch against Destiny. It was like a few other things that were like really getting wild all at once, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna take a year off because it's fucking getting crazy. And then after a year of like doing that, and things were mostly fine, I realized like people were still they were still coming after you. You know what I mean? Like you can't kind of escape that type of thing. And the thing that changed in me is I realized that if people are going to come after me or like my family or bring me into shit like that, like essentially before I would always do and I think that's something that you do and normal people do also, is they do this pros and cons things. Like, okay, this guy came at me and said X. Okay, what's a proportional response? Right? Like, okay, they said that I'm fat. Okay, I'm going to say that you're fat. All right? And then that's it. But I think that sometimes what I'm realizing is that the only thing these people respect is literally the Israeli response. And that is like, you want to call me a cuck? That's what you're saying? You're saying that I'm a cuck? Okay. Well, I'm jerking off to your wife or something. Like, that's basically the level of response that if Destiny doesn't go to that point, that shit just keeps happening, essentially. So I think first off,
so you are going to sweep. You are going to sweep. Dude, it's such
no,
a easy point to make, right?
I'm not
This is so irritating! Bro, it's very simple, okay?
Talk shit, get hit, I guess,
Okay,
basically.
that's fine. Have your talk shit, get hit principle. But if you say something that's totally unhinged and a bunch of normies see it, they're going to be like, this is fucking insane. What is this guy doing? Spoiler alert, that was my whole fucking take on the situation.
Oh, yeah, but that's Destiny in general, though. Like, he says the most
unhinged shit. But he's trying to go mainstream, is he not? I thought he was trying to go mainstream.
No, I think you're wrong. No.
Look, I've got to be honest. I've not followed much of Destiny's.
No. That's fine. I can understand it. You know what it is? Here's the crazy part. He's going mainstream in spite of his best attempts to not go mainstream by saying unhinged shit on Twitter, right?
Okay, but you agree that in principle that acts as an impediment to going mainstream.
I would say, yeah, of course, obviously.
Right.
But I think I'm just wrong.
So
I think we're both wrong because he keeps growing and doing more and more unhinged shit.
Dude, this is, oh my god, this is exactly why covering this stuff is so insufferable sometimes. Because you've got some fucking orbiter that comes along that wants to tell you what's what, okay? It's a very simple take, right?
I think Chubb is
agree
being
with
a
what Destiny's saying about Ludwig.
here.
He acted unhinged, was probably drunk, and posted some crazy shit on Twitter, and people are going, this is crazy, bro. That's it, it's so simple.
But I also might be misunderstanding.
Is it more complicated than
sometimes it is easy to
misunderstand. Well, it's complicated only because it's Destiny, and this is like nothing compared to the normal shit he has said in the past. Like, he's gone on, like, you remember the tweets he's done like against Hindus and Muslims and shit like that. This is like a fucking 3 out of 10 compared to that.
The rape tweet, the classic rape tweet.
Yeah, but that was like 100 years ago. Like, that's not. I'm talking about somewhat recent shit. This was like you have to look at this tweet, I guess, in the broader scope of everything that Steve has tweeted.
Well, we haven't even got to that yet because you
months.
jumped in straight away to sweep. Okay? So anyway, listen, where is the actual tweet? So first of all, he posted a picture of cutie Cinderella in response to this 50 Cent tweet of her crying over Look, okay. One thing we can agree on, right? It's funny. It is funny, obviously, okay?
Sure.
But it also comes across as super fucking unhinged to people, particularly normies that are engaging with this, right?
Well, can you listen? This is my age. Okay, I'm not as in with the memes. What is the 50 Cent thing? Can you click on that? Sorry, just to go back one level on this. So when Ludwig responded with the 50 Cent thing, what was he responding to, and what is the context of the 50 Cent post?
Oh my god. Okay.
Hey, you know what?
It's
That's
fine,
not fair.
Dan, it's
That's
alright.
that's
Dan,
a
it's
long.
alright.
Okay.
Dan, it's okay.
Respect your seniors. Okay. Thank you.
Respect your seniors. What do you mean? You might be a bit older than me, but you've been streaming for fucking ages. I've been fucking grinding.
no,
I've been grinding, bro. Well, you've been resting your
I know,
weary
I'm
little
saying
legs.
in age and mental ability, all of that. Like, you know, your elders, okay, right? They're a little bit slower and not as caught up. That's why I'm saying you are now in the shit. You know it. You know what's going on. I need a little bit of a catch up. So, okay.
Yeah, sure. I understand. Okay. So,
Okay, yeah.
the thing is, and the other thing as well, is I just feel like the nature of having this conversation, it just makes it a much bigger deal than it truly is to me, at least. I'm just like, yeah, Destiny has some good points about Ludwig,
I'm
but
just
he went
bored.
fucking unhinged, and now you're like, what is the context of that tweet to that? It's very simple, right?
No, I don't give a fuck. I'm just bored and I have nothing going on, so this is fine.
Right, okay.
I 100% agree that Destiny goes unhinged constantly. There's nothing to say about that whatsoever. But I just want to follow along. That's all.
So basically, this guy makes a throwaway comment about Destiny's Wikipedia research, right? It's
yeah.
you know,
He doesn't like that.
Shitty comment, yeah. And then basically some fucking soy fan makes a Reddit tier edit of the situation and proves that Destiny actually doesn't just use Wikipedia. And then the guy that made the throwaway comment quote tweeted that tweet with a thread talking some shit. Destiny responded and said, did this really need a thread? And then in the replies to that, someone said, Ludwig seems cool, but he associates with cringe people. You, Hassan, the AI porn guy who is Atrioc. Destiny then quote tweeted it and said, he seems cool because, you know, he's trying to appeal to the widest audience as possible. So the reason that Ludwig's replied with this is Ludwig isn't actually fundamentally involved with the drama, right? He's kind of, you know, a side.
Oh, so it's like, huh? Why am I involved?
Yeah,
that
like,
type
why,
of thing.
why have you brought me into this, bro? Right? That's
Okay.
what's happening.
I think that's reasonable. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it, you know, it's like Ludwig is making, and I know they've probably got history and shit, and people have spoken about it, but no one's going to fucking care about that. It's just a little meme that Ludwig has done, right? Like, what, me? What's this got to do with me? And obviously, you know, Destiny responded with his Nebraska Steve, unhinged fucking quote tweeting with a picture of Cutie Cinderella. So it kind of escalated the situation beyond, I think, what most people would think is reasonable, like a normie, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. I'm caught up. Go ahead. You can move forward now through the thread.
Thank you for your permission, Dan. I appreciate that, okay?
You're welcome. No problem.
Okay. So anyway, Ludwig then responds, yes,
Dan.
that is a picture of my girlfriend who I love. How is your wife? Obviously alluding to the divorce memes, right? Okay.
Yeah,
So,
but Steve struck first though. Major escalation by Steve. Ooh, major escalation by Steve.
Right.
Unprompted.
Okay, I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad this is now happening because this is exactly my fucking take. You're giving my take, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So, Destiny escalates. Ludwig responds in kind. Okay.
Kind of a weak escalation in lieu of what it is, but you know, some on a similar level, but not like similar. I think if Destiny previously with the deepfake thing, let's say that was like a 9. I think this is like a 6 of a response. This is a normie response to that.
Yeah,
You could have gone
is.
along.
It's like, haha, you're divorced, right? It's very simple.
Exactly. Yeah. Not good. Not good.
Okay. But this is the other problem too, is the simplicity of it, I think, to normies is going to be perceived as like, he seems very aloof and cool, right?
True. Yeah.
So then, moving forward, Destiny then quote tweets this.
Jesus.
And says, don't worry, with the technology we have now pretty soon, we can all love her. Heart face emojis. Hey, maybe one day they'll even be able to deep fake you a personality.
Ludwig.
Wow.
Ludwig.
Well, that's my co-host right there. Yeah.
Ludwig, one of Hassan's friends, is a dumbass, and he's getting.
I'm thinking.
He's getting shot at. Kind of unfairly by Destiny, who I like.
To say
Destiny.
anything. What sweep?
But Ludwig,
we're not sweeping. Listen.
It's not like Ludwig's kind of like
fucking wild.
Reaping what he's sowing now.
I'm with you. This is the most wild motherfucker on earth. But this is also, I don't know. It's like par for the course for him, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. The thing is I get what you're saying. Yes, I have obviously, watched Destiny for some time in the past.
But I know some people
I've seen
don't
it
care about
bits
this drama, so that's why I'm
But to me,
playing this while listening to drama.
I would have thought. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of it. I don't follow Destiny's.
So that way you have two choices.
But I would have thought this would go up against him trying to go mainstream and get on news shows and stuff like that, right? Like that would be an issue.
Can I send you? I don't know if they're still up, but I can send you tweets where this is okay. Let me put it this way: on the scale of tweets that Steven has done in the last 6 months, where would you put this?
I don't know. Okay.
I would put it in maybe a 6.
Okay, you're doing the thing where it's like
No,
you've got to go and look at the
your
history.
thing.
No. I'm looking at this from a very simplistic perspective, right? I'm a normie looking at this, and I'm looking at the escalation and looking what's happening. Okay.
Yeah.
And as a normie, me personally, I'm like, yeah, fuck Ludwig. These guys are total freaks. This is obviously unhinged and too far, and people are going to fucking hate this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's one part of it. But then, from a normie perspective, I'm just thinking, oh my god, this is outrageous. This is terrible. Da 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 da. Right? It's obviously an insane thing to say that people are going to react very badly to, particularly if you're like on Ludwig's side. And you've even got like Michaela here. Michaela, who is like, do you know who Michaela is?
No, but I mean I know
Tyler
she's
One's
a
Twitch.
partner. Oh, okay, yeah. Now I know. Yes. Yeah.
So like even Michaela, who is got a pretty base reputation, it's like, dude, like bro, what the fuck are you doing, right?
Listen, I understand all this. This is not sweeping. It's just saying that like, isn't Destiny known for this? Like, if he doesn't do this, isn't it like, oh, Destiny's just kind of being not normal? Like again. I'm throwing this out. You're like, I can't believe Destiny is throwing away his mainstream career. It was like 2 months ago.
Whoa. I never said that.
Oh, okay. Or sorry. I didn't mean to put something in your mouth. I just don't think it matters or affects anything at all.
No,
would be my guess.
Well, but that's the thing. Me doing this segment, I was literally, before I get to my main topic today, it was just, oh, this is a funny thing that happened on Twitter, and I just talked about it a bit. But now you've come in, you're bored. Like it's not a big deal. It's just he acted fucking unhinged. That's it. And he probably shouldn't do that if he wants to progress forward because it could impact his career.
You know what? That might be the thing that we disagree with. I used to be on your page. I was also a Chud logic believer on that front. But you know what it is? He just must fucking know something that I don't know. That's it. Because he says the most insane shit ever constantly, and he keeps growing. And I think it has to be part of that, the reason that he grows. I know it sounds so fucking stupid, but he said shit like, to Hindus, to Islam, to fucking everyone. The shit that, like, I can't believe you're still on Twitter. You said it. Even on Elon's Twitter, the type of stuff. So I literally think that it's like part of the reason that he does grow. I don't know. There's nothing else. Because I look at some of that shit and it's like, I don't know if I should even come in to the fucking studio tomorrow because there might be fucking people who are trying to hunt you down. Like, that's how
but you're
unhinged
taking
it
it to this extreme thing, and again, it's just, this is an insane thing to say. And
no, it's all insane. It's all insane. Yeah, but then again, who gives a shit? Like, all Ludwig fans they're all like a bunch of Taylor Swift watching, fucking waiting for the next Marvel movie, fucking normies. Am I wrong?
Yeah, sure, but
okay.
that is what holds the kind of middle ground perspective, isn't it? That those kind of normies. And I think that only people like yourself, people that are basically enslaved by Destiny, and
thank you.
His kind of core fan base. Right, those are the people that are going to be like, based and like this.
What
and
normies?
I find it funny. I find it a funny thing, but
what normies would ever like Destiny? No normies like Destiny.
I don't know. There's probably some people from like, you can like, what is it? Fucking
that's wonderful.
Middle ground. Lex Friedman. Lex Friedman. People from.
I can't believe he got on. There must be something wrong with Lex Friedman to invite Destiny to that in the first place. That's fucking crazy. But the best part of that happening is all the people that fucking hate Destiny, seeing that happen, must have drove them fucking bananas. Oh my god. I wish I could.
Now you're glazing. You've gone from sweeping to glazing.
Wait, can a man not enjoy imagining something? Is that wrong? Am I not allowed to do that?
Well, the thing is, obviously, I'm kind of an escaped slave, so I feel like I'm an escaped slave from the Destiny plantation. and I'm talking to someone that's currently enslaved from the other side of the fence. You know, it's a tricky conversation.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Enslaved on the fence. Interesting. Hold on, I wanna reply to someone in your chat. First off, just so all of the new viewers know, because I haven't been here for a year, me and Chud are longtime friends. Isn't that right, Chud? Since the beginning.
Buds. Yeah,
Best
since the early days.
okay.
True.
That's true. So there is
I
someone who
remember when you
says,
came on and called me unemployed, you little fucking bugger.
yeah, but look at you now. Now actually mattering. Like a big deal.
Well, I don't know about mattering. I mean, I'm just a random shitter, but sure.
You're doing
Chud,
you're
you're
doing
kinda
you're doing
odd-
fantastic.
you're
I can't tell you
modest.
how proud I
Chud,
am
you're pretty
of what
popular.
you've done from the yellow and gold face to this is listen, you fucking made it at the end of the day,
Oh,
look at that.
Now you glaze me. Well, in fact, I remember a clip of you, right,
Yeah?
ages ago, talking about me.
Okay. It was positive because I don't even know what clip you're talking about, but I know it's positive because I've only ever had positive
You
things to
said
say.
you had your eye on me. You had your eye on me, right?
I got my eye on
Was
you.
that just
Look
it?
how far we've come.
Yeah, you know what? Because I know it. Well, I mean, I don't know. Listen, it was true, and that was years ago. Oh, sorry, I wanted to yell at chat. It's gone by so fast, and I think you have your own website now, right? Or no, is this YouTube?
No, website. I just
Oh,
multi-stream.
it's YouTube. Oh, gotcha. Okay, well, fuck. I missed someone who said get rid of the Zionists, and I just wanted to tell them they misspelled Zionist, and you should have just written Jew, pussy. Say what you actually mean.
Yeah, listen. Okay, one thing I will say is we do have some far-right members in my community these days, so there is that.
Yeah, but at least get it accurate.
Okay.
Like God, I'm the one who's advocating for a one-state solution or the repatriation completely of Germany by the Jews.
Anyway, okay.
Abandon Israel.
Listen.
What? Go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like my takes on this, you've agreed with more or less. It's just you just don't really care, or you think, it's not going to be a problem. I don't know if it will be a problem, right? I mean, obviously, yeah, Destiny's been betting like Ben Shapiro, fucking Jordan Peterson, big figures in the media space. It's just twofold. Like, obviously, this is only going to have to be a detriment to that. It's not going to be a positive, I don't think. And from a normie perspective, people are going to look at this and see Ludwig as kind of aloofly destroying Destiny. Because he comes across as a lot more aloof and chill in this interaction, whereas Destiny comes across as extremely agitated.
Yeah, that's kind of. Yeah, I would agree.
Boom. There we go. As this was missed out earlier due to a certain someone's tricks, shall we say. Okay, I missed this. Dude. What the fuck is this?
Fuck.
What is this? He must have been off his fucking rocker last night, dude. He must have been like on drugs or something. Do you know what this is, actually? Do you know what this fucking is? This is the I am a content creator moment that I had when I was on ketamine. I am Israel! I am Israel! I am Israel! Because I tell you what it is, right? I actually had a very similar moment. God, I've still got the message on my phone, right? I was off my fucking face, and I said to a guy that was there, oh yeah, fucking, what should I put on my Twitter for a laugh, right? And I nearly tweeted something out, but fortunately I didn't. It was just some random shit. It wasn't anything crazy. But instead I went to my fucking Discord. I am Israel! I just had a fucking epiphany. I'm Israel. I have to deal with these insanely unhinged fucking losers, Palestinians. Yes, this basically, after the little spat between Ludwig and Destiny, Destiny went to his website and posted this. Oh my god, dude. He must have been off his face. Drunk. Drugs. There's no other way that you would post this of a sound mind. So he compares himself to Israel. The losers are Palestine. They've literally always engaged in fucking weirdo attacks against me. terror attacks. Okay, right, I'm with you. While pretending they aren't. That's all fake news, and if it happens, they deserve it. Meanwhile, their fan bases, citizens, and their friendly fan bases, international support, hold them accountable for absolutely fucking nothing. He's got this all figured out. See, people say he's only looking at Wikipedia. I mean, clearly he's been looking at more than that. He's got this all fucking... He's got this all figured out, dude. And then my own fan base, Israeli citizens and Haaretz. I know who Haaretz are. Haaretz are a progressive Israeli news outlet that often does anti-Israel shit in their press, right? I got that reference. I got that fucking reference. I don't know what But Salem is. I'm not sure what But Salem is. I did it. Come down on me. Does anyone know? Come down on me for every single fucking thing I do and holy fucking shit. Fuck this. It's Rafa invasion time. But salami. Is that what this? But salami. Forethought perma-banning every single random fuck who criticised my takes.
Oh fuck.
And Ludwig, QT, whoever the fuck else in that friend group. I think the best thing that could happen is they all grab a bag of Fent-loaded coke so they can go join Slime's OD dead fucking dad 6 feet under. That's fucking insane, dude! What the fuck? Oh my god! Okay, that's fucking... Look. Listen to you.
But salami
that is
indeed.
Fucking based, okay? That is fucking based. That is so based. Yeah, exactly. This dude made an offhand comment about, you know, the Wikipedia stuff, right? He's talking about his dead fucking dad, dude! Oh my god. This would be like someone shoulder bumping you in the street and you turn around and pull out a fucking handgun and shoot him between the eyes. Someone's shoulder checking you and you immediately execute them. Fuck me, that's crazy. Yeah, I didn't look at all the Reddit shit, but apparently this dude who made the comment has been making little slights here and there or something. He's been, like, quite shitty. But, dude, that is fucking taking it up. That is taking it up a fucking level, dude. Fucking hell. Jesus. He was definitely on drugs, I think. There's no two ways about it. You do not write such an insane statement whilst not being under the influence or something. That's crazy. Dude. Fucking hell, dude. Make the world... Wait, what, dude? Wait, it gets worse. Make the world a better place and seriously redact yourselves in a group. Well, my perception was, like I said earlier, I thought he was trying to, like, chill out with this stuff and go more mainstream. But then here he is talking about people killing themselves en masse. I support that. Look, if there's a fucking, you know, what is it, a manifesto or something like that, okay? To take these people down, I'll be all for it. I mean, it looks like Destiny might be taking matters into his own hands anyway, eh? It's gonna be Destiny in a van full of fucking explosives driving towards, what is it called? The Streamer Awards. The fucking Streamer Awards. Barreling for the fucking after show party. Van packed full of explosives, sorting the issue out himself. Oh man. Although that would, no, if he's Israel, he'd probably do some sort of thing where he could argue that that needs to be bombed by the military or something. I don't know. That would probably work better. Fucking hell, man, that's insane. I'm thinking Jonestown, but not tragic. Ah! I am Israel! I am Israel! Oh my god, dude! Why bring my wife or family or my ex or anything about me constantly? What? Oh, I think this is in reference to Ludwig, I think. Apparently Ludwig has made some comments before. What do you mean, you retarded fuck? These people hit me on literally every single random weird personal attack because they're fighting over eating the scraps of Hassan's last dump, so they echo anything they've heard from him constantly.
You're still here.
I do think that there's an element of, like, Hassan pleasure happening here. I do think there's an element of trying to... It's like you're trying to side with Hassan. It's like you're trying to show loyalty to Hassan or something like that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean,
Okay,
this dude makes so much of his life
money off depressed people.
public. Of course people are going to talk about it. That's inevitable. But yeah, I do think that it's not a coincidence that recently, I think Hassan has been... I've not really followed that closely, but I think Hassan has been, you know, kind of like talking more shit and stuff like that recently, right? Like he's watched some of his debates and he's made sort of comments and shit. I think this could be part of that. Like, I think there's like an element of connection happening there. But yeah, I mean, I don't think he can really complain about the shit talking about his private life. I mean, that's going to happen. But I do think this is, you know, Hassan related. It's just so fucking annoying, and the sycophantic incel fans eat it all up and regurgitate the same shit. It's actually so fucking irritating. I need an IDF. Who is my strongest soldier? I'm guessing the incels is in relation to the QT Cinderella stuff, right? Dude, that is fucking... I saw a meme of this, and it was like, it's American Dad, and he's looking at like a thing, like a gauge, and the gauge is floating between based and insane. I'm like, yes, that describes this perfectly.
He cornered me.
This Israel comparison, man. This is a mixture of drugs and fucking reading too much. Whatever fucking shit he's been reading about Israel-Palestine.
Abaddon. What does that mean?
But yeah, there we go. So we've also got some extra... Whatever the fuck this is. I am Israel! What's the deal anyway? Is he... Someone said he was travelling at the moment. Because I would have thought he'd want to go live and probably... talk his shit on Ludwig. Dude, I tell you what. You should just... This is definitely linked to drugs or alcohol. You should not be using your social media. You should not be posting. You should not be saying shit when you're on drugs or drunk. It's a bad fucking idea. And I speak from personal experience.
Die!
Too mad level.
Cooked to absolute perfection. I better be, like,
you can be,
rare.
well, for the content's sake, it's good, but for your own personal...
I won't have anything else. Maybe
control,
medium rare.
It's a bad idea. I was literally this close to saying some unhinged shit on Twitter. Myself, when I was on fucking... What'd you call it? Ketamine.
I got it.
Go live. Oh my god! People in my fucking Discord were saying, go live. Go live. Go live. When I'm on fucking ketamine. Bro, no.
Come on,
That's a terrible idea.
A Souls-like is a game that's kind of like Dark Souls. Maybe that means your character can roll around. Maybe you gotta jump over dinosaurs. Or maybe big rocks just want to sit on you. Whatever it might be, I like to find Souls-likes that you probably haven't heard of. So if that sounds interesting, this is a bonus episode of Steam Dumpster Diving. Alright, today we have The Last Aura Crew. This is a narrative-focused Souls-like that mixes sci-fi with fantasy, and I played through it in co-op with Vadi last year. Honest to God, it was one of the funniest experiences I've ever had with a game. Just a complete fever dream. I originally intended on including it in a normal
Alright. Yay! My buttons are broken. I'm gonna quit game and see if it works after that. Her last PP touched. Yeah, it's broke. I had to exit completely. That's crazy. The alt tab bug is real. Alright, I must use the bathroom. I'll be back. time. That's vile. It's unhinged. Thanks, Ollie. Have a good nap. I'm such a jackass because there's one more I just saw. One more video that I want to watch, listen to.
They're coming straight in. Trust me, I've got.
It has to do with the concept of the cry bullying. I feel like right now, I think there's like too much of a combination of things that are driving me insane. And I'm either going to like dramatically divert the way that I engage with people, or I just have to settle some things in my brain. And I've already like bounced a few ideas around. I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm pretty sure, I think I'm going to axe any introduction of me as progressive or far left. And I think I'm probably going to cut ties with anything that has anything to do with that from now on. I don't know if I'm going to ever associate with any of that shit again. The spaces are driving me insane. I think the people are mostly horrible, and the ones that aren't calling them out don't like make it. So I don't know. I think the combination of things I think right now that are overloading my brain too much are, there's a combination of things that are happening that are driving me too insane right now that I don't know if I can handle all of them. Do you think fans' criticisms of you optically can come down to their own insecurities, like they can't fathom you being okay, that other streamer fans don't like you? It's like they think people hating you looks bad on them? No. I think that what happens is I set a certain standard of behavior, and then there are two huge things that happen. One is kind of fair, and the other is understandable, but incredibly annoying. The first thing is that if we set a certain standard of behavior, people obviously expect me to follow it, which is fair. And I typically set a standard of behavior, like don't attack people's families, don't blah, 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 which is like fair. And if people see me not live up to that standard, like, oh, well, this is disappointing. And then anything that I say in response to that, okay, well, what about this or that? I'm like, oh, well, are we going to reduce ourselves to those communities? Like, is that, like, then why even have the standards of behavior? I sympathize with that point of view. I think the annoying thing is people don't have my perspective. And that part is a lot. That part is a lot to deal with. Because generally, if you see me go unhinged on someone on Twitter, like you might think, actually, there were 2 Reddit threads that actually encapsulate this pretty well. But typically, if you see me go unhinged on someone on Twitter, you're just like, this guy tweeted like 3 things about you. Like, why the fuck are you going nuclear? And then they don't have like the full context of like everything else before. Oh yeah, shit. This was one. There was another one about Ludwig. How crazy are these kinds of interactions from Destiny's point of view? He spends a ton of time on stream doing research, definitely more than any other streamer that talks about the topic. Lonerbox has probably read more than me, to be fair. Someone links him a clip of the slime person in a giant podcast with Ludwig making fun of and downplaying the fact that Destiny does research. And then it's also annoying because like people will say, and even for each of these, there's like more and more and more things, right? So like one comment on its own is who cares, and it's like not that big of a deal. But it's the fact that it's not that he hold on, fuck. Wait, I don't think this guy has links actually. I might need to even go up and find links. It's not even just the fact that he made the comment. It's that he like goes crazy in his subreddit afterwards, like defending it at the bottom of this fucking subreddit, and then he makes a Twitter thread on me too. Like I think if he just made the comment, I'm like, okay, fuck, whatever. I don't care. It's just another one of like another in the deluge of like, you know, cum swallowing Ludwig dick rider people.
Yeah.
Like I'm used to them making stupid comments about me. So the problem is they always try to inhabit like both positions, right? So you have this thing where you simultaneously act like you don't care about me that much, because I think I'd have to go and look for this, but I think at one point, I think that he says it on his Twitter. He says like, oh. So somebody made this like clip compilation in response to what he said, okay? Which is kind of, I mean, we can say what you want, but what he said was factually wrong.
This is like Destiny just reading about Israel-Palestine on Wikipedia and then hopping in. Destiny just reading about Israel-Palestine on Wikipedia.
On Wikipedia. I'm a Wikipedia.
Right? So it's like, I mean, somebody called you out on it. Like, if you don't really care that much, like, if his response would have just been like, who cares? Like I don't care about Destiny that much. Like, I just made a random comment because I heard about him reading Wikipedia. Like, I don't actually care that much. Then fine. Like, that's fair. Okay, whatever. I think it's annoying, but fine, whatever. You know, I'm sympathetic towards that. But like, he does care. He clearly cares, right? Because he's in the bottom of this f***ing thread arguing about me. And this is before, by the way, this is before I've said anything about this at all, okay? Then what are you doing right now, Linfeo? Like, are you just mad that I made fun of Destiny? Chat, is that even more pathetic? Also, my friend, a real live Palestinian who I have housed and talked with for 7 years now has been explaining to me this issue from his real perspective since and continues to do so. And I take that much more seriously than some cuck who debates for a living. That's why I don't talk about it, because it requires so much more understanding of context than I'm willing to explain on our comedy podcast. But I'll take a cheap shot at someone I hate any day. Stay mad. I will also never think about you again. This is before I've said anything about this fucking guy at all, right? I haven't said a single thing about this guy. These are just posts that he's making, fighting with people in their own subreddit, you know? I'm fine with it. I'm not a lobbyist or a cuck debate streamer. Also seems to be echoed by a few other Jewish people I know that have visited Israel in the past, and this particular moment has them not f***ing with the Zionist plan either. In fact, I don't even go on social media about this or make it my personality or do what you guys call virtue signaling, blah, 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 right? So there's like, and you can go through he posts there's so much that he posts here. And then he makes this whole ass thread in response to this video clip, right? He makes this whole ass thread where it's like, I've made some people very grumpy again. To be honest, I'm surprised DJers even watch our show. Maybe we really are just that funny. Ha, tear, bleeding face. I don't know what this is. I also had it out with a few of the strays in the weekly episode thread, and one of them...
Quite scandalous. Oh my god! Yes, I will.
I need a fire breather.
Hot mama.
Can you knock on the table for us?
Don't believe you.
Seriously.
Seriously, don't believe you.
Got me feeling good.
Oh, wow. You have our attention.
was actually really reasonable and normal comments and stuff. Not even necessarily all stuff I agree with, but that was normal about it. And I was like, man, what a time to be alive. Anyways, I'm not a debate streamer, and thank fucking Christ for that. I also have always felt people trying to win an internet argument on my behalf makes me uncomfortable, but if this is your actual job for a living, you kind of have to accept guys who put QR codes in their fan cams. To think all things considered, I've kept my thoughts on Palestine pretty close to the chest because it's oddly a more personal issue for me, considering my friend that has talked about it, or has talked to me about it for the past 7 years or so, namely Free Palestine RN. But make no mistake, I will always take a chance to fire a pithy line at Destiny because it is, above all, as evidenced here and now, many other times, really, really funny, good, right? So it's just like, okay, whatever. But anyway, so someone links a clip of the slime person in a giant podcast with Ludwig, making fun of him and downplaying the fact that Destiny does research. Destiny, up until now, has only had positive interactions with this guy, although I'm not sure if he remembers. Apparently, I talked to this guy once on a Raw show. I don't remember, but whatever. Destiny has no reaction to the clip, doesn't attack him back, doesn't reply, just moves on. I think we just watched this on stream. I don't know. Did I even say anything? I think I was just like, whatever.
This is like Destiny just reading about Israel Palestine on Wikipedia and then hopping in.
Yeah, except he read the Wikipedia page wrong. He mixed up two sections, and now he's making 20-minute mogul mails.
Oh
Dude,
my
you
God.
hear Drake's up against Palestine?
That can't be good. I started off my whole video and I said, hey, to people who listen to more video game music than real music, this is for you. And you're also probably white. And then I went into it.
You stole all that from Twitter, by the way.
No.
Have an original thought.
This was me. I said, I've done this. This is
Because everyone's into it and he only likes things that are popular because he's a fuck.
That's mens rea. Paraphrase Destiny's claims from couple separate points. Very much comes to police action as such. Someone in DGG makes a video to show that he does research. Slime writes a thread on Twitter where he keeps attacking Destiny. Oh, and then he doesn't even. I don't even think I knew at this point that he'd been writing about me in the subreddit. Destiny answers with the equivalent of, "It's not that deep, bro." I think my actual tweet was something along the lines of, "Did this need a whole ass thread?" Yeah, so he makes like this whole ass thread on this. And then I think I said, "LOL, did this really need a whole ass tweet thread?" And then obviously we start getting pictures like this. Sorry, I should have just posted this. And it's like, okay. So it's just like, and it's like so cringe. And it's annoying because like, obviously Ludwig can say like, "Oh, well, I have nothing to do with any of this, blah, blah, blah." But like he greenlights like these types of attacks on me all the time. Like people have said weird shit. Like there's another thread on that where he's like said like weird shit about me on his fucking Whitecast.
Slime even reach out to me. He does it sometimes. He reach out. He's like, "Sorry, Dubbin, if I got you in heat." And I reply, I was like, "I don't care, man. Like, I think it's fine." Destiny, like quote retweets him and says, "Did you really need a whole ass tweet thread?" And then Slime said, "Sorry, should have just posted this," which is crazy. The typical Slime. I don't even know if I can show this on stream. I am. We are here. If someone at YouTube gets mad at me, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm a journalist reporting the facts.
Yeah, but it's just like these types of things. It's like so fucking annoying. Like Jesus, it's annoying because like because if you say anything about any of these people, obviously. Oh wait, is this the Palestinian friend that he was talking about? Free Palestine, RN. If there's any time to show that your solidarity means something, it would be in a time like this. If you put people in a perpetual prison and treat them as subhuman, do not be surprised when they resist. Free Palestine. Oh, October 7th. Oh, cool. Is the Slimeball guy part of the Smash community? So he supports Israelis and fucking kids. Nice. Yeah, the October 7th check never fails on people that call themselves Palestinian. Yeah, sorry. This is all in service of explaining that one point. It's a lot, but Destiny's actions are reasonable considering the history Ludwig has of sneak dissing him. All the people saying Destiny's going too far must be new. Ludwig has always been taking pot shots at Destiny, trying to undermine him and spread weird rumors about him. Firstly, there was a thing, yeah, this thing.
Oh boy, more Ludwig commentary.
And while main stage is going on with all these Smash events, a couple of streamers are there by the name of Destiny and Melina. They are at a Smash event doing IRL speed dating. They're not affiliated with the event in any way. I think they just booked a part of the venue to do speed dating. And the only reason I know this is because they have like two goons roaming around trying to sign Smashers up to do speed dating. And then went up to my friend Bunt and they're like, "You want to do speed dating?" He's like, "No, I have a girlfriend." And they're like, "This is with Destiny, the streamer. You could f his girlfriend." He's like, "Yeah, Christ. No one cares." It's so weird.
I don't think any of this actually happened. I know that CuteBot went with Melina to film like they were doing content for whatever CuteBot's normal content was, which I guess you could call it speed dating. But like I'm pretty sure like 80% of the story is made the fuck up because I couldn't find any origination for it. Somebody told me that it was actually the Slimeball guy that told him this story. I don't know if that's true. Oh, and also, yeah, I wasn't even at this event at the time, by the way. I didn't even go to this. So the fact that he says I was there is like, what are you even talking about? Yeah. But
it's so weird. But all right, hey, you know, content's content. You know what I mean? Anything for the sweet, sweet touch of content.
Okay.
I mean,
oh boy.
Making weird jokes about him with his friends around live on stream. I don't even know.
I always wondered how many views you'd get if you were ugly, but then I watched Destiny stream.
To be fair, I mean, this is a roast, so. Well, I don't know why you would roast somebody who's not there, but making weird jokes about painting Destiny to be a fake, unrepentant, evil streamer. I haven't watched these in a long time. Hold on.
Keep watching 30 more seconds.
Literally, someone tried to show up to Amaranth's house and burn her house down. Arson. This is a real thing that happened. Yeah, she gets swatted all the time, and then someone went to her house and tried to burn it down because she basically had kind of worked out the swatting thing, so they took it to the next level. You know? XQC like left his home because he also was getting a bunch of weird people who were trying to like with him in real life and go to his house. You know, like all these things are real problems that happen to streamers. So I think it's wild that Destiny, even for a joke, would have posted that and popularized that story. And
He says that I popularized the story of Hassan buying his $3 million mansion. I love that Hassan is like checking in here on him too. Like he probably just came back from like washing his hand from having his whole fist up Ludwig's asshole to fucking play the marionette or whatever while he danced for him on stream, and he's like sitting here making sure that his like little good boy is like doing a good job reading the script.
And then take zero credit and say, I don't even care, dude. That's wildly shitty. But I think it's all in the name of, I don't know, rivalry, content. Not
yeah.
Like implying that I doxed him. Oh my god.
Oh, Thops, you're about to have a real
spreading the same old DGG's brigading rumors.
I would never tell you guys to brigade a Reddit. I would just tell you to do what Destiny's community would, which seems to be okay. So why is it all of a sudden a problem?
Like, and it's funny too because he's friends with like the biggest brigader on the entire fucking internet, which we all see his son do constantly. But whatever. Although Destiny has tried to be relatively kind of quiet and avoid Cutie Cinderella and Ludwig, they've hated him since he stopped Casey trying to ruin the career of Bombs.
I cannot tell you.
The incident is just blah blah blah. Here's Destiny talking about the beast. Oh, anyway, yeah.
And I see that he said this. Wish assassinations were a real thing. This isn't a quote retweet to people in this situation. Not trying to say who, I'm not trying to get demonetized here. But what a fucking crazy thing for Mr. Penis Head to say. And then I scrolled up in our DMs and I found out that this dude was my viewer 5 years ago. Hey man, love your streams. They help me out a lot when I border sad. When I have disposable income one day, I'll give you a few shekels a month. Dude, what the f are we doing, man? I feel like a crazy person. But when I see all this division, I feel like they're not
This tweet was even before the video, if I recall. Oh, was the tweet date before the video?
Not humans. I feel like most.
I know that initially you tried to blame this on like being a DGGer. Like there was like a Destiny fan threat, and he thought that all of it was. I just looked into it and this proves it. The original February 26th Hassan stream where Hassan reacts and complains about Ludwig video. At this point, Ludwig's video is 10 minutes old. This is the original stream that started the drama. I think this is the one we already watched.
Chris came to TurboTax.
Chris came to TurboTax.
Here's Hassan earlier on the same stream looking at his own tweet, which is dated February 26th, so we're not relying on Twitch's timestamps alone for VODs. Ludwig's bookmark of the death threat is dated 1:16 p.m. February 25th, 2024. Twitter timestamp UTC is the 25th, and LA time is the 25th, which is always the day before Hassan's 26th stream. So while this technically could be a Destiny fan still, it basically disproves the fact that this tweet had anything to do with Ludwig's Hassan sneak diss video drama. This also proves Ludwig to be an unreliable narrator because he claimed that this tweet was because of the diss in the video and all of the drama about taking down the video, but these are both impossible. He also claimed multiple death threats in an older video, but the only one he has shown has been disproven. If it was actually a Destiny fan, wouldn't they do the death threat after Ludwig has taken down the video with the Hassan diss because they're angry about him placating himself? And apparently Ludwig re-uploaded the video and then deleted that accusation. Or I don't think you have to re-upload actually on YouTube now. He just deleted that part of the video. Ludwig is like such a decently cool person, other than the fact that he's such a spineless fuck and carries so much water. It's especially frustrating because Ludwig knows better. I think that's the thing that frustrates me the most about this. Ludwig is a large content creator. I'm pretty sure he's like a larger content creator than me. I'm pretty sure he has a ton of different platforms and like he's got a ton of reach. He knows how irresponsible and stupid it is to take one fucking DM and pretend that it is exemplary or exemplifies an entire fan's fan base or an entire streamer's fan base. Like what a stupid comment to make. You know better than this. You know that you would never stand for anybody doing this. That if I were to go up to you or if anybody else were to make a comment like, oh wow, Ludwig's fans think this because one guy DM me and he follows Ludwig on Twitter, which by the way, I don't think this guy followed me or Hassan or maybe not even Ludwig on Twitter, right? You know how stupid it is to make this type of generalization, but he does it anyway to defend his fucking friend Hassan. How weak. What a spineless thing to do. Or it was just literally Hassan wrote the script for him to do here and he read this alongside the advertiser script. In his video, Ludwig claims that a person who messaged him after he deleted his recent video is making death threats towards two people in this situation on Twitter. He shows that the same person sent him a positive message 5 years ago, but has since then allegedly been radicalized by Destiny, is making death threats on Destiny's behalf. Don't go scorched earth? This is like the second or third time Ludwig has done this towards me. But anyway, all of this to say is that like, when I start like fighting with somebody online, it's not usually, they're like, somebody will see me go on Hinge and they'll be like, oh, like, why are you attacking this guy? It's like, this guy's a history of like making weird, creepy, stupid comments. And then keep in mind too, that with every single one of these comments, there's like, it's all the other deluge of like retarded lefty dipshits that are also joining in. So for every single one of these points, you've got Hassan watching and reacting, and then his fans sending me death threats. You've got Denims watching and reacting if she's not too busy watching TV shows. You've got Mike from PA watching and reacting as he's chowing down so that he can gain another 5 pounds, so that he can be large enough finally to Caseytron. You've got Caseytron trying to watch, seeing through the haze of
Very
bong
earth.
smoke in her apartment and reacting as she
Caleb
chows down another
Russell.
5 pounds so that Mike can never weigh enough to
No.
her. It's just like every single one of these things is just so much. Oh God, it's so annoying. Do you think that Hassan can't stop crying about you even offline when hanging out with these people? Oh, yes. Oh, I guess I can say that now because both. Melina, in between talking to me about Will and showing me his dick pictures on her phone when they weren't trying to hook up behind his girlfriend's back, Melina would tell me that Will would tell her that Hassan religiously follows my shit. So I guess I kind of lied about that publicly when I'm like, do these people actually watch me that much? They do. Hassan obsessively follows a lot of my shit. And I knew that because Will told that to Melina, which I thought was funny. So it's irritating that any type of insult is greenlit towards me. Okay. There is a bad faith summary or explanation of anything I believe or do, believe in or do. 1, 2.
Buckle me.
Generally
sure.
excluded from all of these places, either explicitly or implicitly. I think the things that are driving me the craziest, it has to do with the concept of like the cry bullying. So I don't like that when I fight with people, all forms of insults are like okay for me. So whether it's making fun of personal stuff, you know, whether it's making fun of my sexuality, whether it's making fun of my being racist, like all of these are okay, which is fine for me. But not when I can't do anything in return. It f***s my head up way too much. I would much rather fight with Nazis who will call me racial slurs that I can go hard against than fight with cry bullies who, if you say anything, it just is, this is too much. The cry bullying is way too much. For the bad faith summary explanation of anything I believe in or do, I don't really care as much about that. Like, people are always going to do it. What I don't like is that the people that do this are people that shouldn't even have an opinion of me. And it's people that are retarded. That drives me crazy. So the slime dude, the dude whose dad crack OD'd in front of him or whatever, that guy, he doesn't know anything about anything that I do, anything that I talk about. I don't need him to say anything good about me. I don't care. But he shouldn't have an opinion about me. And he shouldn't be talking about me. That just drives me crazy in conjunction with all these other things, right? It drives me crazy when retards try to summarize or talk about anything that I do and then give this like huge audiences, and then it gets greenlit by everybody else. Obviously I'm hardcore. Oh, and it's always done just for like clout too. Like, it's not like these people have like any measured position here or like feel very strongly about this. It's always like, well, you know, I have to do this because this is like the popular Zoomer take. Like, this is what we have to say. It's just annoying. Obviously I'm hardcore. I'm banned from Twitch and I'm never getting invited on any of these shows, which is on its own is whatever. But obviously I have no chance to correct the record or fight against any of the obviously stupid things they're saying. And then my community being way too accountable of me, like, makes me want to kill myself. I've got like a whole community of people that are, you know, call me cucks, fat, send me death threats, send me whatever, make fun of 50 million different things. And then I post a picture of Ludwig's autistic girlfriend crying on stream for attention because she can't raise money for her stupid shows anymore. And then it's like, oh my God, this is too far. Like, bro, these people, like, Ludwig has greenlit so much retarded shit against me. Like, he is such an invertebrate, like, spineless. It drives me insane. I have to treat him with kids' gloves while he, like, greenlights, like, every type of, like, thing against me. I can't. There's too many different factors here that are, I can't have all of these. So I have to figure out, so I have to change something. The first one is just dropping all pretense how I deal with people. So I greenlight everything. Like, okay, well, if we're gonna make fun of this, if you're gonna come at me, then we'll go after everything. I don't give a fuck anymore. Obviously, there are pros and cons to that. Can you give us some examples of the Ludwig stuff? It's hard to push back on him when it's so sneaky. It would be nice to lay it all out with a manifest. It's not worth it because he's such a cowardly like, he just kind of like will float in between all of it. Stuff for Ludwig. I mean, like, what is it? Like, he had a really weird slanted telling of a story where he was trying to pretend that like Melina was like walking, or Cutebot or her friends were walking around trying to find people to my girlfriend at some event, at some file event that he was hosting or giving commentary to, some Smash Kids event. which was not true. The way that he framed it was obviously not true. He blamed me for doxing Hassan in between slurping loads out of his fucking nutsack. He was on stream saying that I was the one that initially spread his dox, even though I was talking about a story that had already been published like 3 days prior. He blamed me for that. He took down a story because Hassan said that he was going to stop fucking his ass if he actually left up a video where he made like a 2-second clip where he joked about something that Hassan had said about the streamer privilege thing.
You should call Hassan and apologize. Why is Hassan mad?
Fucking fan.
What'd I do? Because I'm a mogul male? I feel like everything I said was fine. Am I crazy?
And Hassan was so unbelievably sensitive, more sensitive than the head of his cock after Ludwig spent 2 hours polishing it with his tongue, okay? He was so sensitive that Ludwig deleted that whole video, lied about why he deleted the video, and then reposted a new video where he blamed my entire community for harassment because of one random DM he got from a guy on Twitter who had nothing to do with me. He's like the most cowardly, subhuman, like spineless fuck. And I've like tried to, sometimes I think I've expressed frustration, probably mainly. Oftentimes I try to like high road it because it's like whatever. This is all true, but what does Cutie have to do with this? Cutie's also a cuck. She sided with Casey Trent. She like has harassed the out of me in the past a ton. Like we were like kind of okay, but like also I just don't give a if you associate with somebody like that, you. I don't care anymore. Making a weird comment about me in the show, which was honestly whatever. You want to make your throwaway fucking comments, that's fine. I don't give a for him to make the throwaway comment and then go into Reddit and like, oh, I've got a friend who's in Palestine and Destiny's a piece of shit, and then go into Twitter and make another thread. It's like, bro, you're making so many threads about me. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's just so irritating. And then obviously like Ludwig is co-signing all of these attacks, right? Because it's like within the contract for Hassan that he only gets so much access to his, I guess, based on how many attacks against me he lets slide on his show or his Twitter or whatever. Did you see Ludwig explain the vibes thing? Yeah, I don't know. Every person I've met in real life, I've had a pretty good interaction with. I'm not a very rude person ever, but everybody like likes to make shit up, I guess. I mean, I shouldn't necessarily blame Ludwig. Like he might just be reading scripts that Hassan sends him. Like, would you blame an actor for, you know, what the writer is telling them to perform on screen? I don't know.
But
maybe it's not actually Ludwig's
he's not
fault.
an
Maybe actually
actor.
blaming Hassan for sending him.
He's
You
like
know, he needs a shout out. You are rage.
they're trying
Yeah,
to shit
actually,
on
he seems
you for no
relatively
reason.
measured. Yeah. For the most part, I don't really care if people don't like me. Yeah, but it's just like it's the lying, and then it's the like the cry bullying, the like going as hard as you want, and then I can't counter with anything without like my community swing the fuck out. Did you see Pokemon liking Ludwig's tweets? Yeah, female Ludwig would like Ludwig's tweets. That's not surprising at all. She also like has to keep her caught up with whatever community she seems to be a part of. But I don't. I mean, why the fuck?
Pokemon
What do
is
I need?
stupid
The
too.
Pokebridge burned. I don't know. I'm so bored of like the I don't even know what you would call them. Like the mainstream safe opinion crowd. It's like the influencer crowd who always has to have the public safe, the PR safe opinion on everything. Normally I wouldn't care, but then I end up getting thrown under the bus by a bunch of people that are functionally retarded. And it's just, yeah, it's irritating as to me. Ludwig is pro-Palestine. Is that a safe opinion? Ludwig is not pro-Palestine. Ludwig doesn't know anything about Palestine. Ludwig doesn't know anything about anything outside of, you know, smashing kids or whatever the fuck they do in the Super Smash Melee community or whatever. I don't even know what the fuck he does. I have no fucking idea. Nobody, 99% of the influencers you see online are not like pro-Palestine or pro-Israel. They're pro whatever like the Zoomer safe opinion to give now is. That's it. It's just, ordinarily I wouldn't care, but when people have like such strong opinions about it and then like start to attack other people, like, why are you attacking me over the history of a country that like you literally know nothing about? You don't know anything about this and you haven't done any homework and you don't like, why such a strong opinion? Yeah, it's just, that's irritating. Like, why not just like focus on homelessness? Okay, like let's have like streamers against homelessness. Okay, that'd be great. Okay, Jesus. Destiny, a grand 90%, but on your point to the sole association with bad actors making yourself a bad actor in your eyes, do you hold everyone to such a high standard? No, you fucking retard. Yeah, no, this is, I don't know, man. This is my fault. It's the level of charitability that I've treated these guys with as well is also like, it's, yeah. it's like mind you guys too, because you're like, oh well, aren't these guys like really good except for this one thing or blah blah blah. It's like, no, these people are trash people. They engage in so much retarded shit, and then it's like, well, it's a solo association with this person when they haven't blah blah blah. Like, yeah, that's yeah, it's just annoying. It's what kick streamers do to you, and Trainwreck's co-signing it and say nothing on his podcast. I don't even care as much about that. W. Aiden, screaming at me, that I'm like 50 times. Because I can say, I think I can say almost anything to Aiden. Do they freak the out? I don't remember his community. I just don't like cry bullies. That cry bullying is my most irritated thing. If you want to be a Nazi or whatever, then, hey, go for it. Go hard. But when you start, oh, they did over the Islam shit. Oh, true, because Muslims are snowflakes online as well. I just can't handle the cry bullying shit. That is true. He did cry bully. Never mind. Yeah, Aiden. God, it drives me crazy how soy everybody is. I like you're focusing more on how these people know nothing about what they're talking about. I think you should take that angle more often, even when talking about Hassan, as he knows nothing. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. So it's not even worth. It's not worth saying it. Yeah. What is your actual opinion on AI porn of celebs and influencers? I think it's unethical to masturbate to AI porn unless you know that the person is bothered by it. If you know the person's bothered by it, then you should. Every single load should be dedicated to. The predominant insult that people usually use against me is that I'm pre-made up my opinion and that I read Wikipedia all the time, despite the fact that I know more about, at the very least, this conflict than literally all of these clueless fucking retards. What is it? I don't understand what you think would change about. Yeah, it's not like the attacks against me are rooted in any type of factual foundation. Oh yeah, and the cuck shit. Despite the fact that Hassan's only like the longest relationship he's ever had, besides the celeb ones that he tries to keep secret, was with who the porn star, Janice Jackson, the one that he called the cops on to do a wellness check, after telling everybody else not to call the cops. The only person in that circle I've seen defend you is Moy. I don't care. Like I said, I don't care if people defend me. I just want people to talk about me. Griffith, not Jackson? I don't know, whatever the fuck. Oh yeah, because he Harris Jackson, right? I don't understand the beef. Wikipedia jokes are unsolid. No, I don't even care about that. It's that Hassan's like unhinged every single day. He's talking about he's wild with like all the crazy like personal insults like every day, and it doesn't matter. Having an entire full Discord full of people spamming racial slurs at me and then only changing when he gets called out like on stream live is like wild. Can you elaborate on the association with the progressive label? My feeling right now is that for progressive people, I think progressives are just people that accidentally stumbled onto Tumblr instead of 4chan. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm done with it. I don't want to identify with the community anymore. I don't want anything to do with the community anymore. The progressive viewpoint is that all cops are bad because if any cops were good, they'd stop the bad ones. That applies 50-fold to progressives. And then you also see the, you can also see like the leanings on all the recent conflicts and everything. Like progressives are just unprincipled, like totalitarian monsters. But I've had that feeling for a while. I think I just hate all illiberal people. Like if you're illiberal, I don't want anything to do with you. So Nazis, far-right authoritarians, the average Trump supporter, and then generally progressives, and then obviously like tanky socialist communists or whatever. I just have no, I don't think. It's not even that I don't want to be. I don't want to lend them any credibility either. Like, oh, Destiny's a good progressive. No, I'm not a progressive. I'm a center-left liberal. Progressives. I don't want anything to do with them. I don't want them to get any credibility for me. I don't want to do anything with them. Like, yeah. Are you going to react to the progressive talking points, or is it Fortress mode? No, never Fortress. Like, I have no problem talking to other people. The well poisoning though, like in this community, the whole Twitch everything community is just so cancerous. My God. I was talking to somebody a while ago that posed an interesting thing to me that I'd never even considered before, is that it's possible that I might get lost too much in trying to appeal so much to other crowds or people that I'm losing, or I've lost, or I don't make any attempt to appeal to somebody that might not be hardcore predisposed against me originally. That like basically all of my strategizing, all of my rhetorical skills, like everything goes into like, okay, well this audience is primed against me for XYZ reason. Like how do I communicate? And I essentially live in that zone. And that might not be a good thing. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like I said, I'll probably spend the next few days thinking on it. Are you ever worried that the bigger you become, the bigger your ego will get? How do you level yourself? I don't know, I'm pretty sure whatever built-in mechanisms I have seem to be working decently so far. I don't think it's like a worry that I've got. I think you can turn the subreddit into a manufacturing mill for disproving the narratives about you. The TikTok edit was reacted to by a bunch of streamers, and the goalpost is being shifted from Wikipedia. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, it's hard. I just have to go. This actually, I guess, funnily enough, it reps into the Dr. K shit. I don't like soy posting about myself, and that attitude is reflected in my community, but it ends up becoming like unbearably toxic because one really irritating thing. One irritating thing that happens is that other communities don't seem to be very critical of their own content creators as long as they're virtue signaling correctly. There's like very little factual criticism. So somebody says, like, let's say somebody makes up a lie about me, and then they and their community sees it, like, it doesn't matter. If somebody points it out, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm like the enemy, they can say whatever they want. They've got carte blanche to make up, you know, whatever shit, you know, the kitty communities decide to say about me. And then when that comes to my community, so then you've got a lot of this external pressure that has no external fact checking, right? The communities don't audit themselves because there's no pressure or desire to. There's no reason to. Why the you don't? It's not like you're rewarded for being factually accurate or correct in these communities. So there's no fact checking or auditing there. And then those attacks come to my community, and then in my community, it's like there's a weird thing that happens where I think people overcorrect. I say weird, but it's probably modeled off of me. Like, generally everything I do speaks for itself. I don't usually feel the need to like be a hype man for myself. I don't need to do that. Like I have, like, if you, I know what I do. I know what I'm worth. I know everything about myself. I don't need to like hype me up. And then I think that attitude carries over to my community. So when people do hype me up, if they ever do, it's like a cringe, horrible thing. So like if somebody like goes onto Hassan's stream, like, oh, Hassan, like when you talked about this thing, it made me feel so good. Everybody in Hassan's chat is spamming like feels good, man. Like, oh yeah, we like this. But then if it happens like on my stream, it's like, oh, what a glazing loser. Like you guys are already typing it. Yeah, glaze, glaze, glaze. And then people feel like when they criticize me, it's like, oh shit, like this is like, I'm about to make the bravest post in my life. Ordinarily, I support what Destiny does, but this particular thing was so horrible, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, yeah. And that's like the type of behavior. So I feel like my community gets rewarded for being highly critical, which would be okay if other communities were. But when every community is poised to attack me, and then my own community is poised to amplify criticism and then kind of reduce any good thing is like memeing it off as glazing, then you have like, it's just a very AIDS cancer dynamic that dynamic I think is unworkable, or at least mentally for me, unless I completely like unplug or disengage from. Real question, how can you tell when you're in the wrong versus when everyone else is overreacting, especially your own community? Depending on what you're talking about, whatever that process looks like, these situations are far easier to think. We're not in an area where it's like, is this like wrong or is this f***ed up? Like when I've got some dude spamming cuck jokes at me after writing like manifestos on how much of a horrible person I am because I'm pro-genocide or some shit, and the only time Ludwig decides to get involved is because somebody else brings him up and then I respond to it, no, f that shit. And then he's co-signed this dumb shit on me in the past. Nah, that's fine. No, that. And then the amount of charitability, then like my community, because generally that meme is used to be like, yo, why the f are you bringing me up, bro? And I'm aware of that, but it is also part of a cuck meme, and Ludwig has made these jokes in the past about me. So, but my community would be like, well, actually, Destiny, if we apply the optimal lens of charity and the idea that maybe he just didn't want to blah, 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 and it's like, okay. And then like, meanwhile, like the other communities are like, do you think that Destiny like 3 Palestinian miners in the today, or do you think he 5 of them before he tortured them and murdered them, and then grilled their charred remains and ate it for breakfast? Like, what do you guys think? Like, that's like the other community. And then my community is like, yeah, so I think that when Ludwig said this, I think he was probably just misinformed. And when Destiny went off on him, I think that it was like a little bit too, I was like, yeah, I'm good on that. Perhaps the community tends to reflect the streamer. In your case, you tend to capture opinions in a nuanced manner. The community tries to do the game. No, yeah, I understand. No, it is. I literally just said that. I don't know why people are repeating it back to me. Yeah, but I have to figure out if that's what I want. But I mean, like, I should. It's just hard. It's just hard to exist like with other worse communities. It's annoying. Twitter community is up to like 11K. Yeah, we'll probably do more shit on that.
Hello.
What were you at? 2 seconds. What is it?
Oh, I'm gonna need more than 2 seconds. I think this is a very serious issue we need to talk about.
What's the issue?
I think you lied to me.
About which thing?
Just about everything. I'm gonna send you a link to a video that I want you to react to on stream, and I want you to tell me, why did you lie?
Oh, listen, it's not what it looks like, okay? In actuality, as soon as the camera went off, I started beating the shit out of all of these animals, okay? But whoever was filming at the time didn't record it. But that's the part that you're missing here. I'll find the rest of the footage for you, okay?
I think you're lying. I think you pet a nice kitty. I think you also pet a chicken, and you respected them and treated them nice.
Only because they let me have sex with him. Fuck, my Discord's lagging. Okay. How can you better gauge the integrity of a potential relationship in the future with people that are building communities? Like, how do you plan for the long haul?
I'm in it for the
I don't know.
long
I'm never
haul.
watching the Moodhar video on Keffels. I do not care. Please stop spamming this. One thing that clicked for me yesterday, actually, in a totally unrelated conversation with somebody else, is so I think one thing that I'm started to change how I view other people and their actions through is kind of like the incentive structures. I talked a lot about like the constellation of beliefs and how people believe in things just because there's a big social pressure to do so. And one of the things we used to say in the past is like, oh, well, how do you change somebody's mind? And it's like, well, the best thing you can do is to, be that person's friend and be close with them and work over time and blah, 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 blah. And I realized that old thought actually plugs in like really directly with the social reinforcement thing. You're just becoming like part of the social reinforcement. That's all that's actually happening there. I think that the only way to change certain things is you have to change the incentive structure. I truly think that's it. I think that like ordinarily, I think life is literally just Econ 101, where what's the first thing you learn? People respond predictably to economic incentives. You can buy the same product and one is cheaper than the other, all else equal, you're going to buy the cheaper product. And I think that something that's very irritating is that the incentive structure right now, since I'm not politically aligned with anybody on the internet, the incentive structure is aligned against me in a lot of ways, which ordinarily I don't think I care depending on where it comes from. But I think the hypocrisy and the cry bullying is, I think, what's like mind fucking me the most. Like if the gripers in Hassan's community don't like me, they're not supposed to. I understand that, whatever. And then even if they lie about me, that's annoying, but whatever. But to see like the actual red-brown alliance like come back to life is wild to me. I'm like, wait, Hassan has Nazi Twitter accounts on his stream right now to attack me? And then to see those opinions like pervading into normie spaces, because every political issue has so much like social value behind it now. Like now you have like, there's a lot of social credit attached to having a strong opinion relating to Israel-Palestine is really, really, really irritating. Destiny, this makes you immune to audience capture though, right? No, not necessarily. You could still fall prey to audience capture. You just won't necessarily be part of a big club. Usually when audience capture is happening, usually it's because you're trying to appeal to a big club as well, but you could theoretically still get audience captured by a by a nonpartisan audience. It's possible, right? How'd you feel about the Bridges podcast today? I thought it went really well. I'm glad that I think the audio video stuff is perfect now. Chris is super entertaining as a guest. Yeah. If you think people like Ludwig or Poke are bad, watch Caroline Kwan for 5 minutes, and you want to blow your brains nuts and shake your right. No, I've watched her talk before. People like her are probably like the strongest arguments that you can make in favor of like forcibly interning people. Like I see people like her speak, and I'm like, holy shit, this is why lefties want to do re-education camps. Like I get it, right? You see people like her talking, and it's like, oh my god, these people are where the gulags came from. Like, not because she'd start them, but because you want her in one. Like it totally makes, I totally 100% get it. To combine like that level of smugness with that level of, I guess, like decaying white matter in your brain, it is like a combination for this. The perfect sweet and sour, the perfect savory and spicy. Is that the opposite of savory? I don't fucking know. A method of attack on competing audience might be, rather than trying to get them to like you, to make them incentivized to listen to you, find something that you agree with and give the take better than them. The old Casey meme about you giving the answer, and it doesn't matter. Most of these people never engage with anything I say or do. I have like, it's easy for me to, if I can talk to an audience, it's pretty easy for me to flip. It's pretty easy for me to have a good impression on that audience. That I can do pretty well. Or if somebody's never heard of me and they have a neutral impression of me, I think I'll generally always come off good, as long as I have the ability to participate in that discussion. Because I'm generally won't, unless I'm trying to be unhinged. Yeah, the irritation, I guess, is just like all the Twitch communities, and then the, I guess like the, what is it? It's like the human centipede of like combinations of these people. It's so annoying. You should call it Hassan for dodging the Piers Morgan debate offer. I mean, why? It's like perfectly in line with what he does, right? He's a cowardly, wealthy capitalist who's grifting off the socialist shit while being racist and misogynistic in order to make the maximum amount of money possible so that he can move on to the next grift. Would you ever invite Ludwig to Bridges? No, stop. But he would never come anyway, so it doesn't matter. Destiny used to be horrible at that. For example, when you spoke to Asmongold about him voting for Trump, you were very mean and unfair. That was like 7 years ago, I think, right? Like, I feel like I've done, my approach has changed significantly. Did you see the Northern Lights last night? I'm in fucking... Could you see them in DC? Does the mainstreamer clique have a dislike towards streamers who don't want to associate with their group? Not that much. I'm just like on the wrong side of like a political opinion right now, so it's just annoying. But it's more annoying because I know that it's all like the Hassan dick sucking in the background. It's the most annoying thing. But...
Asshole. Gotta get to the grace.
How can Hassan feel so strongly about Palestine yet he's not willing to have a conversation about it? Please call him out on it. What is it? What do you mean? I watch his shit. He's never going to respond to that. Like, he'd rather obsess and talk about my ex's all day on stream or whatever. Because he's too busy, like, scarfing down gallons of finasteride or whatever is rotting his mind to actually go out and get any of his own. So he has to think about my sex life, or my past sex life, I guess. So you gave up on persuading Hassan and Ludwig's audience. I've never tried to persuade those audiences. I can't. They're way too mind captured by Hassan. Both of them are captured by Hassan. I don't think Ludwig has enough of a mind to capture anybody with it. I don't. But like I said, I also don't really care. I think the issue is just it's just having that like their tendrils like grow out and like influence other communities around me. It's so weird and annoying. Like, Dr. K's audience being primed against me is so weird, considering every conversation I've had with Dr. K has been beyond, like, respectful. Like, we just have, like, yeah, whatever conversations. The fact that, like, his audience is, like, unhinged about me, just as a reflection of, like, all of the weird Hassan propaganda that Twitch facilitates is so bizarre to me. Or it's not bizarre, it's just irritating or annoying, I guess, yeah. Their audience goes in other people's chats and shits on you? Yeah, because they do a lot from their Discord. The one that Hassan always says he's not in or has no control over. To be fair, the YouTube community is primed to hate Hassan. My YouTube community? If my YouTube community is primed to hate people, it's usually because people are doing stuff that I feel like I'm demonstrating is like pretty wrong. One thing that I do better than almost anybody else online, and it's irritating that nobody else can even fathom doing this, is I'll give people credit when they do something that I agree with. I feel like, yes, I guess I don't expect it in return, I guess, because it'll never happen. But then my audience is also conditioned so that I have to do that as well. Because then if I don't give somebody credit for something, then my audience like loses their shit. Meanwhile, other communities are unhinged. Ugh. It's kind of cool that Dr. K doesn't appear to be influenced by some of those extreme factors of this audience. I think Dr. K seems to be a pretty strong like individual. Like, he doesn't necessarily bow to whatever the public opinions are on whatever thing. But he's also like kind of isolated from that career-wise as well. It's not like he doesn't need to give an opinion on Israel-Palestine as like a therapy or life coach or mental health talking person. I don't know what you would call Israel, but yeah.
Yeah.
What's the main reason why the WL community hates Hassan? Didn't Hassan fight with some WL people? I don't remember. The WL community is kind of like their own thing, though. Are they... How much of a representation do they have on Twitch right now? I'm not actually sure. You said you wanted to become more aligned with Praxi or or solution generating a few months back instead of just being a deconstructionist. Is that still true? Maybe. I'm not as sure anymore. We'll see after this election. I don't actually know right now. Yeah, I don't know. I think... right now, my big interests are like studying and debate. Debate, obviously, I could do really well. Studying, I'm able to do really well. And in terms of like the real life political shit, I'm not. I don't know. We'll see. I feel like it's too thankless at the moment, and it's a huge investment of time. It's a huge investment of money. It's a huge investment of community goodwill. And I get almost nothing in return, and then the participation from other people is like lackluster at best. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. But like I said, I'm probably gonna spend the next like 2 or 3 days, yeah, bouncing ideas around in my brain. We'll find out. You never feel like you do the web thing, but with social groups, like you web the opinions of people like Ludwig, Slime, QTC, on you to their friendship with Hassan, whereas it feels like we can point to a series of direct interactions you've had that would equivalently achieve the distaste. No, everything originated from other people. Slime, I still don't know who that is, other than like Ludwig's like 4th generic white friend. I have no idea who the Slime guy actually is. For Ludwig has no, I don't think Ludwig has any reason to not like me ever. I don't, we've fought a little bit in the past, but it's usually after he makes like an unhinged, out of pocket, like wild claim about me. But I know where the claims come from. They're all Hassan talking points. And then Cutie Cinderella and I started to not get along a ton when she would side with Casey Tron. For some reason, there are a lot of women that have this problem. You call it being a girl's girl, but the more literal translation is basically any time you have to evaluate the actions of a person. If that person is also a woman, your IQ drops like 25 points. So if you take somebody like Cutie Cinderella, who's ordinarily, probably like an 85 IQ individual, and then she has to evaluate something relating to another woman, it drops to 70 or lower. And then all of a sudden, it's just like the most retarded shit you've ever seen in your entire life. And everybody does this online. Like, a girl will come out and say some shit, and it's like, yesterday was so traumatic for me. I had to slice my boyfriend's dick off, and I tortured him, and I was crying so much the entire time. I was murdering him because it was so hard, because 10 years ago, I think he slapped my ass before we were dating. And it's like, oh, liked by Pokemon, liked by, like, every single girl streamer, because, yeah, it's an annoying phenomenon, but... It happened when they all attacked Asmongold and Gistigal as well. Yeah. What do you think about the idea that you fell off as a rhetorician over the past 5 years? I don't know what, like, when people say things to attack me, like if it's clearly not true. I don't know if you understand. All you're doing is like making me feel better. Like, those are the few, like, when people come in, it's like, oh, this guy's like falling off. Like, every single year as my career and my income and my influence continue to grow and grow and grow. And it's like, do you think that, like, if for an insult to work, there has to be like at least like some element of truth to it. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, I feel really bad as I've had probably more mainstreamish conversations this year than I probably have in the last like 5 years of my career combined. Yes, I'm definitely feeling the effects of my failing rhetoric and everything, for sure, dude. Is there even any political streamer ever that's had close to the same amount of mainstream appearances as Destiny? Probably. We just don't interact with them as much. Like, David Pacman has probably talked to more people mainstream, I would imagine. The Young Turks probably have, right?
Young Turks.
I'm sure there are other people that we just don't interact with. Like, there's whole, like, podcasts out there, like Pod Save America and shit. Like, you've got this whole other, like, apparatus of stuff out there that we don't interact with at all, so it's harder to see it, yeah. You should focus on having more positive interactions with other people and on your subreddit. Yeah, probably. No, that is the way to go. That's just, it's really hard. That's really hard to do. But that's probably what I'm going to spend the next like 2 to 4 days thinking about, I think. I'll figure out how I want to orient myself.
With the key and faster.
How does it bother you now? Is it cumulative or something put you over the edge? This happens every year. I think I get like too irritated dealing with retards, and then I break for a day or two, and then I come back. We'll figure it out. I'll be on my way back. The particular conflict, the Israel-Palestine stuff, though, definitely brain broke me. I don't know what the thing we'll get into next after this is, but if it's anything like this, man, I might become an anti-college person. I don't think there will ever be a moment in my life as shocking as that Finkelstein debate, except for maybe the reaction to it. Those two events, I think, will be forever unfathomable in my mind. That I could spend 6 months like reading on some shit, not even as well structured or as organized as I could, and like outside of any structured learning environment, and then sit across the table from some fucking retard that's been studying it for 4 decades, and he has nothing to say to me. And the only point of substance he wants to argue with me on, the mens rea shit, not only was he wrong on that, like I'm lucky that like the ex-president of the ICJ actually came out.
Would it be fair to say, and I'm no lawyer, and many people watching and listening will not be lawyers, but would it be fair to say that the key point that you made your initial order and ruling upon was whether or not there was a plausible case that should be taken on by the court of genocide in the case of Israel's actions in Gaza after October 7, and you quite clearly decided that there was a plausible case. Is it right to say that's at the heart of what you decided?
You know, I'm glad I have a chance to address that, because the court's test for deciding whether to impose measures uses the idea of plausibility, but the test is the plausibility of the rights that are asserted by the applicant, in this case, South Africa. So the court decided that the Palestinians had a plausible right to be protected from genocide, and that South Africa had the right to present that claim in the court. It then looked at the facts as well, but it did not decide, and this is something where I'm correcting what's often said in the media, it didn't decide that the claim of genocide was plausible. It did emphasize in the order that there was a risk of irreparable harm to the Palestinian right to be protected from genocide. But the shorthand that often appears, which is that there's a plausible case of genocide, isn't what the court decided.
And even further clarified those those genocide statements. Like, yeah, Jesus, that's like unbelievable to me. That everything relating to and revolving around that conflict, holy shit. I thought vaccines and coronavirus were bad. My fucking God. I think we should temporarily ban Hassan posting on the subreddit as an experiment to see if the other community is willing to disengage with you and stop spreading lies. No, because it's easy. You have to think of where the incentives are. Sometimes banning commentary about people. Let's see. I understand all of this. I've been in these communities, swimming through them long enough to know like how it works. The reason why banning comments about people works is because what'll happen is, this is a really common interaction online. One community or one person will say something, and then this thing will get reported in another community, and then they'll say something, and then it gets reported over here, and then you end up in this like really nasty back and forth where like groups of people can end up going back and forth about each other forever, right? And the social reinforcement here is the idea that like, oh my God, he said this and it got posted here, we saw it, and now we're reacting to this, and then the reaction of this is causing us to do this action, right? The problem with the Hassan stuff, though, is Hassan is not getting things to react from me about people posting about him in my community. He's the social validation and credit he's getting is from me participating in certain political conversations. It's the fact that like Destiny is pro-genocide or Destiny is blah 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 or blah blah. Like that's where a lot of the incentive structure for him to react to me comes from. Is the mass unban still coming? Maybe. It should be within a few days or else Forethought is fired. I don't know why. He told me he had this figured out like a week or two ago, but maybe I'll just figure out how to do that as well. What do you think about Hassan posting that implicated assassination tweet, and should he be banned on Twitch for it? Listen, there are no wrong targets, or there are no wrong strategies, only wrong targets, right? Or wrong tactics, something like that. Remember, that's what illiberal people do. Is this your Vosh style fortress arc? No, I'm not fortressing. I'm never making penetrations into these communities anyway, so. I think people just remember you for more negative and breaking down stuff than positive stuff, so maybe they're primed to hate you. More positive interactions, like with Dr. Kane, XQC seems like a good way. You also need people who signal boost you like these people. Yeah, maybe, but the issue is that they can't do it too much because the social reaction to them might be really negative. But also, most of the reaction at this point to me is like, I don't want to say, no, I will say, it's basically fabricated. It's stuff that like other people, like, people will write like, oh, Destiny, when you do this, this is why people don't like you. And then I'll look at Hassan's stream and he's watching like a 5-minute TikTok compilation of like 100 statements I've made over the past like 7 months with like 3 words cut from each thing. And I'm like, what the yeah. Incentives for clipping should be a thing. Every response tweet about you clearing up lies gets $20 PayPal. Yeah, I don't have the money for that one, Chief. I'm a bit behind the VOD, but there's a lot of clips of Asmongold. He seems like he likes you. Yeah, Asmongold is pretty chill. But I think his community mainly likes me when it's like fighting with lefties or like on freedom of speech stuff. I don't know how politically aligned they'd be. But Asmongold himself is like pretty chill. But he's also like pretty independent. Like he doesn't like swim with any big communities either. Same thing with XQC, I think. Like those two people. So it's nice that they're generally pretty fair, but it doesn't benefit me much. It's not like it doesn't help me with anything else. Like those communities are pretty unique to themselves, yeah. I think there are more people like NM, or Nick, basically, in the OTK community that like you but are afraid to speak up because of social pressure. Possibly. But I don't know. You going on Piers Morgan anytime again soon? Maybe, we'll see. Whenever they ask me, I usually show up. Finkelstein's disagreement with Benny Morris was even horrible, though, because he just misquoted the man's book at him and asked what he meant by the words Finkelstein made up. No, I know, yeah. The fact that some people saw that and thought that it was, like, good disagreement. Like, remember when Finkelstein owned Benny Morris by doing the one-sentence quote from his book? And it's like, why would you ever do this? Yeah, Jesus. Do you remember meeting with Ludwig back in 2017? No, but I also don't remember meeting a lot of people. It's irritating because when they present you these stories, and I feel like when I present these stories, I'm usually like pretty, because I'm aware of the spaces. Like unless you can find an example of me not doing this, usually if I say something like, oh yeah, like I ran into this person, they didn't talk with me much, but they were probably busy. Like I'm usually being pretty charitable towards the other person. If you're running into people at events, at like cons or whatever, it's usually like people are going between a lot of events, people are going from place to place, people are talking to a lot of people don't know, do know, like that's usually it. So it's weird that like when somebody meets me, or if you meet somebody to be like, oh, this person was really rude. Like, what do you mean? They were probably going to something else. Like, you would just never say that about another person unless you're getting like social credit for it. Destiny, but the vibes were off though. The only vibe that might be off is the vibrator that Hassan has implanted, right next to Ludwig's prostate at times, maybe because the batteries are running out. But
that sounds like
I'm sure
fun.
he digs in there every Saturday to replace them. He's mad you rejected the cheese ball. Yeah, I don't know what the cheese ball meme means. You even try to break through to these communities. From watching you for a while, you usually just brush things off. It's not worth my time. Well, what do you mean? There is no breaking into these communities. I'm banned from Twitch, and obviously none of them would ever talk to me, so yeah. Why Ludwig dislikes Destiny, didn't want to play cheese ball. Wait, okay, what? I didn't actually watch this. What is this about?
You made fun of my cheese balls.
This is not.
I've only ever, and this is real, I've only ever hung out with Destiny one time in this world. I only ever hung out with them one time. And it was a terrible first impression. I doubt he would even know about it. But it was at like TwitchCon 2017 or some shit. 2017. I had maybe 100 viewers. The only reason I was there was to hang out with Cutie. This is when we first started talking.
Where was the first TwitchCon at? First TwitchCon. This is the one that Soda and Rekful went to, right? Haven't we been over this? Have we? I don't remember. TwitchCon 2017. I need to see like.
Maybe Ludwig just needs to kiss more boys. What I did.
I need to see something to like. What am I thinking of? To jig my mind? What's the word I'm looking for? Jog my mind.
Jog your memory?
To jog my memory. I don't remember this event at all. Yeah, this was the smoking weed in Cutie's place. And the window, or the upstairs roof like window thing getting broken. I remember that. I think if this was 2017. I'm just assuming it is. I don't even know. I don't remember at all. I don't remember.
And he showed up to the house that I was staying in. I think because he was hooking up with a girl there. I don't know. I don't need to out her name.
What is he even talking about? Was this 2017? He told this story during the CuteBot thing on the yard like 2 years ago and said this interaction was fine. The negative interactions since have achieved retroactive vibe harshing. Destiny, it's probably V. I don't even know if V was staying at that house. Was she? She might have been. But there is like plenty. There are tons of people in this house. I'm not going there to fuck or hook up with anybody. In 2017, was I dating Aaron? I think I was dating Aaron at that point. Did I even know V in 2017? Wait a second. $2017?
God damn you.
It must not have been, it couldn't have been 2017. It must have been like 2019 or 2019? Because I feel like that's when I met V, right? But anyway, okay.
Yeah, with Cutie. This is when we first started talking.
And do you even care? It's a minor detail. I care because if this is the event that I'm thinking of, I showed up at this house when there were only like 4 or 5 of us on the roof, and we just went to smoke. That was it. So it was 4 or 5 of us upstairs smoking, and then another party broke. And after that party broke, everybody started coming to this house. And I was like, oof, like there's like 100 people here now. And then I wanted to like leave. I was like, fuck this. And so I just left. But there was like 100 people there. I don't even know if I saw him here, but like, I was just like upstairs on the roof. I'm pretty sure there's a Twitter video somewhere of me that Zerko's taking me like stoned as fuck on a couch. If this is the same event that I'm thinking of, but
showed up to the house that I was staying in. I think because he was hooking up with a girl there. I don't know. I don't need to out her name. And he walked in, and he kind of did a once-over on the room. I guess there weren't enough people that he was into or fucking thought were cool enough or clouded. I don't know what.
Or maybe I'm like, maybe I'm looking for somebody. What a weird fucking... You're such a clout shark. Like, I can't even believe that this guy, who probably, his mouth probably smells like shit from all the fucking brown nosing and rim licking he does, is accusing me of going into a party looking for clout. I've never seen such an obvious projection of fucking rectum tongue digging behavior in my entire fucking life. What the f are you talking about? Oh my god.
Get fucked, dude.
I guess there weren't enough people that he was into or fucking thought were cool enough or clouded. I don't know what. And he left within 5 minutes. Which is crazy because I remember that day my vibes were immaculate. I got everybody in the room to play this game. We had a bunch of, that giant thing of cheese balls? We're at TwitchCon. I remember this. We had this giant thing of cheese balls. I had a fucking circle of like 10 people around me. And we were trying to throw the cheese ball into every person's mouth in a row. And if we failed, we would restart. I don't know how, but I got everybody to start playing this game. We were playing it like it was the fucking Super Bowl. If someone dropped it at cheese ball 8, there was fists being thrown. Just a dumb fucking game that you play with your friends. But I remember he comes in and I go, cheese ball? And he goes, no. And ever since then, I was like, hey, just like every other human on this earth, I hope he does well. I hope he does good things.
I don't. The feeling is not mutual. What an unbelievably unhinged fucking take. Oh my god. Okay. I think I was in my cool phase. So probably what actually happened is I probably rolled up, literally. I probably had wheelies, the rollerblades in your shoes thing. And I probably had the sunglasses because you can balance them perfectly up here. And he probably asked me, and I was like, no. And then I did this, and the sunglasses fell on my face. And then I rolled backwards out the fucking door. I was like, talk to me when you're CCV, concurrent viewership? Talk to me when you're CCV's 5K, kid. And then I bounced, and he was like, fuck. He was like, fuck.
Based.
This was right after TwitchCon, by the way. Yeah. Oh yeah, this bro, I am stoned out of my mind. Which was fine, but then that party broke, and now there's like 1 million people here around me.
One Destiny, Acid Land, Joe Mama.
It was like us 5. I think it was me, Sue, Joe, and I think V. We were just like hanging out here we were hanging out for a while. And then like, yeah, and then like 1,000 fucking people show up because another party broke. And it's like, fuck. I don't even know if this is what Ludwig is talking about though.
Clint
took TV, I would fucking die for you.
Whoa, okay. Goolsby?
Cutie telling the story. Oh my god, do we have multiple points of view? No, wait. This is a story of me on this roof, I think.
My head, and I get a knock on my door from Flirtini. She's like, cutie,
Right?
someone fell through the roof.
Yeah, because somebody, probably Wes, stepped on the thing and broke the fucking roof near where window. I don't know what the fuck, a skylight? Whatever you call it? Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck? Because we have a skylight. We had a skylight. and
my
I was like, what
gosh.
is going on? Like, what is going on?
Was it Maya?
Turns out it was Wes, by the way, smashed through the skylight.
What?
Yes. And so I'm like livid. And I'm like,
God.
okay, I'm ending this party. I'm not interested in hanging out with people I don't know. So I go upstairs on the roof, because we had like a weird like hangout spot on the roof. And I go upstairs on the roof, I stand on a table, and I was like, if I don't know your fucking name, get out of my house. And then I look at Destiny is high as fuck. Destiny is high as fuck on the couch and is staring at me like I caught him smoking weed for the first time, and he's 14 and I'm his mother. He's just like, dude, if you were in my head. And
Yeah, actually, yes. But Ludwig must be talking about some other thing, but I don't remember. I don't remember any cheeseball thing. Okay. Didn't she retell the story later to make you look bad? I don't know.
Ludwig doesn't take stances. Like Ludwig will be like, yeah, guys, I'm on every side possible, right? Chat. This is Ludwig. Guys, I'm on everybody's side. Okay, guys, I'm on your side and your side. And people come and say, hey, yo, lad, you need to take one side. It's now we need to make a decision. And Ludwig's doing like this. And he just disappears. Like, chat, every time, chat, you know for chat, you know he does that. You know he does. He's on every side, and when it's time to choose, he vanishes, okay? Every time. Ludwig doesn't take stand.
True.
So I personally donated 10K because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No.
Look at the bottom bar. Emergency rent. Jesus Christ.
This is a cracker take.
Oh, what take?
Yes. This is.
Say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the diff.
This is a cracker take.
The diff.
This is a cracker take.
Yes. I agree with the second one.
Yikes.
It gets better?
I don't need to enter in debate about whether that's worthwhile.
Okay.
And that's
Okay, America has to be destroyed, but for other reasons. Okay.
I think is something that you're right is rejected by the.
Rare Denims moment where she's actually at her. God, I hate Twitch. God, fuck. Somebody pointed this out to me once, and it lives in my brain rent free forever. You know that for the first, like, maybe she's changed. To be fair, maybe she's changed. For the first hour of every stream, she just streams like a YouTube video, like literally an hour, or like a news station. It's like unreal. This is unhinged.
Saddam Hussein now.
Only one-sided because someone wink you.
And like the worst part about that stuff,
Oh wait, she only goes for 45 minutes here this time.
Too.
Or wait, 50 minutes? Okay, not bad, not bad.
All this propaganda.
Oh, and the rest is.
not the police.
Oh, 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 oh. Wait, what is this? Hello? What is this? Wait, what's the... Do I have a police siren sound? What is this? No, I need a police siren sound effect.
For the
Oh, that
grace
works
of the
actually.
might of the Lord, the home of the holy.
Uh-oh. What is this? Hello?
Hello.
Let's see, how long is
Way
the...
of the sword.
Oh wait, this whole
To
thing's
the
only
light
13
so
minutes long. What the fuck?
boldly.
It also requires that we ignore.
Oh, it's just a YouTube video stream. Nice, base, okay. Based, Oh, wait, that last YouTube video we watched, there was a 30-minute video before the 50-minute video. So it was actually an hour and 20 minutes. Oh, I thought she'd done less than an hour, but she'd done over an hour that day. Okay. What about this one? Let's see. 3-hour stream. Let's try 45 minutes in.
The plot on
Okay.
the,
Are these all videos?
Strong man,
we okay.
call
Okay.
him here.
55 minutes. Oh,
Things
wait.
will, like, some places will stay open.
Okay.
Small businesses like ours to stay in business at a session. We're removed enough now to know that the effects were.
Listen, man, it's your life.
Oh, she's just on the.
Sorry, I was literally like, I'm never doing orange again.
Oh, there we go. How long on this one?
Which is why it's not shelved
Okay,
with
okay.
them. And that author raised
Actively and repeatedly shielded
Horses
Netanyahu
looking out in the
from any
backyard and seeing that the lawn is too
criticism from
capable of
President
spending.
Obama.
Everyone should
Biden wanted Obama
be to
show
make
stronger
YouTube video.
support for
He won. He took
Israel
home
and
roughly 19%.
This wasn't bad.
Right now.
She started talking like 30 minutes then. That's a strong.
It really is.
Yeah,
It's-
35, 40 minutes.
Ballot restricted.
Okay. Do we have anything else? Are we good? Don't care about this. I love you guys. I'll be back. I might stream tomorrow or I might stream in 3 days. I don't fucking know. We'll see. Have fun. Be careful. We're gonna cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. Be careful.
Huh?
It was a little scary, but yeah, go ahead.
What's scary about that? I'm confused by your reaction. You don't want people to care for you?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Sounds like it.
Okay,
But
yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
for it.
ask you. Okay.
Yeah.
So I recognize. Okay. So first thing is when someone. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. Hey, what's up, dude?
Nothing much. What's up with you, dude?
Dude, give me a second. I
Okay.
can't see your camera.
That's because I haven't turned it on yet.
Well, that would explain. Hold on.
There you
People
go.
can't hear you either.
Okay, well, that's your fault.
Hey. Hey, what's up, dude?
Nothing much. How's it going?
Good. I am so happy to be talking to you today.
Cool. I'm happy to be talking to you.
I was just offering a quick disclaimer in chat and was also giving them some history that for the first time, I think we like cross-reacted.
Uh-huh.
Right? So like you reacted to something that I said and then I reacted to your reaction without like actually engaging you in dialogue. And I think we both recognize the shortcomings of that method, but it's still useful.
Yeah, I mean, that's the streamer way, yeah?
That is the streamer way. So let me can you count to 10 for me? I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, what's up? My name is Steven. I'm here today to be as non-controversial
Testing,
and friendly as possible. Are we good? Yeah?
Yeah, we're good. Are you actually here to be as non-controversial as friendly as possible?
No, I just know that sometimes your audience is a little, is a little primed to be hostile against me, so.
Yes, so we actually addressed that as well.
Uh-huh.
And so I was explaining that, what we do here is, I think a lot of people will get upset when you have a conversation with someone because it implies that you're not that implies it, it's that you're platforming their beliefs, so you're giving them a space to talk about things, and our approach is always to try to engage in dialogue, and that becomes especially important for people that we don't necessarily agree with. What do you want to talk about today? Anything in particular?
No, I guess what have you guys been doing lately?
I've been traveling a lot. I've been going on like podcasts and stuff, so I think we've been getting more invitations for me to go to places, which I'm sure you're familiar with because I've seen you've been all over the place. And I think we're also trying to figure out so talking to people and creating like passive content is like a great way to actually help people. We have some indicators that even watching like our YouTube channel for a couple of months has some small but noticeable impact on people's mental health in a positive way. But what I'm really like working on now, like in my own head, is how can we actually support behavioral change and making like more of an impact on people's lives. So as opposed to just focusing on like growth and having more people watch you, it's like, okay, for the people that are watching us, what can we do that helps them actually like make substantial change in their lives over some amount of time? That's what I'm thinking about. So some of that stuff involves like we're doing more and more like clinician education. So thinking about, okay, so for some of the problems that we have, like one of the biggest challenges that we see with things like technology addiction or pornography addiction is that most clinicians are not trained in this stuff.
Sure.
So also some of these other like non-clinical entities like imposter syndrome, burnout. So there isn't like formal training in this. And the default is like, okay, if you have a problem with imposter syndrome, go see a therapist. But nowhere in, the certification of a therapist and the licensure of a therapist and the curriculum of a therapist are they required to learn about burnout. So we're seeing like all kinds of challenges in our school systems, in our mental health professionals. And so we're trying to address those gaps.
Gotcha. What do you think? I know you brought up, I think you said porn, gaming, and imposter syndrome. Are these like the most common people that you see through your, I don't know, through your chats, through the coaching and everything you do? Is there like a common set of problems where you see most people have like these things? Yeah.
I'd say that like relationships with technology are probably number one.
Mhm.
So whether that's video games, whether that's pornography, whether that's social media. So I think that in all cases, the fact that there's a digital intervention.
Yeah.
Anyone who uses a digital intervention is using certain methodologies to increase the engagement of that digital intervention.
Okay.
And so that increase in engagement means more utilization of the thing, which then moves us closer to addiction, which then costs people time in other dimensions of their life. So I'd say tech addiction is number one.
Okay. Can I tell you something that's very, very, very annoying to me?
Yeah.
So I'm sure you see on the internet, there's a lot of feelings about you've got like capitalism, communism, in terms of like atomization of society and how capitalism alienates us. You've got people that complain about loss of religion. You've got people that talk about red pill and feminism. And all of these people have all these ideas about what's going on with society. And I feel like it's not very sexy or fun to talk about. But I honest to God feel like 90% of the changes that like young people are going through have to do with cell phones and the internet. And it blows my mind that nobody talks about that. I feel like if you look at the vast majority of, well, let me qualify. I'm sorry. When I say nobody talks about that, I mean when people are talking about diagnosing social ills, it's always, it's got like such a heavy like political or like some sort of like critical analysis of society, but it feels like people don't talk enough about how much cell phones and the internet have fundamentally altered every single aspect of our lives in like an unrecognizable way.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't get quite as frustrated, I think, but what's frustrating about that to you?
I feel like the substitution of real life interactions and I guess the disappearance of more and more places where I've got a friend that calls them warm places, where basically it's places where you go and when humans are around other humans, opportunities for relationships, for friendships, for collaboration, like these things just kind of organically sprout. And those places are slowly disappearing and they're being replaced by more and more online spaces, which have some major benefits and some major downsides. And I feel like that's like fundamentally altering the fabric of how we all relate to each other. Like for like a more tangible point, I keep seeing these like charts going around where you can see like, oh, how do you meet a girlfriend or boyfriend? And it's like the vast majority meet through friends, some meet through like school or work. And then like as of 10 years ago, you see like online stuff go from 0% to like 65% in terms of like how we meet our significant others now. And it's just crazy to me that there isn't I can't imagine. I'm sure. I think you're a tad older than me, right? I'm 35. I can't imagine like living in school with social media. Like just imagining the pressure of I have to go home and now I'm still 100% connected to every single person. That is unbelievable to me. And I feel like people don't talk about that as much as I would imagine it would warrant. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting because I think people do talk about it. I think it's so funny because it's almost like exactly what you're describing is like what you're running into, which is that, so you're saying, okay, like people blame capitalism, people blame communism, and you're saying the problem is that people don't talk about the loss of third spaces. Or cell phones or the internet. There are a lot of people talking about that.
Sure. It might be also that I select for these obviously heavily political spaces.
So I think that's what's going on.
I'm falling
right?
victim to my own diagnosis.
Exactly.
True,
right?
yeah,
So now based on your social media algorithm, you were seeing like, oh, everyone is like misdiagnosing the problem, or you are now attributing. So for someone else, oh, everything that's wrong in the world is capitalism. Sure. Now for you, kind of, I'm oversimplifying here. I don't actually think you think this, but everything wrong with the world is that people don't talk about the fundamentals. I think a lot of people are talking about the fundamentals.
Okay, that's good.
I think the challenge is that I completely agree with you that the problem is that the question of cell phone and internet use is being talked about in places that are separated from cell phone and internet use. Right.
Wait, can you repeat that again? Say that again.
Yeah. So the places where people are talking about it are largely separated. That's not precisely true. I'll give a couple examples. But the problem is the places that these discussions are happening are not to the audience that needs to hear it.
So it's like educators talking to psychologists,
Yeah,
or
so-
like therapists talking to, instead of like talking to
So
children. Yeah.
If you go to like the American Psychiatric Association conference, which is actually happening right now,
Mhm.
like the amount of time they spend on digital stuff and the impact of the internet has skyrocketed.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
But you do have some popular media people, like I think there's this guy named Jonathan Haidt. I've never met the dude, but he's like wrote a book and is advocating for like basically no cell phone use under the age of 16.
I kind of agree. Yeah. Jeez.
And so there are people talking about it, and I think he's getting like mainstream traction and stuff like that. So I think, and I'm also like part of this, this task force that is defining like some of the nature of peer support for addictions and things like that. So like these conversations are happening, but I think the challenge is that the people who are falling victim to this are usually on the internet, and that kind of content is hard to disseminate on the internet.
Yeah.
Because as you pointed out, it's not sexy. And what most people resonate with is like emotional activation.
Yeah.
That's what pushes content.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I 100% agree. Yeah. They. Yeah.
I think to kind of riff off of that a little bit. So I think one of the biggest challenges that I see in our society is that we don't hone our perception. So this is kind of like has been my shtick for the last 18 months, where if you look at like what we work on, so we'll work on things like emotions, we work on things like logic, but human beings, generally speaking, do not question their perception. Their perception is very like atrophied or underdeveloped.
Can you be a little bit more, when you say perception, do you mean like how we introspect on ourselves, how we understand how other people are thinking, feeling? Yeah, go ahead.
Literally how we perceive. So there's a great yogic concept called glishta.
Okay.
Glishta means coloring. So if you look at the way that you interact with the world is like objective, but then your mind adds some color to what you see or what you perceive. So if I text you and you don't text me back within 10 minutes, the fact of the matter is that you haven't texted me back in 10 minutes. But then what happens is my mind attaches a significance to that.
Yeah.
And what happens on the internet is that we're reacting to all of this stuff like tweets or whatever. And then like we don't look at what our mind, so we judge something when we say this person is bad because I see their tweet. What we don't pay attention to is what is all the ambiguity that my mind fills in, which is actually a lot, especially on places like Twitter.
Yeah.
Because the shorter form the content is, the more your mind has to fill in.
Yeah, it's like when you remember old video games as looking way better than they actually were, and then you go back and you look at it, you're like, wait a second. Yeah.
Absolutely, right? So our mind adds quite a bit to the equation. And I think the whole problem is we don't realize that. And furthermore, the less we realize it, the more what our mind adds to the equation goes out of our control. So literally in the process of psychotherapy, what we do is you have an interaction with someone, like let's say like someone has a history of trauma, and then they go through the world and then their brain interprets these stimuli through the lens of trauma. So literally in psychotherapy for trauma, what we do is go through the process of removing what your mind is adding to the equation, the implication. We do the same thing in social anxiety. Oh, this person didn't do X, Y, Z, and therefore this means this.
Yeah.
So we know that this process has a lot of clinical benefit.
Yeah.
And so in the yogic system, what we try to do is aklishta, which is remove all the colorings of our mind. And then you have a direct perception of the world as it is.
Interesting. Okay. The one thing that's very frustrating is I don't like that therapy has such a heavy connotation about treating an illness, when I feel like there are things that we talk about relating to therapy. So you're talking about getting a more accurate perception of the world that everybody should practice, not necessarily accusing you of doing this or anything, but like it's funny because there have been times where I've sat in on friends like doing therapy because they wanted help like reinforcing stuff outside of therapy, and I learned things inside of their therapy session that is like incredibly helpful for me, which I think is interesting. One thing that when you talk about the perception, it's so funny because I think that when you navigate the world in any other discipline, at least from my personal experience, you learn not to ever trust yourself because you know that your mind is an imperfect record keeper. You know that it's impossible for you to keep track of yourself while you're performing yourself. And when you practice things, you're always like recording and watching later. So for instance, if you're practicing music, if a teacher walks by and they catch you practicing without a metronome, he's gonna kill you. Like you're wasting your time. You don't know if you're on time or not. You have to have a metronome going. Or if you are, if you're doing practice for a speech, you're recording yourself, or you're recording yourself on a recorder and you're playing it back. The idea of like taking videos and then watching later when you can just focus on 100% perceiving what you're doing instead of trying to remember what you're doing and doing it all at the same time is so common in other things. But when it comes to how we interact with loved ones or friends, or when we have social interactions or whatever, we don't like have that same habit of going back to, I guess, like kind of review it. But then we have very strong impressions of exactly what happened. And I've caught myself sometimes going back and reading conversations. Somebody's like, "Oh, you thought I was so mad at you," and I wasn't. And I'm like, "No, you were so." And then I'll go back and I'll read it, and I'll be like, "I'm out of control here. Wait, what's happening?" Yeah, and it's funny. I feel like being able to go back and review prior interactions is actually really insightful, and hopefully makes you a little bit more humble in terms of how well you understand your own behavior, or gives you more insight into it.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that would be incredibly helpful. So we certainly see that in like psychotherapy training. We do that when we're it's part of our coaching curriculum, is like things like role play and offering feedback. I wouldn't say that. I don't think the majority of people do that though. I would actually say that like in my experience, the majority of professional work does not have review of your work as a formal process.
Sure.
So if you look at someone who's like working at some, office that does tax prep, like I don't think like, I don't think they're going back and like re-auditing the taxes that they've done for their clients to see what could have been improved. I think like dedicated performance improvement is absolutely there for the examples you mentioned, which is like performers, sure, right? So you watch game tape, you do replay analysis, but the majority of people just assume, like, so for medical doctors is like a really good example where we actually don't do this much at all. So there are some situations where we'll do this, like, so we have like a conference called M&M usually, like this is in academic medical centers, which is not where most people are. So M&M is morbidity and mortality, and basically every month someone selects a case that didn't go ideally, and then we dig into it and we try to understand what could have been done better. It's usually presented by the person who is the subject of the case. So here's a patient I had, here's what ended up happening, here's what I understood about it, and then people will kind of discuss it. But that kind of like replay analysis is largely absent for most of life.
Oh, interesting. I would have imagined that would have carried over, because every field that I've been involved in, like if you go to the gym, people will say record your lifts in case you're messing something up. If you're doing music, you've got to be recording and watching.
What percentage of people record their lifts and watch them at the gym?
Well, I mean, at the very least, it's like a known expected thing. I guess I wonder how many musicians record themselves playing and listen back to their audition tapes. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know that. Maybe I just got lucky. I was in good schools. I don't know. Or good high school.
I think that like when you have formal education, sure. But like, so there's studies that show that within 5 years, so there's this assumption that experience leads to improvement. So there are studies that show within the first 2 to 5 years of finishing your medical training, you basically like determine what your rank as a doctor is, and then you stay relatively static. And the difference between the people who are in the top rank and the bottom rank is their method of learning. And so there's an assumption that if you've been practicing medicine for 30 years, you will be better at it than someone who knows less. There's a really great set of studies out of this place called the Martini Clinic, which is a clinic in Germany that focuses entirely, I think, on GI surgery. So they're super, super specialized. People from all over the world come there. And part of the reason that their outcomes are really, really good is because they had, I think the chief of their like GI surgery program had to go through remedial training because he did not meet the metrics that people below him, like he did not meet the metrics.
Yeah.
So he had to go through it too. So this process of systematic improvement is actually like, I think in the minority. Like most people just show up, do their thing, and rely on relatively systemic issues of process
improvement.
Okay. Right? You have like performance reviews at work and they like collect something and it's just like kind of a stock sort of thing.
You're probably right. I think I actually probably agree with that. It's depressing, but yeah, it's like I'm sure I've said this to you before, or we've said it to me, but like the idea that in high school you learn that practice makes perfect, and then when you get to college, they tell you that's absolutely not true. Perfect practice makes perfect, and the way that you practice and the way that you train is far more important than the hours that you spend just grinding away at something. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been stuck at basically the same rank in Dota for the last 5 or 6 years, and I started working with a coach, and like, you know, I've gained about 60%. Yeah, I've moved up by like 60% of MMR within like 2 months.
Geez, so what are you now, like 1,700? I'm just kidding. I'm so sorry. You've made fun of my league rank before. Okay, I take it personally.
I was 1,700 when I started. I'm like 2,800 now.
That's okay. Well, listen, I grinded League for 4 years and I couldn't make it to Diamond 4 again. So you know what? We all have our faults. Yeah.
That's fair enough. I kind of wish I was back at the 1,700s because then I could dumpster all those noobs finally.
Well,
now that I know.
Or no, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so you asked me what I've been up to. What have you been up to?
All sorts of stuff. Yeah, running around, arguing with people, doing everything online. Finally got my little podcast stuff started, so got a studio downstairs, and I'm running those shows. And yeah, just climbing and growing and all that good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. What? So you know, Destiny. I've been. Do you prefer Destiny or Steven?
Steven's good. Yeah.
Okay. So Steven, I've been watching your stuff for, God, years and years and years, and I think we had our first like interaction like 4 years ago or something. And I've noticed that there's been like, despite the fact that you got like, you know, removed from certain platforms, it seems like your attraction has grown immensely. How do you understand that change?
Like as in, like, why do I think I'm growing, or?
Yeah. Like what's changed? Because I don't see in some ways too much different. In some subtle ways, I see a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that, you know, you've been basically making content for years and years and years, and I've seen what I would perceive or assume to be a different yield on a similar effort.
Oh, sure. I think that without sounding self-aggrandizing, coming off of what we just talked about, I put a lot of work into introspection and into like iterating on things that I've done. So to ground that out, say we're doing like debates or whatever, I spent a lot of time thinking about what are the facts that I need for a debate, and then how do I want to present those facts, and then how do I want to come off afterwards, and then how do I want to respond to responses. Like, these are things that I spent a great deal of time, like sometimes I'll be on stream writing out notes for like, okay, well in this conversation I think I want to be more aggressive and I really want to focus on this thing, and I'm not going to let this person get away with this point. And I put a lot of work into reviewing, looking at reactions and responses to things, and then adjusting my behavior based on that. And I think I've been streaming for like 15 years now, and then doing politics maybe for 8 years. Like, I've kind of seen what works. I've seen what doesn't work. I've got a lot of experience, so I can see kind of like, I can pull back and see kind of like the ups and downs and stuff. I can see the mistakes that other people make. And then, yeah, I think it's just been kind of like slowly reiterating through that process over and over again. And that's kind of where I'm at now. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. When did you start this process of like, let's say, call it replay analysis?
Probably, I don't know, 2011, because my background is I played StarCraft 2 professionally, semi-professionally or whatever. And in StarCraft, the way that you play is you grind and grind and grind. And as you're playing, let's say that you play a certain race, you run into a certain build and you lose to it. Okay, well, I'm going to try making my hatchery 1 supply sooner, or I'm going to try scouting this overlord 30 seconds sooner, or and you like kind of slowly tweak things until you can defeat it. And that kind of iterative learning process got super hammered into my brain. 1 through music. I went to college for music, and then 2 through StarCraft, and then I think you can apply the same skill set probably to almost anything in life, and then debates and everything were the next thing. Yeah.
Interesting. So you haven't noticed, or you would not. So there hasn't been much change.
I mean things. It kind of feels like sometimes in life, it feels like you work at stuff, and then you kind of like whoop, and then you kind of work at stuff, and then it's like whoop, and then you kind of work at stuff. So like, there's like a feeling that I kind of like plateaued for a bit, and then something happens, and then it feels like I've got a big bump, and then it kind of like that. So no, I don't think over the biggest change is 7 months ago or 6 months ago is probably ADHD medication. But aside from that, I think everything's just kind of been like small tweaks. And then once you've made the small tweaks and you've prepared yourself, you're waiting for kind of the opportunities. And then, you know, luck is preparation meets opportunity. Then an opportunity happens, and then you jump on it, and then you kind of like continue to move from there, I would say. Yeah.
Interesting. And I'm kind of curious if this is okay to talk. Like, is this interesting to you?
Yeah, for sure. Whatever you want to talk about. Yeah.
So I'm curious what your like personal experience of the fluctuations in how the world receives you is. So do you feel like before this stuff happened, like how did you feel about it? How do you feel about yourself now? So it's clear to me that I'm kind of curious about your subjective experience of this as opposed to the objective process of improvement and growth.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because I grew up, if I've got that dismissive, avoidant archetype or whatever. I'm not, whatever it is. I grew up very. I think I'm very emotionally independent of other people's evaluations of me. So I think it's pretty normal that people, if you're in a room and there's 10 people saying you're, a big meanie, you start to feel like a big meanie. I think it's a really normal human response, is that we kind of reflect what other people say about us into ourselves. And I don't seem to do that as much, so it gives me a lot of resilience in terms of dealing with people publicly. Obviously, I have conversations, and obviously there's a lot of people that have very strong opinions about me that I feel are not true, but it doesn't like negatively affect me emotionally. But for whatever reason, also, I hope I have like the intellectual humility to understand that, like, well, if a whole bunch of people disagree with a certain thing, I need to be very careful, because I'm essentially wading into an arena where I'm saying, well, I'm right, and these 150,000 people are wrong. And 99.99% of the time a human does that, you're wrong. So I guess it's trying to balance out. It's trying to balance out to make sure I'm not being emotionally affected, but also to make sure that I'm not being too resistant to any sort of external criticism, and balancing that out is definitely very challenging. Because even when there's a room full of people saying like something horrible about you, usually there's some underlying fact of the matter that they're hinting at, and it's good to understand at least why people think that way, rather than to turn a blind eye to it, say like, oh well, screw you, you guys are all, you just haters, I don't care, and then just kind of like walk away from it. So
that's interesting. So I'm kind of curious, what do you how do you think about yourself?
I like to think that I have like really strong foundations that I've kind of like built myself off of. So I have some internal, like understanding of what I believe to be good and moral. And then I think that kind of like stems out into, how I treat other people, how I approach my work, and then the impact I think I should have on the world. And then I kind of like try to build all of that out from there. And then I hope that at the end of the road for all of these, I'm also receptive enough to make slight changes in like my applied positions if I feel like other people have shown me that they're not congruent with my internal positions. That's like very broad. If we get more specific, I can be more specific, or yeah.
Yeah, so I've got a pretty specific question for you. Do you think of yourself, I'm not asking if you are or aren't, in your mind, if I was like watching your thoughts over the course of the day, do you think of yourself as successful?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, for sure.
So you have thoughts about your success throughout the day?
Yeah, I think about, well, I don't know if I'd say success, but like, I definitely like, I try to ground myself a lot in terms of like, where have I been? Where am I at now? Like, where can I be in the future? Like, am I orienting myself correctly? Like, am I squandering or wasting like an opportunity? I try to keep track of all these things. Yeah.
Do you feel proud?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. There's always like everything is like, everything has to be in moderation. Like if I don't want to like imposter syndrome myself and I'm like, oh no, I should be doing everything so much better. But I also don't want to be like, resting on my laurels and be like, oh, I've done so well. Like I can basically just coast from here on out. So yeah, there's like an idealized version of myself that I'm kind of aiming for. I'm really happy with where I'm at. I understand I could be doing better. So I keep kind of like striving for that higher thing, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting because as I hear you talking about stuff, I actually think about like this idea of perception that I mentioned earlier, and it seems like you don't have much glishta. So like as I hear about your thoughts, I hear a lot of like receiving what signals are there, and also being very careful about what you cultivate within your mind.
Sure.
So like really intentionally cultivating a balance between pride and humility. I don't hear you running away from either one.
Yeah, I don't know. We might end up agreeing with did you pronounce it glishta?
Glishta. Klishta.
Okay, glishta. We might agree. The wording that you use though is a long time ago, I would say like probably 5 or 6 years ago, I kind of like set out to rid myself of all biases and misperceptions. But I think over the past like 4 or 5 years, I kind of have a different approach where I think what I say instead is that like, I think that everybody probably has some built-in biases. So I just try my best to find them rather than to trick myself or delude myself to think I don't have them. One really tangible example might be, let's say that I want to watch a video and I'm researching on topic X and I'm listening to commentators A and B talk about it. I might know that I really don't like commentator A. I hate this guy, and I'm so primed to disagree with anything he says. I might write a physical note at the top of my document saying that, so that when I'm watching the show and they're talking about the topic, maybe A says something. He's like, well, I think that 2 + 2 = 4. And I might immediately go, I don't even know if that's true here. And then I have to stop and remember, okay, I really don't like this guy. 2 + 2 is probably 4. I need to be aware of, and keep track of like these negative thoughts I have about this person because they might actually influence other things I'm thinking about, and that would be not good. So I don't know if that maps onto your concept or it's like a little bit of a different direction. But
I think I think it maps on beautifully. So the really interesting thing is that a lot of people will ask me questions about how do I fix this thing? What do I do? So one of the big challenges that I have is if you look at some of this yogic literature on Klishta, so ridding yourself of biases is not how you rid yourself of biases.
Okay.
So the yogis actually say that the way to rid yourself of biases is not to actually remove it, but just to notice it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That
cool.
Noticing and awareness is sufficient for digestion, metabolism, or removal. And this is what's so confusing is that a lot of people like on the internet have difficulty with that concept because our society is so oriented towards doing instead of noticing or increasing awareness that, you know, basically the people who will buy into that are people who have enough trust in what I say. But the concept of like noticing is sufficient to fix a problem is very alien to a lot of people.
Sure.
Because their experience of it is that it requires a struggle to fix.
Oh God.
Okay.
So they'll struggle with something, right? And then on willpower, you overcome it one day and then you lose the next day. So you naturally default to thinking, okay, I need to boost my willpower so I win every day. They don't recognize that you can melt away the source of the want or the desire or the conflict through awareness.
I melt away the soy.
It kind of reminds. I'm using a lot of music examples here. Sorry, but it kind of reminds me of when you go to college for music and you're studying like formally how to analyze a piece and you're writing down like, well, what am I listening to? What am I hearing? And you're trying to analyze it. Sometimes in the course of your analysis, because every chord you analyze comes after the last one, at some point you're writing very, very, very weird stuff and it doesn't really make sense anymore. And if you've got a good teacher, usually instead of like looking at the paper and making sure every single thing is correct and what's going on, the teacher will tell you, well, hold on, put your pen down or pencil down. It should be a pencil. Take a step back, close your eyes and listen to it. And what do you actually hear? And when you take a step back and you listen to it, you're like, oh, this is like a, this is an authentic cadence. Oh, this was there was a modulation like 3 measures ago, obviously. And when you actually take a step back and you're just take a minute to listen to it instead of like over trying to analyze like every little thing, you're like, oh, I totally perceive this thing now. It's so obvious when I just put the pencil down and think for a moment and listen and perceive instead of just trying to constantly write everything up. Yeah.
Do not perceive.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I think that too is like very common where people will think, so what I'm hearing is that listening and perceiving gives you answers even more so than like logical approaches or analysis in some situations. We're not saying it's
a little bit, yeah.
And that's some,
or the really important thing I was going to say there is that like at the end of the day, whatever logical process you're involved in, you have to remember that you're not a machine. Nothing in the human body works. Your brain doesn't. You remember, nothing works like a machine, and everything has to be translatable to your human experiences at the end of the day. So you can have the most beautifully written piece of music, but if it sounds bad, it sounds bad. And sometimes people get lost, I think, in like the analysis and the writing and the logic and the rationale. It's like, well, what does it sound like or feel like at the end of the day to you? Because really, that's the most important thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's I'm learning a lot because I think this is also something that I struggle to help people understand, right? So sometimes when you're working with someone, they focus a lot, like for example, like people who are super like into red pill or take whatever thing people believe, right? This is religion, economy, tacos or burritos, like whatever.
Sure.
And they'll think that they'll use a lot of logic in their mind, but I think a lot of people don't recognize that logic can be hijacked by other parts of your brain.
Yeah.
Especially your emotions. And especially, even more so than emotions, your ego. So when your ego becomes active, the problem isn't that you're illogical. The problem is that you're selectively logical.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So you laughed. What, something coming to mind?
There's just, do you have any poker history or background or whatever?
No, I know how to play the game, but
sure. If you know a lot of math for poker, there's like you can do like implied odds. You can make really stupid decisions, but you can find ways to mathematically justify it. Like ordinarily this would be a really bad call, but if I hit my hand, the implied odds and the fact that I know this guy's gonna go blah blah, you can start to justify crazy things. And logically, it kind of makes sense on paper, but if you take a step back, you're like, okay, hold on, how often is this actually gonna happen? What are you doing right now? Like, yeah, you can find yourself justifying insanely stupid things, and logically, it kind of makes sense. But I 100% understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that a lot in addictions.
Mm-hmm.
Where if you look at the brain of someone who's like addicted, I don't know, my brain isn't really fair, but if you look at the thinking of someone who is addictive, I kind of use this term addicted brain. So like your addicted brain will like convince you. It'll use some weird permutations of logic to just get what it needs. Like it wants that substance, for substances especially.
Mm-hmm.
I find this to be more potent for substances than behavioral addictions or even tech addiction. But it'll like, justify all kinds of like thinking in order to get what it wants.
Yeah. One thing that I found is this happens with eating and it happens with gym, where if you, oh my God, you can wake up and there can be so many good reasons to eat poorly, to not work out. There are a billion reasons. And sometimes what I used to do that I found kind of helpful was like after I would do a thing, I would like write a note in my phone. Am I allowed to swear here?
I think so.
Yeah. The note would say something along the lines of like, you just finished working out. You didn't want to do it. Do it right now, you fucking moron. Okay. And every now and then I'd be like, okay, well, it's 11:30. I got to stream at 1. Like, I've only got like, do I kind of really, and sometimes I would like open and I was like, okay, well, how did I feel the last time I did this? Like, you've never, it's like the age old saying of like, there has never been a time in all of human history where a person went to the gym when they weren't really feeling like it. And then they came home thinking like, wow, I really shouldn't have went to the gym. You always feel better doing it. Same thing with eating healthy or any other thing. But if the logical process is prior to doing a thing, yeah, you can find so many reasons not to do a particular thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's so interesting because I just filmed a lecture about this, but like there's this super cool concept from neuroscience called intentional binding. So I don't know if you're familiar with some of the, I've been looking a lot into like biological determinism recently.
Okay, that's kind of scary, yeah.
Huh?
It was a little scary, but yeah, go ahead.
What's scary about that? I'm confused by your reaction.
Oh, sorry. Philosophically, biological determinism sounds like it could have a lot of scary crossovers with other things that people don't like to talk about, with the idea that your biology heavily predisposes you towards like preordained paths through time and space that are scary, and a lot of people. Yeah, that's. I don't know if you're.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with like Robert Sapolsky's work. But,
yes, I've watched the whole. Yes, very, very cool lecture.
Right.
Yes.
So a lot of prominent neuroscientists are big into biological reductionism. Anyway, so I was looking into biological reductionism and trying to understand it.
Yeah.
So I dug into a lot of neuroscience, and I was looking at some of these experiments that they actually talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Where like you can sort of look at blood flow in the brain and you can predict with greater than random chance which like if there's a button and I can press it with my right hand or my left hand, and I ask someone, tell us when you decide which hand you're going to use. So before you press the button, you have to say, okay, I've decided I'm going to press it with my right hand, or I've decided I'm going to press it with my left hand. And what they've found is that they can actually predict based on blood flow of the brain, in the brain, which hand you're going to use before you're even aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
So people will use these kinds of studies as arguments for the support of biological determinism.
Sure.
The really interesting thing is, as I looked into it, I like stumbled upon some really like revolutionary research about something called intentional binding, which is what results in the repeat of an action. And the crazy thing about this is that we'll say like, okay, like we think that our actions are determined by the outcomes. So the reward that we get from our action is very deterministic as to whether we do it or not, right? So like if I do something and I get a reward, I'll do it again. If I don't do something and I don't get a reward, I won't do it. That's the common understanding. Really interesting thing is if you look at the science of intentional binding, there are a few things that will increase the likelihood of repeating your action, even if the action doesn't work out. The really interesting thing is that this will increase the likelihood that you repeat the action irrespective of the reward. So people have done rewards where, studies where there's zero reward or there's no difference in the reward depending on how you act. And one of them is literally reflecting after you complete the action. So even if you went to the gym and you say to yourself, this was awful, I never want to do it again, your likelihood to go to the gym will actually increase. Simply the act of reflection afterward improves the likelihood of behavior.
Okay. Yeah, that's to go back to the poker thing. There are times when you have to kind of in poker you have to completely divorce yourself. Truly, this is true of all of life. You should technically always divorce yourself from the results of a given thing, because what you really want to say is every analysis that you do of any particular thing is always perspective. We can never retrospectively analyze a decision we have to make in the future. And sometimes you'll make a bad decision, but you'll get rewarded for it, and that will increase the likelihood of making that bad decision in the future. Really common example of this is DUI, or not DUI, just not getting caught, but just driving drunk.
Yeah.
People will do it, and you don't get in an accident, so you kind of think in the future, like, oh, okay, yeah, I think we can do this. And because they didn't get the negative outcome from the driving drunk once, and the result was good, they got home, they didn't have to pay for a cab, they're like, oh, okay, I'll do this again. And the same thing happens in poker, where you might play a hand really stupidly, but you get saved because of the last card that falls in the river, and you're like, okay, yeah, you know what, actually, I think I will do this is good. Or you make a really good decision, but then they get really lucky, and like, oh, I'm never going to do this again, I'll never play aces. People say things like that. Yeah, you have to divorce the results, which feels very inhuman. It's not what we normally do. Usually we're very results oriented, but you really have to completely divorce the results when you're trying to figure out if you made a good or bad decision. That can be really, really difficult for people to do.
So that's a big aspect of certain spiritual beliefs from like Eastern. When I say Eastern, I mean primarily Hindu and Buddhist traditions.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's also something that we work really hard to train out of ourselves in medicine. So, right? Because like you can give someone the right treatment and they can die.
Yeah.
But you don't want to. So there are lots of studies that show that overcorrecting for mistakes in the practice of medicine can result in bad outcomes over time.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very important bias where, if you do something and like someone has a heart attack, like that doesn't mean that you made a mistake.
Yeah.
But in the brain of a physician, we will weight that thing as more negative than it really deserves to be, which is part of what we do in this M&M conference, which is like, you sit down and you talk through things, and this thing happened bad, but it doesn't mean, just because something bad happened doesn't mean that you made a mistake.
Yeah.
We also see that in gaming. I mean, that's why I was, 1,000 MMR
true.
for so long.
Yeah, I would lose so many games, and it wasn't my mistake. It was the mistakes of my teammates every single time.
I see this a lot, especially with like win more strategies.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's like in Dota, there's like a greedy build that you can do where you make an item. I don't know if there's something equivalent in LoL where you make an item that gives you more money.
Mm-hmm.
So you're investing a lot, and you basically dump all this money to like make more money, which is fine if you're like an ADC or something. But sometimes greedy supports will build it, and then like what happens is in the few games that pays off. Like in some games you just get rolled because instead of having like a useful item, you have this like economy dump.
Yeah.
But in the few games where the game runs long and the item pays off, it feels so good.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh my God, if I hadn't built this item, I would have nothing right now. But it like helps you make a comeback. And there's a lot of biases in like how people play video games.
Yeah. Yeah, any game that has some kind of resources usually has, this is true of probably every single RTS and true of every single MOBA, where you can opt for strategies that let you build kind of like for longer term, but you could get destroyed in the beginning, or you could opt for things that are really strong in the beginning, and if you don't win early, it's like, oh God, this is going to be a miserable 45-minute game.
Yeah. So, Steven, I have 3 different threads that I'm kind of interested in like, I'm curious if one resonates with you.
Okay.
One is you mentioned dismissive avoidant attachment. I was curious what you meant by that.
Okay.
Second thing is, you were sort of talking about plateaus and performance. Like you'll kind of like grind for a while and there's a spike. And it just reminded me of this concept that I first learned. I mean, that's generally true scientifically, but that I learned when I was learning Tantra, and I was given my mantra, which is that my guru told me that. So like doing a mantra, so there's this idea that like when you chant a mantra, you're manifesting the powers of the universe and whatnot, all that good stuff. And that the way that he described it to me is like kind of like irrigating a field, where you start at the field and let's say there's water. And so you exert some effort. Let's say the river is 100 feet away from the field. And then I dig my first foot, and then there's no water in my field. Dig the second foot, the third foot, the fourth foot, the fifth foot. I can dig 98 feet of this ditch and irrigate 0%. And then once I dig that final foot, then suddenly 1 foot is worth complete irrigation.
Okay.
So this idea of like, grinding, and then there's a spike. So that concept I was like that popped into my head. And then the third thing was I was really curious about, I got excited about your like the philosophical implications of biological determinism, because it sounds like you looked into that. I'm just curious what you think. Do any of these, and if you've got other stuff you want to talk about, I'm more than happy to. Those are just the 3 things that I got curious about as we've been talking.
Yeah, I mean, we can run down any of these 3, all 3, whatever you want to do, yeah.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, we can. I like talking to you, so I'd talk about all 3 of them. We can go.
Okay.
We can go backwards to forwards, because I think that would probably be shortest topics to longest topics, maybe.
Okay.
The biological determinism is an uncomfortable subject, mainly because of people call it race realism, but essentially there are very controversial ideas in the non-academic world and in the academic world that basically questions how much mean IQ differences between groups is related to these kind of like inherent, genetically determined, heritable traits related to G or intelligence. And I think that there's a lot of people are scared to venture into that world to ask questions, which means that a lot of the people that do venture into that world to ask questions have very strong thoughts about them that aren't always like scientifically based, but more politically or personally motivated, which is a little bit disappointing. But I think there's a lot of, I mean, on a personal level and on a societal level, it can be scary to think of how much your upshot might be limited by some kind of like biological container. Like, is it possible that I could never do a particular thing because I'm limited so much? Personally, I fall a lot more on the environmental side. I think almost anybody can achieve really high in a lot of areas, given like adequate training and everything. But yeah, that was just kind of, when you brought that up, that was my thoughts on that. Is that's a very, very, very controversial area. Yeah.
That's so interesting, because I hadn't tracked onto those concerns. So this is also because of my background and what circles I run in. But when you say, so I don't think biological determinism is genetic.
Okay.
So I think this is like really an important distinction. So when we talk about, when you say it's more environment, I think that's absolutely the case. So here's my understanding of some things, and these may be wrong. The first is that mean IQ is much more variable within a population than it is between populations. So you can take any ethnicity. Like, the reason that everyone in the United States thinks that Asians are smart is not because Asians are smarter. And I remember my first day, my intern orientation at residency at Massachusetts General Hospital, like 30% of the room was like South Asian. And I was like stunned. Like, I walked in and I was like, what is this? There's so many brown people here. And what it is it's a selection bias. So there's like 1 billion people in India, and the ones that ended up emigrating to the United States are people who have a certain, like, not even IQ, but they have a certain like professional capability. There's a huge selection bias. And I think we have tons of studies that show that one race is not smarter than another race, or one ethnicity is not smarter than the inter-ethnic variation far outweighs the intra-ethnic variation far outweighs the inter-ethnic variation. Second thing is that biological determinism, I don't think, is talking about primarily genetics. I think what their point is that if you look at human behavior can be tracked back to neuronal activity. And neuronal activity,
never mind. Okay, hold on. I just completely understood. When you're talking about biological determinism, you're almost like wrestling with this kind of like dualist thought of or like, how do we trace where human behavior comes from? Does it originate in some other place, like a soul or an abstract consciousness or whatever?
Yeah.
Or is it, okay. Now, when I think determinism, I think of like path. So like, are you a hard determinist? Are you a soft determinist? I'm thinking like philosophically on that path. And when you say biological determinism, I'm thinking like a deterministic path from birth based on biological characteristics.
No.
Okay, forget that whole thing.
I mean,
I understand. I gotcha.
You can make that argument sort of, but I think that like what we're talking about here is that, like, so let's say like you look at someone who commits a crime. So there are philosophical implications, because like if you look at that moment where they commit the crime, their neurons are activating in a certain way. Do they really have the exercise of choice, right? So this is where like, does choice exist? And if you say that choice what is the manifestation of choice? Is there some consciousness, or is choice simply another part of your brain where neurons are undergoing action potentials? Because those neurons undergoing action potentials are also somewhat deterministic. There's some randomness to it, but it's not like the person controls the randomness. Basically, you have a bunch of like sodium and potassium, literally sodium and potassium ions that are floating around between two cells. And if enough sodium ions touch and not enough potassium ions, and if there's a balance between the two, if the balance tips a certain way, the neuron will activate. If the neuron activates, then it'll cascade down to these things. And so does a human being really have control over their actions, or is the control of their actions an illusion? That is actually still, and then this is where environment shapes all of those biological things, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
So it sounds like it was a lot of what you reacted to was a different understanding of the term, which I think could be fair because maybe I'm using the wrong one. I don't know.
No, it's fine. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Second thing was plateaus and breaking through plateaus.
Yeah.
Yeah, my experience, the music thing comes up again, and then I think in StarCraft it was the same, is it feels like as a human when you're practicing or training at something, you tend not to make like kind of a little bit of progress, and then you'll have these little spurts of growth where maybe you've been practicing, chromatic scales or playing sevens or whatever, and you're kind of like improving a little bit, and then for whatever reason, like one day it just like really clicks and you're just like killing it, and you bump your metronome up, 8 or 9 points, and you're just so much more in the zone. It feels like a lot of human improvement is that way. I don't know why, but yeah.
Okay. And then third thing was dismissive avoidant.
Yeah, I'm a hugely dismissive avoidant person. I'm trying.
What does that mean?
I feel like I have a very aggressive, like public-facing persona. So for debates, for Twitter, for everything else, I feel like personally, I have a very, very hard time asking for things, making criticisms, having confrontations with people. Like my MO is usually to just like, I'll just avoid this person until they go away, or like or figure out a particular thing myself and not like make any asks or requests of some other person. I have a really hard time doing that with people. I don't know why. It's very annoying.
Is that something you want to talk about?
If you want to, sure, yeah.
What do you want to talk about? So I've offered 3 topics.
True, you're right.
We don't have to.
We can talk about that. Yeah, sure. That's probably like the biggest area of my life that I need to. Hold on. You've asked me like 3 times. Do I want to talk about it? I keep saying we can talk about that. Yeah, I would like to talk about that. Yeah.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah.
Never.
So is this interaction right here a manifestation of what you're talking about?
Yeah, a little bit. Instead of me giving a direct like, hey, I would like to talk about this, I'm letting you take the wheel, and I'm like, cool to go along with whatever. Yes.
So you were indicating, because I feel actually like so yeah, so much. I mean, so I think let's talk about it, but if I can share just my experience of this. So first thing is you said like, let's talk about these in reverse order because, like the earlier one will take longer. I was confused by that because I was actually assuming the opposite.
Oh.
That dismissive avoidant would be a quick conversation like, and then we would like get into this deep philosophical discussion about biological determinism that would last an hour.
Oh, well, the other 2 are easier one. This is a huge personal problem I have in my life that I think I've had probably for my entire life. So it's the thing that impacts me the most right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the second thing was I wasn't quite sure. Like, I was a little bit confused about the direction, but now I think I understand because I was feeling like I have to give you options of things to talking about, and it felt very strange because usually our conversation doesn't go into like this kind of stuff. So, yeah. So it sounds like you. And why do you think this is dismissive avoidant attachment?
Oh, I don't know. I've read through some of the attachment styles, and I just kind of like meme on that one. I don't actually know which one it would map onto, if it would be insecure, or whatever. I have no idea.
So it sounds like you have difficulty with confrontation in real life, asking for help.
Yeah, those 2 things. Yeah. Well, not you said the confrontation is more specific. Like I have no problems like fighting with people. I just have problems asking for things or giving expectations on things. Is very difficult for me. Yeah.
What do you mean by expectations?
Like if I feel like somebody is like failing to do a certain thing, or if I feel like somebody's like treating me kind of poorly, I have a really hard time like making a request, like, hey, chill, like establishing boundaries, like stuff like that.
Oh.
what makes that hard for you?
Man, I don't know. I've thought about it a lot. It feels like it comes from a place of insecurity, because that would be my default assumption is like, okay, well, you don't want to ask a person this because you think they'll say no, but it doesn't really make sense. I don't necessarily think it does. I don't feel insecure about the friends that I have. So then I was thinking maybe it comes from a place of independence and that like, well, I feel like I'd rather just do this myself, but you can't do everything yourself, so that's not very like reasonable. Then I wondered if maybe it comes from a place of like unreliability. Like I feel like if I do ask somebody for another thing, that it's not I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I truly don't know. I bounce between a lot of these things sometimes, and I'm not. I don't know 100% why. Because it seems like a really
I haven't
easy,
changed what I was wearing since last time.
Yeah, so I want to say that there is potentially an easy thing that we can learn about how the mind functions that maybe would actually help you quite a bit. But
Okay.
let me. I have an idea. Or I guess I can say it now. So I think that I see this a lot with people who are actually highly intelligent and have like done a
I
lot of
have
self-development
not changed
work,
anything.
where you're looking for a answer, but I think it's an issue of state, not trait. So like here's what I'm envisioning, right? So you're like looking at yourself, oh, like so if I have difficulty asking for help or like setting boundaries,
Someone
like that
wasn't paying attention.
many people that involves insecurity, right?
Yeah.
And so then you look in yourself and you're like, am I insecure? And you're like, well, no, I'm not insecure. Right?
You don't watch
So then
my
it's confusing. Like that's not the answer. And then you're like, okay, maybe it's about independence. Like, I'm not quite sure what you meant, but let's just assume for a moment that you don't want to be dependent on anyone else. So you don't ask them for help and you want to cultivate your own independence. But you're relatively independent. So it's like, am I a dependent human being? No. So then it's like kind of confusing, right? Because you'll come up with hypotheses, you'll do a logical analysis, and
Jesus
then
Christ.
you find that that hypothesis doesn't really track. Would you say that that is a faithful representation of your exploration of this?
Yeah, to some extent. I mean, obviously, I try to think of it like multi-factor. Like, well, maybe it's different for some people, or maybe, or maybe there's like a combination of things. But it doesn't get me any closer. It's more the same thing you're saying, but I might think of like two things at a time, or maybe it's a combination of things, but I still don't. Yeah.
No, but see, the point there is that you're thinking that there is a static answer instead of fluctuations within the mind. So insecurity, when you describe it, it sounds like a static quantity.
Okay.
Like you play D&D, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you have an insecurity stat. It's like it's a static number that does not fluctuate. So in my experience of like really understanding the mind, a lot of what confuses people is that they don't occupy the same mind the whole time. The mind itself changes. And then an insecurity will be dormant and then will arise and then will go dormant again. So you can look at your average security and you can say, oh, like this person is very secure with themselves. And it kind of makes sense, right? You can take someone who's very, very confident and stuff like that, and you can stick them in the one situation where like their insecurity is exposed, and then like they feel super insecure.
Okay. Look. That makes a lot of sense. I'm aware of this in other areas. When people talk to me about like, do you think I should be a streamer or a YouTuber or whatever? Usually my go-to is make sure that when you evaluate this particular thing, you keep in mind that when you're evaluating it, usually you evaluate it from a very happy state. But you need to think of like if you're miserable or depressed or upset, you also have to be ready to function in that state too. So I guess, yeah, I'm aware conceptually of this, but I guess I don't really apply it to myself as much.
Destiny, I'm
So,
always
yeah, that's a
miserable
good
and
point.
upset.
Yeah, so let's, you want to tunnel down further?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So let's talk about our interaction.
Okay.
So when I asked you, what do you want to talk about? You kind of keep saying whatever I want to talk about. Do you have a sense of what's going on in you internally when you say that?
Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like I feel like I have a sense of like wasting your time, I guess, which seems kind of stupid. That's so like going from shortest topic to longest topic means that we can cover the most ground basically. So we can get through at least this and that if you want to. Yeah. I guess maybe that's like the internal sense or whatever.
Yeah. So wasting my time. So how do you feel about me?
Like in general or specific to that or?
Yeah. Like what comes up when I ask you that question?
What do the first thing, I think you're one of the best conversationalists I've ever seen. I think I've told you that privately and I've said that a lot publicly. I think you're really good at the Sneeko conversation
First, I
was
didn't
really,
see
really
her
well done.
legs.
You're probably the
One of
best
my
conversation.
favorites.
Yeah, it was an amazing conversation to see you take somebody who's so hostile and in like 2 minutes you're like just so on their side, and I don't even think they realize. Yeah, she's very, very, very good at that. Yeah.
Okay.
I also think you're very. I think you're very genuine. I haven't. I've never heard or seen or witnessed anything different. So I think there's another issue that I have is that rationally, if I'm exploring a topic, maybe it's a lack of trust. If I ask you to talk about something that you don't want to talk about or that you feel like would be a waste of time, I think you would say it. Rationally, I know that, but I guess emotionally, I don't feel that way. Maybe I have an issue with feeling like other people might just be humoring me. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Is this is this a common experience? So this is a common experience you have with other people, right?
Yeah, I think I'm usually like socially, I think I'm a big people pleaser. Like I'm very good at like kind of orienting things in the directions that make other people happy or that people enjoy. So conversationally or socially, yeah, I'm very good at that. But then I have harder time staring in my direction, yeah, or I just don't.
I do this with caution.
Mm-hmm.
So I noticed that talking to you felt different today.
Okay.
Like I didn't feel like until now we were actually like had a good flow. It felt like the questions we covered a lot of topics. We were like boom, 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 boom. It's like let's have it like let's talk about this, let's talk about this, let's talk about this, let's talk about this. So it felt to me like there was some kind of other layer as opposed to like in the past we'll just like kind of vibe. And I hadn't felt that. And I please don't take that as a criticism. But I think this is maybe what we were kind of stumbling into. Because I do, and maybe it was the same in the past, but I felt like I was dealing with some kind of internal objective in your mind in our conversation.
Okay.
That I couldn't tease apart. And so what's your understanding of why you're a people pleaser?
I don't know. It's incredibly beneficial. Hopefully in a non-manipulative way. Like I think people that spend a lot of time talking to me personally, I think I do really, really well in almost all social interactions. I have since like a pretty early age, at least from high school and onwards, where I've really thought about social interactions. So it seems to have like well, I guess as all maladaptive behavior do. In some regards, it has a lot of benefits to it. And that I feel like I can talk to a really huge variety of people and leave a very positive impression in most people's minds.
When did you learn that that's important?
Around high school, for sure.
Can you tell me about high school?
I don't know. It's hard to imagine. But I feel like the way that I process interactions and emotions is like is a little bit off, or sometimes non-existent. It's hard to tell. But I noticed in probably early high school that the way that I talk to people or the way that I prefer to be communicated with is not the way that other people prefer to be communicated with. So there would be how to have warm conversations, how to pay attention to somebody, how to use somebody's name in a conversation, how to remember certain details and like bring them up, and for caring about people and all these are like a lot of things that I had to focus and think about and learn, because for me they meant absolutely nothing, and usually they were irritating or I didn't like them, but for other people they were really important. So I think I started to track a lot of that more in early high school and then onwards for social interactions. That sounds really sociopathic. I hope that made sense. Sorry.
I think it made a lot of sense.
Okay, gotcha.
That didn't sound sociopathic to me at all.
Okay, that's good. All right. I tried to talk to a high school teacher about this, and that's what he told me. And I was like, okay, never mind. Yeah.
Your high school teacher told you that's sociopathic?
Or he felt that it was something that I would grow out of, and it just seemed very weird. Like I remember one of my biggest complaints growing up was like the idea of I lived with my grandma when I was 16 and onwards, and the idea of like her staying up and waiting for me was literally the most irritating thing in the entire world. And I tried to explain that like the idea of having somebody waiting for me to come back, like just go to sleep, whether I'm dead or not, it's not gonna make a difference if you stay up or not. And the fact that you're just waiting on me is driving me crazy. And I think I explained that concept, and he was like, oh, well, that seems like a very insensitive thing to say, and most people would appreciate that, and blah. And I was like, okay, whatever, yeah.
Tough to imagine, but easy to remember.
Tough to imagine.
In high school.
Oh, yeah.
I asked you about high school, and you said it's tough to imagine. But I mean, that's so interesting. Like, what do you remember? What irritated you about your grandmother staying up for you?
What irritated me, man? What? I think I'm just a very, 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 very independent person. Like, I just want to be. It's funny, I guess, because it's kind of manifested in my streamer life to where when I started to become popular as a streamer, social events and cons and stuff were very stressful because I'd be getting messages. It was like, oh, everybody's waiting for you and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, holy shit. Like, I don't want, I guess it's manifested in relationships as well, where I don't want to feel like a sole source of entertainment or whatever for a person. So, yeah, for cons, I would start telling people, like, listen, if I show up, okay, it'll just be a happy accident and we'll all have fun, but don't rely on me. I'm not going to be anywhere. I'm not making plans. Who knows if I'll show up or not. And then, yeah, I guess for grandma stuff, I just kind of want to be out there doing my own thing. And the idea there's like somebody waiting for me that's like getting stressed because I'm not in the right place at the right time, in my mind, was like very, very, very stressful. Maybe it's because earlier for my parents, they didn't keep track of me at all. So maybe I just kind of grew up with that feeling very independent, but yeah.
You don't want people to care for you?
I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Sounds like it.
Maybe it's because I think it stems from a place of not being genuine. Maybe. So like growing up, I started to choose things to do because I really liked doing them, and I didn't need my parents to like sign off on things. So for instance, for band, so music was a big part of my life in high school, and I think I think it was just my dad, I think, was left, might have showed up at one concert, and I was irritated when he showed up because I was like, why are you even here? I don't think you even care about this. Like, I don't need you to be here to like come and like clap for me or whatever. Like, I'm doing this because I like to do it, and I don't need you here to like be here one time to show that you're just like, like that, like just the idea of that, just drove me crazy. But I don't know why. I don't know if that's very rational or not, or if that's just like kind of part of my.
How often would your dad come and clap for you?
Very rarely. But they were my parents worked, and there was a lot of stuff going on there.
So how do you understand, what is the advantage? Damn it, Destiny.
What?
Damn it, Steven. Nothing. We're getting in. What's the advantage to, what do you think the child gains by not needing their parent to clap for them?
You want just the pros? You want the pros and the cons?
I want the pros.
The pros are an incredibly high sense, assuming that you go in the right direction. The pros would be an incredibly high sense of internal drive, probably a high degree of resilience with lack of public support, hopefully a lot of like self-confidence or self-esteem because you don't need the external validation, I guess, to push through things. Probably ability to pursue projects like on your own or with more responsibility yourself. These are things I hope. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to add one more to the list.
Oh boy.
The answer that I was looking for.
Oh,
which
shit.
is that if you don't need him to clap for you, if you don't need him to clap for you that one day, that also means it doesn't hurt when he doesn't show up the other 9.
Yeah.
Right, so like all this internal drive and becoming a better person and independent, like I think that's actually down.
The guy
like,
on the
that's
top
like
is Destiny. The guy on the bottom is
further
Dr.
down
K, who's
the
a therapist.
That's distal to
second,
what
third
I
order.
think-
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Right. So I think those are. I can see how those adaptations like that strive for independence. But basically, it's like if I don't feel good when you say yay, I don't feel bad when you say nay.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
And so I think it's like protecting yourself from hurt by not caring about other people, because if you care about other people, like then they can hurt you.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. Although it seems like at this point I feel like kind of insulated from that ever being the case. But maybe because there's not like enough of an...
Except when you're asking for help in your relationships, setting boundaries, and that's what I think is confusing about it.
Oh,
right?
sure.
So now,
okay, yeah.
Right. So this is the whole thing, is like you've grown into a grown Steven who is confident, independent, and capable. And within you, there's a 15-year-old Steven who's not. And the analogy that I used with one of my patients is, so one of my patients was very successful in the field of finance. And they were at one of the top firms, and they were doing very well by all objective standards. But every once in a while, they would like really struggle to like feel confident. We were trying to figure out where that comes from. And the analogy that we came up with is that there's a bumbling idiot that's in the basement. This is like a dumbass that you keep trapped down there, like you don't let him out. And every once in a while, like he'll sneak out of the basement and he's like in your house and he's bumbling around and he's an idiot. And that's kind of what would happen in his mind, is that this old thing would come up and like control the way that he perceives the world, control the way that he feels. And he hated this person so much. So he tried to keep him locked in the basement as much as possible.
Okay.
Does that resonate with you at all?
No, but I feel like, I guess, the biggest worry I have is that if you have somebody locked in the basement, maybe you don't know it. Maybe you drown the sound out. I spend a great deal of time, or try to, like, going through the ways that I relate to people or the ways that I associate with people, and it's really hard to pick out sometimes, like, is this a maladaptive behavior that I need to change, or is this a behavior that is just, like, serving me so well in life that I shouldn't change it, or, yeah. I think we might have even had a conversation almost related to this, like, a few years ago, where, like, I've kind of tried to change something, and I kind of like, no, I don't think so. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to figure out what should change or shouldn't.
Yeah, so I think that's not how this is going to... So this is... I think this is a great conversation because that's how a lot of people approach these problems, right? It's like, is this good or is this bad on balance? I don't think that's the right angle.
Okay.
So I don't think it should change or shouldn't change. I think it will change if you work on it. It'll disappear. Is that a good thing for your life or a bad thing for your life? I think on balance, it will lead to more peace. And I would say also, if you look at like an RCT of 10,000 people, it'll lead to performance improvement in most of them. In your case, I'm not sure, because this, oftentimes in very successful people, they have these kinds of psychological drivers that are internally painful but lead to external success.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever worked with someone who has regretted improving this, even though it costs them some amount of drive. And what I actually find is that the drive doesn't really deplete. It just comes from a different place and is almost always healthier. Like I said, I can't think of a single case of someone who is like, I wish I still had this, whatever it is. So I would use the Sanskrit term samskar.
Okay.
Which is like a ball of undigested emotional energy that lies like dormant in your mind. So, yeah, any thoughts?
No, not yet. I think I've heard.
Okay.
I've heard this.
I can keep going.
I've heard similar before. You might have even told me this before in the past, that like this is something that's worth, figuring out. I think it kind of is to some extent. I guess it also depends exactly on what we're talking about too. Like my issue on the applied, on the most abstract level was, or the least abstract level, I guess, is being able to make requests of people, which seems very hard for me. And you're saying that you believe that this stems from an over-reliance of self, or a not trust in other people, or not wanting to be let down from other people? Am I summarizing that correctly? Or tell me, yeah.
Sort of. So I think there's more to tease apart, but
Sure.
like basically like, so here's what the signs are, right? So
Okay.
let's forget about you for a second.
Sure.
But like, I asked you about high school and what came out. This very vivid story about your grandmother.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, so that implies to us, like, well, let's take a step back from helping you with anything and just understand, like, how can we understand the mind? Like, when I ask you about high school and some memory pops out, that's significant.
Okay.
Right? That speaks to the size of whatever is down there.
Yeah. I agree.
And so there's one angle of that, but there's two or three angles here. One is that, like, you don't want people to care for you. You find it irritating.
Yeah.
And why would you be irritated? My guess is that, right, so you can absolve yourself of the whole thing. Like, I don't want you to care about me because then it doesn't hurt when you stop caring. And I'd rather trade feeling good when you care about me. I'm happy to give that up as long as I can get rid of the hurt too. And if you sort of think about it, right, so like and you can probably, I'm sure you did, make some logical argument that, and you even shared it with us, like, whether I'm dead or alive, like, it doesn't have to cost you sleep.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
Which is like, objectively and logically, it's very true. It's also absurd. Right, so my next question is...
Yeah, well, yeah, it's stupid because obviously people don't stay awake thinking they're going to intervene when something happens to you. It's because they're worried and they will sleep easier knowing that you come home safe. Yeah.
And is it okay? Like, so, and then I'm sure in some part of your mind, you're like, worrying less is better than worrying more.
I mean, not necessarily. I guess it depends on what we're talking about.
So, like, what's wrong with your grandmother worrying about you if you're out?
I'm technically nothing, I guess, other than it makes me feel weird, I guess. Yeah, there's not really anything wrong with it, yeah.
Okay, feel Well, of course there is. How does it? What feels weird about it?
Well, it's irritating to me that now instead of just keeping track of myself, now I also have to keep track of somebody else's feelings about where I'm at. So now I'm like managing multiple people's stuff when I'm trying to, I guess like live my life. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a whole other thing.
Okay.
Right. So what I hear there is a lot of responsibility for other people's feelings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I usually don't. I don't want to be. Yeah.
Do you find yourself being responsible, even though you don't want to be?
I can do it pretty well, but when it's not related to me, if that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So in my prior relationship, she might have even spoken to you about this. I might have spoken to you about this. Like a big issue that I would have is that like if you've got a problem or you've got an issue or something that's really bothering you, I can help you with literally anything. But if your issue is with me, I have a really hard time dealing with that because it's a different type of thing. Yeah. So if somebody wants to complain, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what's different about
it? What's different about it? I guess I guess it's demanding from me a behavioral change that I feel like isn't worth it, I guess. So in the grandma example, it would be like, do I need to start coming home 2 hours earlier and then sacrifice anything that I want to do tonight because it assuages your worry? That feels like a behavioral change that I have to make that's being dictated to me by somebody else's, what I would feel like are irrational feelings, I guess.
Who knew he'd have a second attack to his stab attack?
Dumb.
Who knew? Who fucking knew?
Where does that self-judgment of your stuff come from? I'm so.
What do you mean by self-judgment? Or what
like
stuff?
So you do this thing where it's you don't do this often, by the way. So when we talk about other things, you'll oftentimes add caveats, but they're not personally directed. Right? So you'll say like, oh, like I have this belief, but it's very possible that like other people don't have this belief. So you're very good at caveating, but the caveating isn't about you. In this case, you frequently judge the way that you see your thoughts as cold or dumb.
Yeah, I guess the issue is that I feel like my internal drivers, when I'm talking about my relationships with other people, my relation to other people and behaviors and everything, I make statements from my perspective, but I think I've spent so much time in my life kind of trying to pull those back or realize that like, I think this thing, but this is not normal, so I have to be aware of that. So I'm just trying to like peg that. So when I say it, it's probably that. I think that's just what's coming out.
He said peg.
This is subtle. Okay. So that's why I recognize your useful ability to second guess your thoughts.
Yeah. A really big manifestation of that would be I have a really hard problem with compliments for somebody I've been with for a long time. So if my partner compliments me, my immediate thought in my mind is like my partner might say like, oh, I think you look very handsome. And I'm thinking like, yeah, no shit, we're dating. Of course you think I'm handsome. Why? I don't need you to say that. But I know that's a stupid thought. It's not really a stupid thought, but I know that in the other person's mind, you want to hear like compliments and stuff from your partner because it makes you feel good, because it reminds them of how they feel about you. So I'll have a thought, but I know that it's a very like not ordinary thought. I say it's stupid. Maybe I should just say it's not ordinary. Other people don't think like this, so I can't project that. Is I think what I'm doing. I think when I'm caveating or when I'm hedging or when I'm self-judging, I'm just saying I'm trying not to project it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Go
okay.
For it.
Like this is.
Sorry.
Because I love you, bro.
Yeah.
This is going to make you sound stupid.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I'm
Go
going
for
to
it.
ask you. Okay.
Yeah.
So I recognize. Okay. So first thing is when someone. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. So when someone has difficulty with compliments in some circumstances, when someone calls what they think and what they feel dumb or cold, do you think that tracks onto insecurity? Like, is that consistent with someone who is insecure in some dimension?
If somebody says that they're uncomfortable receiving compliments, you're asking me if it tracks with insecurity?
And if they judge their thoughts as dumb or cold, when they feel or act or think a particular way, and they judge those thoughts in that way, do you think that tracks with insecurity? Those are the three things.
I think it could. I would have to see what the self-judgment looks like. When I say that, to reiterate what I said before, when I say that something is dumb, or I shouldn't say this, I shouldn't think this, I'm not thinking that like, God, I'm so stupid for having this feeling. When I say that, what I'm thinking is that like, I understand that I think about these things in this way, but it's very abnormal, and I have to be aware of that, because if I start projecting that onto other people, people are gonna have really bad impressions of me. Yeah. or have a very bad. I'm not going to be communicating accurately what I feel about somebody if I act the way that I would have somebody act towards me. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. So this is where like we also get into a weird space because respectfully, I disagree.
Okay.
I think that what I feel from you is that is what you said is absolutely correct. I think that is what has built on top of a kernel of something
Rotten
else.
bastard.
Okay.
So I think this has been absolutely adaptive for you, but like it's weird to hear you say this, and maybe this is my perception that's messed up, right? Maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but like it's so weird to hear you say that's dumb, that's dumb, that's dumb, because you don't usually talk like that. You're not usually so black and white. You're quite nuanced, right? So you'll talk about the shortcomings in your thought process quite frequently.
That's right.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah,
But
like I said, I
usually
think it's
those-
part of what we said before. I try to be like very aware of like where my thought process sits in the world, and I try to like caveat or hedge. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So what I would encourage you to do is take a step back from that and listen to the music.
Okay.
Right. So like take a step back from like analyzing your thought process and like. Now I'll ask you. So now we'll pick a new topic, right? So like try to listen to the music.
Okay.
What is it like to be responsible for the feelings of others? What is it like to be someone who can create worry or take it away? To create happiness or sadness? What is it
I'm
like
trying to think
have
more.
people...
The first thing that pops into my head is just stressful, usually.
So stressful is an umbrella term.
Okay.
That is commonly used when people are somewhat alexithymic, which means colorblind to their internal emotional state.
Okay.
Like I get that it's stressful. Of course it's stressful.
You're
But what
asking
is
me
the
why it's
nature of
stressful?
that stress?
Eternal darkness imprisoning me. All that I see, absolute
When you
flavor.
get a text that a bunch of people are waiting for you at a con, how do you feel?
I think that the stressful part of that is usually the idea that there's like a thing that people want me to do that I don't really think I want to do it because I don't think it would be very enjoyable or very much fun for me. But I know that if I don't show up, a bunch of people are going to be like very upset or very unhappy. So then the stressful part is that there's like there's a branching path where I can make a decision that would be fun for me or would make me happy. But if I make that one, a bunch of people are going to be upset or disappointed or whatever. Or I can make the other decision, which is going to be irritating to me, but it would make all the other people happy. So I think that dichotomy is something that is what results in the stressful feeling. Is that not deep enough, or is that too abstract still, or?
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about.
Okay, sorry. Gotcha.
No. It's good. It's good. Sorry, I could be doing this better for sure.
No, you're fine.
So look at you protecting my feelings.
No, shut up. You don't even protect your fucking feelings, okay? Fuck off. You're not fine, okay? I feel very upset now, okay?
Okay. Look at you when I call attention to the fact that you're doing something kind for me, laughing it off and
Yeah, I can't ever accept compliments. Yeah, that's like a horrible, stupid. Yeah, it's really bad. It's
hard,
really stupid.
isn't
Yeah, it makes me very
Yeah.
uncomfortable. I don't know why. This is a really dumb thing as well. Yeah.
You did it again.
Yeah, because I should be able to accept a compliment. I don't know why I can't. It's very
Should
stupid.
be able to.
Yeah, I should be able to. Yeah, without it feeling weird.
What makes it hard?
I truly have no idea. It's like it's a super like that's like hitting my knee and asking me why I just kicked you. Right? It's like a very reflexive thing. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
it's very annoying.
Okay. Are you? Is this conversation okay?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. You would be able to tell me if it wasn't, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I'm trusting you there. Okay. I can't.
No,
read
I
your
understand.
mind,
Yeah.
Steven.
I don't think I've
We-
ever
we-
had a conversation that I'm not okay with, so it's hard for me to imagine if you would bring up something that was okay. But I think I would just say like, yeah, we should talk about this offline. I think I trust you that if I wanted to talk about something offline, I think you would tell me. Yeah.
Yes. And so I know we've had that channel of communication in the past. So just okay. So I feel good.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to. So when a bunch of now you have a choice between their unhappiness and your unhappiness.
Yeah.
And which one do you choose?
Oh, probably theirs. It feels like you described so much of my life. Yeah. Whose unhappiness are we choosing between? What a horrible predicament. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's rough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, obviously, yeah, that sucks. You're either letting down people that I guess ostensibly are relying on you for something.
Tell me a story.
Tell you a
About-
story.
Like, I want the story that, like, when you're like, oh my God, I'm choosing between my unhappiness and someone else's unhappiness. Tell me that story. What comes to mind?
I don't know. It feels like almost every. I mean, like the really obvious one would be any particular story relating to people that want to hang out at a particular convention. Me giving, I do way too much like implicit acceptance or denial, so I don't real. Okay, well, I can. Jesus. Yeah, I guess like a couple weeks ago, or maybe a week ago, a few friends I think wanted to go out. I think kayaking. And they were staying over here, and they messaged me in the morning, and I was flying back from another thing, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna not respond. And then when I flew in, they were like, oh, like, are you coming out? And I'm like, oh, well, I don't know, I might need to stream, but I didn't actually like say no. And then I kind of just like push it forward or kick it down the road until like, oh, well, it's too late to go out now. Oop, well, I guess I just have to do this now. I'm gonna go work. That's probably a lot of interactions that end up like that. Yeah, that happened when I was in Austin. I think with another few people that wanted to hang out. I think it happened a few days, but yeah, these happen. Yeah, these interactions happen a lot.
What is the consequence of other people's unhappiness?
It's I guess it's a reward, I guess, because usually then they just like go away. So I just like get to keep working and do my own thing. I guess maybe that's why it reinforces the behavior so much. Yeah, but I guess usually if other people are unhappy, then ideally I guess or hopefully they rely on you less and less for kind of like any sort of like stuff for that there, and then I just continue to navigate.
Okay. So I'm going to go a little bit back. I mean, I get that. Sure. So I get the fact that, I mean, I call it a fact, but like, I can see how you don't water the plants.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to uproot a plant. You're not going to kill it. You're just going to let it die.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Depending on, yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm kind of curious about is sometimes when people do this, they have some kind of consequence from unhappiness, which is not letting things die. This is your adaptation. So what we're trying to understand is, when did you learn that not doing this was a mistake?
When did I learn that not doing this was a mistake? As in not...
When did you learn that evoking unhappiness explicitly, right? So because what you're doing is you're not explicitly disappointing people. You're just AFKing until they figure out you're not going to show up, which by the way is like such a common experience for people today.
Okay.
Like I'm just going to like ghosting, right? Like it's like so many of us just AFK until the shit disappears. And so usually when we see this kind of behavior, what happens is like there's a time in your life when you were not like that. You were definitive. It resulted in someone else's unhappiness, and then you learned, no. This is a terrible idea. Because if you want to change the behavior, and we haven't even decided that you do yet, but I think you do, we have to understand how you learned this lesson in the first place. It's about unlearning, not learning.
Sure.
So are there times in your life where you've made people unhappy and you've been really punished for it?
Idiot.
I can't necessarily think of it.
When did you learn to fear people's unhappiness?
When did I learn to fear people's unhappiness? Probably, I guess, probably came through my first two relationships, I think. As I was like doing school and work too much, my partners wanted to see more of me, but I like was either sleeping or working or in school, and I just didn't really have enough time. And then, yeah. So it probably would have been through my first two relationships, yeah.
Okay. And what happened then when you weren't able to make them happy?
I just got really bad usually, I think. Yeah. Lots of, very intensely physically abusive. Lots of cop calls and stuff. But I would say that, I think
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of dumb. It's all good. We're cool now. But I think the pattern that I would basically fall into is that like I would become more and more disconnected. The other person would try to evoke a reaction out of me, and then eventually that would escalate into them kind of attacking me until I would respond, because obviously I had to at that point. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna need a second to process that.
Go for it.
I'd need more than a second.
Do you feel bad that I need some time to process that?
No, actually.
Okay.
I feel like I hope most people get this impression, when you say you need time to think, that's actually something that feels really good because it feels like I'm saying things and you're actually taking a moment to genuinely consider them and then think of a response rather than just like going down. So that's flattering to me. Yeah.
So you don't want to be dependent on. You don't want people to depend on you.
I think theoretically I do, but only if our interests are like super, super, super aligned. So like if I have like you call it a ride or die. I don't know. If you've got somebody who's like, where our interests are like 1,000,000,000% aligned, or not 1,000,000,000, it doesn't have to be completely, but if they're aligned on something, then yeah, then in that point, like being relied upon is really fun for me because now I feel like I have a thing where it's like I feel strongly about this. This is a person who's like feelings or livelihood I want to protect, and I feel like it's in like an arena or realm that I excel in, and like these are a thing that we're like mutually working towards. Like in those cases, I think it's really
fill
fun.
up the
I don't think I would avoid it in all
bleed
cases.
gauge
Usually I
enough,
feel like my I'm not as aligned, I guess, with the
they
people
lose
around
a
me
percentage
sometimes,
of their health.
or people who've been in my life.
So I'm kind of confused. I think that makes a lot of sense. Like when you
And you can
describe
tell when it
makes a lot
happens
of
because
sense.
they
There's
like
some things that I'm
explode into
confused
blood
about, because
like
when
that.
I hear about a lot of your impactful relationships, I would think that those are the ones that should be ride or die. So the traditionally your most potent or important relationships, romantic relationships, parental relationships. You have siblings?
Yeah. I'm not very close to any of my family, but I've got like 6
See,
brothers
that's
and
what's
sisters.
kind of weird to me, right? Is that like when you say like, okay, like ride or die. So who are the people that normally in a normal life, and sorry for being judgmental and saying your life, I don't think your life is abnormal. I'm
Oh,
just
it was
saying
very abnormal. You're fine. It's okay. Yeah.
You know, like we think like, okay, who's ride or die? Like your parents are ride or die, right? Like they're the ones that are behind you 100%. Your spouse, your siblings, your boyfriend, girlfriend, like these are the relationships that should be ride or die. But for some reason, the ride or die and those don't overlap. Like it feels to me like those are like there's no Venn diagram there.
I mean, like my parents and my little sister, which is probably like my immediate family, I would say, because all my older siblings are from other marriages, so they're like
Attack, my
siblings.
little minions,
I
attack!
think my parents would do anything for me. Regardless of mistakes they've made growing up, like my parents, and I've done. Hopefully, I've tried to do quite a bit for them over the past couple of years, and I think my little sister's similar. We just are. We're so different. We're just so different that the. Yeah, I think if like my life utterly fell apart and I was homeless and I like called mom and dad, like, Mom, Dad, I need to live with you. I'm like, my life. They would like, my mom would be super happy.
Yeah, they're kind of bastards.
Yeah, my parents like, super love me, I know. And then even my little sister, I'm sure would do, what she could. Yeah.
How are you so different from them?
Like, how did I become different, or how am I different, like in characteristic trait quality?
I was thinking more of the latter, but
latter.
either one.
I don't know. I feel like, do you know like color temperatures on lights?
Sort of.
Like I'm like a 6,000 degree. I'm like a very cold, sterile. Like when you talk to me, like I'm very like dry, witty, sarcastic, intelligent, like biting. Like that's kind of like my character. Like maybe like a porcupine or a hedgehog. Like that's how I feel. And I would say that my family is very much like the conservative, religious, loving.
Destiny,
like mom is always like
hedgehog.
baking cookies, and like they try to go to church, and like those. Yeah, just very, very,
should
very
draw
different
that.
in almost every regard. Like if you saw me with my family, I think most people that have seen me with my family think I'm like adopted. It's like this is insanely different types of people.
So it sounds like you're just, and it's nice to hear that your parents, sounds like there's a lot of actually love both sides.
Yeah, I think they're loving people for sure.
Yeah,
One of the biggest distillations and differences of behavior would be like when I go to clean up, like I'll take a trash bag and I'll go through my apartment. If I haven't used it in 2 months, just throw it away. I think my mom has every single thing any of her children have ever written on since birth. Like that's just in terms of differences. Yeah, we're just very, very, very different people. Yeah,
Different people. But
Yeah.
it sounds like there's a lot of love that you can count on them, that there's a lot of good stuff there.
yeah, for sure.
So kind of going back to like these social interactions and stuff, you don't want to be dependent on, so you're okay being dependent on in ride or die relationships, but how does it feel otherwise?
If it's something that I excel at, that I can do quickly, it's okay. But if it requires like a significant thing, otherwise, it just feels very burdensome, I guess.
I love it
What's
when
so
someone in
burdensome
a dating app wants you to bring them a gift
What's
when
so
you
burdensome about it?
Because they're under the impression that you just want to fuck.
I don't know. It just feels like a lot of time, emotional energy for
like fuck off with that.
Not much in return. I don't really have very many friends though.
In fact, kill yourself in Minecraft.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it hard to evaluate too. As I'm talking about these things, a lot of these are like people that I would say like I'm friendly with, but I don't have very many like friends. But I feel like if it was a friend making a burdensome request, I don't think I would have a problem with that. So like I live close to a guy. There's a guy called like Dan, and I think if I had like a random person and they were like, I really need a ride tomorrow to the hospital, and I live like 40 minutes away, like could you just like pick me up, like please? I would probably say, bro, I'll just shoot you money for an Uber. Like why would I waste my time with this? But I think if Dan asked me, like, yeah, sure, of course I can do that. So I think maybe it's more maybe. Also, sorry if I'm going too far off. Maybe the analysis I'm giving you of how I relate to people isn't necessarily like I treat everybody like this, but more so that like there are very, very, very few people I consider close enough to like make these types of, I guess, sacrifices for, or make these types of arrangements with. But I think for people that are close to me, I think I wouldn't have a problem doing that. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Are you? So I know there's a meme about you being a sociopath. Like, do you think you're a sociopath?
I don't know. I'm trying to think about it. I think it's cringe.
I mean, so I'm not diagnosing you then, but I don't think you're a sociopath. Like, I don't get sociopathy from you.
That's good. All right.
I get.
I'm a diagnosed non-sociopath. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know.
That was funny. But I mean, what I really get the sense of is that like you feel, first of all, I don't know why, but you feel so responsible for like randos. Like you don't want to inconvenience people. You don't want to burden people. You don't want to like be the result of someone's unhappiness. And maybe that's something deeper than, I mean, I think it's like...
I mean, I wouldn't want to be.
Having a physically abusive relationship where they made you responsible for their happiness. And it's not so much about the abuse as it is like, I think sometimes people, this is like one of the things I've learned as a clinician is like, you know, when I work with people, oftentimes it's all the stuff leading up to the abuse where the real damage is done, right? So when things get abusive, it's like things are untenable. But it's like all the ways that you get shaped up to that point. Does that make sense? It's like all the little compromises that you make, all the little like, because it's not at that point. It's like trying to make things work, and you give of yourself, and you give of yourself, and you give of yourself, and you start to like shape yourself into what they want you to be. But since they're so demanding, it's never enough, and then things escalate, and then you're like, this is crazy, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
But that shaping happens like even before that.
Yeah, 100%. I can definitely sympathize or empathize with that point. Like if I was outside a bar and I got into a fight with some dude and, you know, he ends up kicking my ass or something, like at the end I'd be like irritated, but it's not going to have the same emotional gravity as like a fight with a significant other, where at the end it's like, Jesus Christ, like what brought us to this point that like I'm calling the cops? Like this is like insane. Yeah. And that's probably a lot more emotionally loaded with a whole bunch of other things leading up to that point, I would agree. Yeah.
No, what I'm even saying is before the fight with the cops with your significant other, what I'm talking about is 3 months before that fight, there was something about you ordered pizza and they got pissed at you.
Sure.
Something insignificant that is actually quite emotionally shaping. What was the path before things got abusive?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying,
yeah. And what I'm kind of curious about is like, so what's wrong with, and don't say nothing, don't say this is stupid.
Okay.
What's wrong with telling people, hey, I'm flying in today, and they're like, hey, do you want to go kayaking? You're like, I'm going to be flying in. I'm pretty tired, so I think I'll pass.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. That should be what I do. Yeah.
Remember, you can't say nothing's wrong with it. What's wrong with it?
Oh, I can't even. Oh, wait, I have to like, what's wrong with it? As in like what it feels wrong to me, or?
Yeah, like why? Like you don't do that, right? So we have to reverse engineer. We can't say what should be. We have to accept what is there. Nothing's wrong. There's something wrong with it. Otherwise, you would do it.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I'm letting the other person down.
What's wrong with letting the other person down?
The person views me, I guess, as some sort of person that they want to spend time with, or hang out with, or have fun with, and I'm completely failing to, I guess, live up to that expectation.
Grab the fucking runes!
What's wrong with that?
Go, go, go.
It feels like I fostered some kind of expectation in the other person that they can have that expectation of me, and I'm failing to live up to that, maybe?
Let me ask in a different way.
Okay.
Who's someone that you had an expectation with that let you down? who's someone that you wanted to hang out with more?
I don't know. I never ask. I just never make requests to people. It's a bad character trait of mine. Did I ask you to come on my? I asked you to come on my podcast, right?
No.
Did I bring that up in our last conversation? Or I might have brought it up, like, if you're in Miami, you should come by. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think you mentioned something.
Oh, okay,
like that.
yeah. If I did, that took a lot of building up to do, because normally I just don't make requests of people ever. Yeah. But if I did, that was something I had to think about a lot before. Okay, I'm going to ask him this particular thing, because I always feel like I'm imposing on other people, which is stupid. I know I'm not. I just did the thing. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So good awareness, right?
Yeah,
You don't
yeah,
have to
I
fix
know,
it.
yeah, okay.
Just aware, aware, right? So notice that self-judgment. It's not dispassionate, Stephen. Do you see that? It's not dispassionate.
What the?
It's like the judgment. It's not a logical analysis. It's a judgment.
Is it? I don't know if it is.
It is.
Oh, okay. I mean, like, rationally, it's just not true. I know I'm not imposing. I know you can say no. Like, it's stupid to feel like it's an imposition
Right.
for
So
me to, yeah.
if it's not rational, then what is it?
Emotional?
Yes. And judgments are emotional, not rational. Or this version. There's other versions that you can arrive at a logical judgment, but that's not what's going on here. Like, that's the point, right? It's like, it's so simple that it's like so sort of weird that, like, obviously you know that rationally it's not okay, but the crazy thing is that this is rational. At its core, it's rational, because emotions are to conceive of yourself as your words. No human being is a computer.
Mm-hmm.
So a rational analysis of yourself must include emotion.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree with that.
Right? Your words. And so this reaction that you have is very reflexive. This is a vasana. It's a mental habit.
Mm-hmm.
It is something that in the CBT would be called an automatic thought.
CBT.
Okay. So let's kind of go back to this, because I mean, I think this is like, to me, there's a couple of really important things here. So, and I don't think you're sociopathic. Once again, I'm not clinically evaluating for antisocial personality disorder, but
Okay.
what I see is a lot of your coldness is actually like kind of compassion. Like, there's another weird angle to this, which is that why are you so sensitive to not making other people unhappy? Because you know what it's like to being on the receiving end of that behavior.
Sure, but I feel like I don't think I agree with the characterization though, because I feel like if it was compassionate, I would just make the other decision and make myself less comfortable. I feel like at the end, it just is about being selfishly motivated. Like, oh, I feel bad because I'm being a lazy.
You've gone
whatever.
so far down the end. You've circumnavigated sociopathy and ended up in compassion.
I don't know if I agree with that, but I'll take that.
I know you don't. So let me
Sure.
toss something out.
Yeah,
okay.
go for it.
I'm not saying I'm right, by the way.
No, yeah,
This
that's
is
fine.
Okay. So, like, did you want your dad to come to your music performances?
I feel like the deeper question isn't like, did I want them to come? Maybe it would be like, did I want them to come? Does that make sense? Because I think
Yes.
genuinely at the end, I don't really think I did. I didn't really care much about it. And then I would get annoyed if they'd show up because I feel like they're just there. Actually, no. I have been down the street before. I think the thought was that, like, I want somebody to come or I want somebody to do something, but only if there's like a genuine interest in the thing. Recircling, when we talk about compliments, and I don't genuinely like compliments, I don't like compliments because I feel like a lot of them are given in lieu of something else or to express something else. So, for instance, let's say that I have a partner and we wake up and like, oh, you look really handsome. It's like, yeah, okay, that's like how I always look.
Ollie,
Like,
wanna
that'd be
see
whatever. But
something
like, let's say that
cool?
we dressed up to go out somewhere nice and like, oh wow, you look really handsome in that outfit. That would feel better because it's like, oh, I feel like that's a genuine thing that you're actually saying, and it's not just like an out of hand expression of some random emotional state you have of me that like means nothing to me. So like, if a parent showed up to a concert and they were like, wow, you played so well, I'd be like, okay, thanks, Mom.
Said, "Wanna
or
see
Dad."
something
Yeah,
cool.
Obviously. But if they came up and they said something along the lines of like, wow, like I've heard you struggle with this piece for like 2 weeks and you nailed this solo on this piece here, good job. That would feel a lot more fulfilling. It's like, oh, you are genuinely noticing what I'm doing. You're genuinely having an interest, and the compliment is reflecting that genuine interest in that thing. Yeah. Maybe that's everybody with compliments. No, that's not everybody though, because I feel like random shit all the time. But I think that's how I would, yeah.
Yeah, so see, there
This
you
did
did
not go
the
the way I had planned.
second guessing or the self-analysis, but without judgment, right? So there was no, I'm dumb for thinking that.
Yeah.
So next thing to consider, so it sounds like the compliments have to be filtered through your own perception.
For me to like them, yeah. But that's probably normal, right?
I mean, I don't.
I think that's
it is
normal.
not-
Yeah,
it
they
is
have to
not
hit you.
abnormal.
Yeah, because if I were to walk up to a bunch of random girls, like, wow, your boobs are so nice. Like most girls are like, I don't appreciate that. Like, well, that's because you're filtering through your perception. It would just be not. It would be not appropriate.
No,
right?
but
Yeah.
I mean, my point
Oh, it
is
was
that,
a
like,
little cool.
So
Fucked
no,
it
no,
all up.
I don't think that's normal.
Okay.
So it's common, sure, but I want you, like, so the whole point of a compliment is like, this is what I think about you. It doesn't have to be tempered or filtered through what you think about yourself. Now, I think it's very common.
Can I
when
wait?
someone-
Can I hit on that for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, because I haven't considered this before, maybe, or this thought popped in my head, so I haven't like. Maybe I feel like when somebody compliments me, and it's not a genuine compliment, it almost feels like somebody's making a deposit that they're trying to withdraw on later, I guess. So if somebody gives me that compliment about like the music thing, or like they've like a genuine noticing of something, and they say like, oh, blah blah blah, like that feels like, oh wow, you noticed something that's really well. If somebody's just like giving me like a random whatever, it feels like a social nicety or some transaction or some deposit that I'm gonna have to like, okay, well you said this, so I guess like somebody got me a gift for Christmas, and I have to get you a gift back. Maybe I think like maybe that's the feeling. It feels like a little bit
That
more
went much
transactional
better.
or less genuine, or like there's some other
Feels like a debt.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a burden.
Yeah.
Hey, nice tits.
So that I think is definitely tracks, right? Because like burdens you don't want. You don't want to be You don't want other people depending on you. You don't want to owe people things. You want to
Babe,
be
you got a
independent.
rockin' pair of tits.
You don't want to be connected.
Yeah.
So I think that is there. I think there's another way to think about it. And these things aren't mutually exclusive, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, I know it's kind of weird, but like, let's say I have, I'll use an extreme example, body dysmorphia.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at me and you
I hope
see
you're
someone
listening to
who
some of
is
this video though, Ollie.
a
'Cause
10
some
out
of
of
this
10.
is really good advice.
Now you say that to me, and since I have body dysmorphia, I dismiss what you say. Right? So this is like filtering a compliment through my own perception. Now, is this common? I don't know what you mean by the word normal. Is it common? Quite. But I don't think that, I think that generally speaking, and now we get to this thing again, that is also common in people who have an insecurity. So when you feel insecure about something, you have difficulty accepting compliments about it because you're filtering it through your own insecurity.
Okay, can I ask a question on this? When I'm complimenting people, or when I'm like, I think about this a lot in debate for persuasion, for instance, but even in like in warm relationships, when I'm complimenting somebody, I'm almost always thinking of it from, I try to think of it from their frame of reference or from their perspective. So if somebody is, let's say somebody worked on an art project, and where I'm at in my life right now, the things that I value the most are, can I get a 24 to 48 hour turnaround on an email, and how reliable are you? These are like the two most important things for an employee to me. So let's say somebody finishes an art project and they got it done like really quickly. If I looked at that art project, and I know that that's to them not what they're thinking about, that's not what they value the most. They value like the artistic merits of what they've done. If I was going to give a compliment to that person, I wouldn't compliment them on the thing that I appreciate. I would compliment them on the thing that I think they appreciate. So I wouldn't say like, wow, I can't believe you got this back to me in a day, thanks. I would say something like, wow, this looks like really good. Congratulations, or like, this is like a really cool art piece, because I think that they would value that comment more. Do you think that's like an ordinary way of like how people compliment each other, or a thing to consider, or is that bad or good? Or what are your thoughts on that, I guess? Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay. So I think it is an ordinary way to compliment people. And there's a beautiful way for us to get past a slice of whatever the fuck is going on.
Okay.
Which is, I think you should stop doing that. So I'll tell you a story, okay? So I was once working with a pro gamer, and this pro gamer was up and coming. And they would sometimes travel to a different region of the world to boot camp, where there were lots of tournaments. And we were talking about when this person would play with the top tier pros. This person is arguably like a tier 2 pro at the time. They would talk to the top tier, they would pub with the top tier pros. And then if they ever made a mistake in the pub, they would feel so bad about themselves, because these are the best players in the world that are seeing this mistake, and they must think I'm like shit, right? Like, because I'm making these shit mistakes. They thought I'm shit, I'm shit, I'm shit. They're seeing me for shit. Not surprisingly, this person was also quite toxic in pubs in their home region when they're streaming.
Mm-hmm.
And so one really interesting thing is that the way that, and you've already sort of figured this out, but we let's just state it, which is like, see, the way that you interpret other people's compliments has to do with the way that you give compliments. This is 101, like human behavior 101. If I give you, so some people value, let's talk about gift giving. So some people like the monetary value of the gift is what's important.
Okay.
For other people, it's the thought that counts, right? So I will give gifts based on my internal compass of gift giving. So, and it's both ways. When I receive a gift, I interpret it this way. And when I give a gift, I'm using the same rubric. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So one thing that I would encourage you to do is start complimenting people for what you value, not what they value. You can do both, but at least do one. So because what you're doing is like, if you compliment people, quote unquote, deceptively, and I don't think deceptive is really the fair term, but I'm using it as kind of a hyperbole. Then when other people compliment you, it is more likely to be interpreted as deceptive because that's the rubric in your mind. You give compliments to people based on what they will like.
Okay.
When I think about, yeah.
And you can keep going. I'm writing some of this down now. But I have a really big question. You can keep going if you want to take a pit stop here about that deceptive thing. That's something that I have a really hard time dealing with. But we can put a pin on that and come back if you want.
Yeah, let's put a pin on it. So I think it's the same thing. I'm leading there.
Okay.
So what I've come to realize is like authenticity goes a long way. That's the most important thing. And sometimes you'll be amazed at how much it can change people because. See, right now we're talking about their self-perception. You're feeding into that self-perception. We're all playing the game on their perception.
Mm-hmm.
We're filtering things through their insecurity. We're all thinking about what's in their head. The beautiful thing about an authentic compliment is that you are pulling them outside of their head and into your head. When someone values their artistic merit, they may have never thought of themselves as professional, reliable, or timely. They're not in a STEM field, right? Those are the things that STEM people value, or people in finance. What you value about another human being, if you authentically share with them, it's maybe not what they're looking for, but you will be amazed at how it can be worth twice as much. When someone thinks they're ugly and thinks they're smart, they get a lot more out of being told they're beautiful than they do from getting told that they're smart.
Yes.
They may be confused by the beauty, and that's why the authenticity matters. And in the same way that you sort of talk about if someone says something with a lot of like flavor to it, right? Hey, I really appreciate, and you did this when you like kind of talk about this conversation with Sneeko or whatever, like you authentically share what I appreciate about it. The value comes not from what I think, I mean, maybe you were doing it with me, but I don't get the perception that you were telling me that because, like, I value that. I think that was genuine appreciation for something. That's what I received. That's what I heard.
A little bit, yeah. That's like a golden zone compliment where it was something that I valued, but I hope it's something that you value. So it goes back to that when I was saying like when the interests align, like everything works out really well.
So golden zone is great, right? So when you can scratch both of those itches, fair enough. But I would encourage you to start giving people compliments that are more about where you come from.
Okay.
So I learned this lesson one day when I saw one of my mentors compliment an old lady about their appearance. And this is a psychiatrist, and it was just eye-opening to me. Because I see these old ladies that are out, right? And old ladies are usually dressed up. If you don't pay attention, you won't notice this. I'd never paid attention to this before.
I worked at a casino, and the old ladies that would come in, they'd always have like these cute dresses on and their purses and earrings.
They're so careful about their appearance.
Mm-hmm.
They put so much time and energy, and what we see is their age, right? We see someone who, and so we don't compliment. Like we as men oftentimes will just compliment
you're a
people
very smart
based
person.
on our genitals.
And I don't know what you look like, so I can't comment on
There's
the
all that
second
mating and compliments get tied up so much for us. It's a mess.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a mess.
I think you're very intelligent.
And to take a moment and appreciate that, wow, this person got together today, woke up today, looked in the mirror, they're like 70 years old, they picked this particular hair clip with this particular earrings and this particular lipstick. This is an ensemble of intention. And to recognize and appreciate that, and to even look at that. Right, and this falls a little bit more potentially into what you're saying, which is telling people what they want to hear. But this person genuinely appreciated the effort that went into this.
Okay.
And it was like really opened my eyes. And I think whatever you receive from other people is your brain kind of works the same way. And so if you change what you give, your brain will automatically change what you receive.
So you think, so the hypothesis here being that if I were to genuinely compliment people on the things that I appreciate, you think that I would receive their if I compliment people from my appreciation, from my frame of reference, I would start receiving their compliments better even from their frame of reference? Is that essentially what you're saying?
Absolutely. Right now it's no longer filtered through your insecurity.
Huh. Okay.
Right? And then hopefully over time you'll be able to discern when people are bullshitting you, because you can still tell the authenticity, right? So you're familiar with the golden zone. You know what it looks like. And so when people are BSing you, I think it'll help a lot, because then the other cool thing that will happen is when you start complimenting out of authenticity. Are you expecting anything in return?
No, I'm not. No.
All right. So once you start giving without expectation, you can receive without expectation. It's both ways.
It's
right?
honestly
so right
a lot.
Now when you compliment
it
someone, and I think this is why people will
thing.
allude that you're
just
I don't
gotta
think you're
learn how to be more
sociopathic,
confident.
but third time.
I think me and you are in the same boat with that.
You know, I think it's like because you're kind of playing this game, and you had to learn how to play that game.
Than me,
I think early on, right? So like the other humans, you didn't know how they worked because you were a 6,000 hue whatever in a porcupine, and they're like otters that are snuggling with each other. Right, so you had to like learn this way of interacting with the humans because you were a different kind of kid.
I get what you mean, though.
And so I think that a lot of you know, it's crazy, but like these old spiritual traditions always like talk about the benefits of things like compassion and stuff like that. And then they also say something weird. We think compassion is about making the world a better place. It's not just about making the world a better place. It's about making you a better person. To practice compassion and forgiveness changes the way that you receive what the world gives you. And everyone is so caught up circling back to what we originally talked about everything that's wrong on the internet, that we stop looking at ourselves. We stop looking at like, let me just be genuine with another human being. Let me offer what I have without expectation. And then you can receive what other people have without expectation. It becomes joyous. Because right now, think about what you're doing to your life, Stephen. When someone does something nice for you, instead of enjoying it, you feel burdened and indebted. Like, what the kindness from another human being increases your burden? No wonder you don't have many friends. And now there are certain beautiful things that you've been able to accomplish. There are certain relationships that you can create that bypass this mechanism. Ride or die. My parents love me no matter what. My mom would be thrilled in fresh-baked cookies. Right? So you're not busted. You're not screwed up. You're not ill or anything like that. This is normal. All human beings are like this. Everyone, their mind gets shaped without their knowledge or consent. Yours has been too, mine has been too. So I'd say try to change a little bit about what you put out into the world, and it'll change the way that you receive what the world will give you. And the beautiful thing is you'll be able to, when someone compliments you for something, even if you don't believe it about yourself, you'll be able to receive it and it can improve your day. Last thing is that there's a lot of stuff about this whole like insecurity, like being responsible for other people's happiness. I don't think that that is directly related to this. I think that's a different thing. But I do think there's something about, you know, like, and I think it's hard to admit, especially, so this is harder to admit if you have a good relationship with your parents. Easier to admit if they're abusive. So when you love your parents, it's much harder to say, it really hurt me that you didn't show up all the time. Right?
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like, this is another thing that I learned clinically. I had one patient who I've learned so much. And when we love our parents, it's hard to find fault with them. And if we can't find fault with our parents, we can't admit how we've been hurt. And if we can't admit how we've been hurt and we suppress it and we don't acknowledge it, then it leads exactly to the picture that we see with you, which is confusing and makes no sense. I'm not insecure, but I feel insecure. I have all the features of insecurity, but I'm not insecure. And then the last thing is that this can be states. So it's not that you are or aren't. It is that there is a dormant part of your mind that arises in some cases. In certain circumstances, these things come up. And you're so beautiful at talking about them, right? So it's like when your grandmother is like, where are you? When these people are like, you're flying back and they want to go kayaking. These moments where this complex arises. And the rest of the time, you're fine. We know you're secure because you can take on some of the biggest wigs in the industry and hold your own. You have confidence. You have faith in what you're doing in the world. You have a foundation of what it means to be good, how you want to see the world change. And we can see all the confidence that comes. People detect it. That's why they can't push you around.
Sure.
Right? It doesn't matter how rich they are, or how much money they are, or how many more followers than they have. And you're centered. The only problem is that when this thing arises, you become uncentered. Can you feel the difference?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right? So it's not either or, it's both. And one is dormant. It's an issue of state, not trait.
Yeah, that
it's
makes
not
sense.
stats, it's like tank stance or DPS stance or healing stance. You had a question?
No, I don't think it's as relevant anymore. I was going to ask before, in terms of like complimenting people or saying things to people that I know people want to hear, like how much of this is deceptive versus if I'm trying to communicate a genuine interest to somebody, I might say a particular thing that I care about, but I don't think they care about it. So then instead I might say something that I know that they care about. Would something like that count as deceptive? But you're just saying to just like compliment on things that I would care about regardless and not try to get into other people's frame of reference so much, I guess.
So there's a nuance there. So
Sure.
I'm not saying that you should do entirely one. What I'm saying is that you should start piloting the other and see what happens.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
And then the right answer is then focus on your perception. Because right now, when we're talking about compliment, we're all talking about you. Should you do it this way? Should you do it this way? But at some point, what you want to then do is see how they receive the compliment.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah.
And then once you operate from perception, then you by all means can fit yourself to who they are.
Yeah.
And I don't think that that's deceptive. It's just as long as you're not deceptive, it's not deceptive.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a question. What is like the limiting principle on this? How far, let's say, so I'll hyperbolize really hard in the other direction. Somebody sees me every single time they see me. They're like, I really like, I really like those Ralph Lauren sweatpants. They're the coolest thing ever. And they just really like complimenting these things, but I really just don't care about this, or I really just don't enjoy this, or I don't like this particular compliment. Do you, I guess from a personal development level, would you try to always receive every single compliment as well as you can and always be appreciative of them? Or do you start putting up some line somewhere, like assuming it's not like an insulting thing or a horrible thing, but like how do you moderate that, I guess? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're asking, and I think it's a relatively
I fucked that up.
unimportant problem to solve. So let me share with you what I mean by that. Okay. Yeah. So like I'm with you that now you're asking about the extremes. So that's where like I think my focus is not on the top of the mountain. Yeah. It's like on this next step.
Or even like I'm using an extreme to test the principle, I guess. I'm just thinking in terms of like logical, whatever bullshit. But like, so for instance, I guess to ground it out more realistically. So in my life, this is an issue I have in a lot of relationships. For every partner I've dated, I think my partners are beautiful. I like them all the time, regardless of how they look. I don't care at all about like compliments about my physical. It means absolutely nothing to me. But that seems to be a big sticking point for a lot of people. People like to be told that they're beautiful. People like to say that their partner is pretty or handsome or whatever. Would this be a thing where like I should say like, hey, listen, just don't say this about me? Or do you just like, would you say that like, oh, well, you should learn to just take those compliments, be happy? That would be like a more grounded example, I guess.
Yeah, beautiful question, right? Sure. So what I would say is a couple things. One is that you could ask this person, you know, can you help me understand why you keep on commenting on my appearance? Right. Okay. I feel secure in the way that I look. Like I don't need to hear that kind of thing. Like I'm with you. I think you're beautiful. The way that you act towards me makes me feel like physically attractive.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't need to hear that.
What's up, asshole? Can
you help me understand what makes you say it? So I would start by understanding, because anytime we're talking about, so there's a couple layers here. The first is what we're doing in your mind. So this intervention is not about your relationships. It's about you. It's about changing the way that you interact with other people and changing the way that you receive others' interactions. Once we add another person to the equation, then we enter the realm of perception, then we enter the realm of compromise. So I think it's totally fine to start to investigate some, but then practically, and we'll get to your extreme example, by the way.
Sure.
Which is not actually, I mean, it's extreme, but I don't think it's useful, but there is a real answer there that's important on some level.
Yeah, I don't really care that much about extreme. I'm just curious, like, how you limit,
Yeah, so I don't, and then the next thing is that you just acknowledge that, okay, like, in this person's life, it is important for them. And this is the key thing, right? So We're going to work on you. And once you yourself are settled, you can receive what the rest of the world sends your way.
Mm-hmm.
So it is important for my partner to compliment me physically. This is the way that they express their approval for me. This is the way that they strive to make me feel better about myself. And you can just accept that as it is. And so you were asking a question, the extreme example, right? So I recognize where you don't really need that. But if someone was complimenting me every day, bro, that's has nothing to do with me. That has everything to do with them. Does that make sense on a simple level? Like if every time I saw you, Destiny, I was like, oh my God, Destiny, you're so great, bro. Oh my God, your beard and this and that. And you're so, like, that has nothing to do with you, right? That is a projection from the other person.
Okay.
Use the accent.
So the whole point is that, and this is where things end up, right? So if you want to know what the final optimal omega form of this is where we get close to moksha or enlightenment. It is to be completely centered within yourself and not have this be affected by what is out there. I can say yes to kayaking, I can say no to kayaking, I can say whatever. I don't need to play some game. And if they're unhappy, it's to separate ourselves from the outside world, right? So their unhappiness is over there. I'm centered over here. I'm going to act in a way that I think is positive. The beautiful thing that when you do that, you become very perceptive because now you're not clouding things. You're not shaping their compliments. When you give a compliment, you can't authentically say something because, once again, klishta, your mind attaches all of these things. And when someone says, Destiny, you're so great, what the compliment becomes a burden. Why? Because of klishta. Your mind attaches all of these things to that compliment. But that's not in the compliment. There may be a reality to transactional relationships. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that your mind should be able to tell the difference, and you will be able to. So as you become centered in yourself and you disentangle the self from the outside world, then you can perceive the outside world for what it is. And you will know instantly whether someone is bullshitting you or not. You will be able to see people. You will become the best lie detector.
Mm-hmm.
Because now your own mind, think about what lets people get away with lies. It's not that they're skilled liars. The best liar is someone who lines up their lies with the vulnerability of the other person.
Yeah.
So as you become centered, then it will become very clear. You can operate with freedom, without burden. You can act spontaneously. You can perceive what's going on and perceive it as it is.
Mm-hmm.
And so then in what to do, should I compliment or not compliment? Your mind will say, okay, this person, you know, I can say this authentically and it makes them feel a certain way. So I can offer this person this compliment on a regular basis. It doesn't do me any harm. I'm not trying to cultivate some niceness, and I'm not trying to take advantage of them or groom or anything. What does it hurt me to offer? If an old lady needs help crossing the street every time she crosses the street, what does it hurt me to help them cross the street? If someone else needs to hear that they're beautiful on a daily basis, what does it hurt me to tell them that they're beautiful? And then as you perceive, you'll also be able to see this is harmful. Now this person is becoming dependent. Now if I don't compliment them, I will ruin their day. Right? You'll be able to see all of those things. It'll become very clear. And then you'll know what to do. It'll become easy.
Okay.
I didn't sneeze.
Okay. Let me summarize some advice and then spit it back at you, and then you can tell me if I'm roughly understanding this. That I'm spending too much time in my head trying to intellectualize like these social interactions and thinking about it from other people's perspectives, and I guess I'm missing the forest for the trees to some extent, and that as I'm talking to people, instead of trying to think so hard about like, well, what do they want to hear, or what would be a way to optimize this interaction or whatever, I should just think of things that I appreciate, compliment people authentically for those things. As I do that, I'm probably going to foster friendships that are more aligned with what I would want anyway, because they're appreciating those compliments. Those people will be pulled a little bit more into my headspace. They'll appreciate those compliments, and it'll help me see the way that other people compliment me. I won't be filtering it as hardcore as I do through my mind, like I'm expecting everybody else to. Yeah, and that through, I guess, fostering those types of engagements with people, those interactions, not only will it make my interactions with them better, it'll help me more clearly understand their interactions with me, I guess, kind of. Is that, yeah, am I close?
I think you're close.
Okay.
But I think, once again, I'm seeing a lot of trees, but not the forest. from your answer.
Yeah, I'm a very discreet trees person. Sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
So that's okay, right? So I think that this, there's no doubt in my mind that this will help you in some way.
Okay.
I think one thing that I would strongly encourage you to do, so this is at the peak, is pay attention, Stephen, to the boundary between you and another human being.
Yeah, shape their behavior.
And I think that you do, you know how to do this. I think this is
Sure.
why, like I said, I'm serious when I say I think you can hold your own with a lot of heavyweights, and that can't happen unless you're centered in here.
Sure. Can you expand on that a little bit when you say be aware of the boundary between you and other human beings? What do you mean when you say boundary there?
So you're okay pissing people off on the internet, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because you're over here and they're out there.
It's a
To some extent, I
riot.
mean, I can do it in a live debate too, but there's a
Yeah.
separation, like in terms of relationship, friend
You are
group,
not.
everything. Yeah.
Your feelings are not dependent upon another person's feelings. This is fundamental.
Yeah.
You can say things that upset someone because you are centered, and if they want to get upset, they can get upset. Now, let's take the case of your grandmother. Why are you worrying? I get irritated. Your feelings are tied to her feelings. You want her feelings to change so that your feelings will change. Your partner is unhappy. This makes you unhappy. Her happiness is dependent on your behavior. There's a tangling up of you and another. This must change. In one, you know how to do this. There must be separation between you and the other person. The other person has their own feelings. If they want to worry, let them worry. What is it to you? If you care about them, by all means intervene in some way. But your feelings should not be tangled up in these.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Let me summarize. Okay, hold on. Okay, maybe this clicks a little bit more. Or I'm reinterpreting now. So, okay, so before I'm
the best
thinking,
lion.
what are the things that I can say to evoke in them
Come into
things
my
that make
house,
me
you
feel better?
challenge me
But
to
rather, you're
be
saying that I should take a more honest approach in how I communicate with other people and let them feel what they feel without making my feelings reliant on their feelings.
I'd even say forget the first half. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong, but this is the
Or the first half was
Boy
the
got
wrong part. Yeah, it's
canceled,
like this is what I was saying
happened?
before. But you're saying I should just do this particular thing.
Yeah, so what I want you to really pay attention to, and this is all you need. You don't
He
need to do
was
anything.
talking
Remember,
to
awareness
someone
is
that
enough.
was like,
notice the
I think he was like 19 and they were
communication between your
17 and
feelings
people
and
got
someone
mad
else's
about that.
because all of the things that
It
you
was
struggle with
a
are
classic
tangled up.
call me Carson
Oh, they'll
thing.
feel offended if I don't go kayaking. Now your feelings, I feel offended, I feel I don't want to do this, but I don't want to disappoint them. So your internal environment is tied to their response. This will never work. And the beautiful thing is you have this figured out because you've already
no
done
one was
this.
groomed.
90%
It was just
of,
that there was
Destiny is good at this.
There was an
Steven
age
sometimes
difference, but because she was in the
So just
minor
notice
age,
the
because he was like
independence of you
19
from the outside world,
and they were
the beautiful
17.
thing is you can circumnavigate this globe, and
Okay.
when you become more and more
So they
independent,
were
in
like-
turn, what will finally happen in the final stage is you will actually
People
be joined
freaked
with the other
out
people.
because they were like,
yeah. So then my other
they were
question
calling him a
relating to this
pedophile.
is like it's like a limiting
And
principles question, but
that's
maybe you
not-
just kind
he
of
wasn't
got
even
there
a
in roundabout
pedophile,
way,
he was-
is I'm sure there's a way that you could practice this.
There
in a way that
should
would
be no problem.
Toxic. Is that
Yes.
just intuitive? So like if my
No,
partner
you're
was
right.
like, yeah,
But
like
his,
my
like,
mom died, I really
community
need a
ate him
conversation.
alive,
I'm like,
and
I
I-
don't really feel like talking to you about that. You deal with your own emotions.
I thought
That
he
would
was
probably
treated
not be a good
super
thing, right?
unfairly, and I was like,
this is a so
I've
the
like
path of
always said that,
spirituality is a license
you know, if
for
he ever needs
assholery.
anything, to
Yeah.
let me know.
So this happens all the time, and it comes from a logical application to it, as opposed to a what I would call spiritual or authentic application to it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I say, like, I'll just give you an example. Let's say, like,
But
living
yeah, it was
in
a
the present.
very
Or let's use
minor
this example. So, right, so be not have
like,
your feelings tangled up with
age
another person's
difference in
feelings.
people.
Now, this what some
People
people will
went
interpret that as if you're
insane.
feeling hurt, you're hurt. I'm good. This is totally fine. Leads to assholery. I'm not saying don't care about another person's feelings. So it's in what we leave out. What is absolutely not good is to have a seesaw between your emotions and someone else's emotions.
Okay. I don't know if you've ever heard of this before, but this sounds very similar to some guy. It's a 3-minute YouTube video or whatever, but it has to do the difference between like compassion and empathy. That it's really good to feel compassion for people because it means that you're aware of their feelings and you take them into account with your actions. But empathy, where you just feel what they feel or have a reaction to their feelings emotionally, is a very bad thing, and it doesn't really help as much. Yeah.
Yeah, so it can be bad.
Sure.
So
Yeah, not necessarily, but
if you look at medical doctors and psychiatrists,
Mhm.
we are generally speaking more sociopathic than the average population, and psychiatrists,
No
I
pun
think, are more
intended. Yeah, I
sociopathic
thought about
than the
that
average
after I
doctor.
said it.
This is not because we're all evil. This is because if we have the torrent of empathy that runs through our brains, we will get torn apart. People wonder, how can you deal with suicidal people every day and not be depressed? The only way you can do it is by being centered. It doesn't mean that you can't be compassionate. In fact, it offers you then become a stable ground for people who are drowning. So you're right that if misapplied, if incompletely applied, this results in problems. Absolutely. The beautiful thing is that if you understand the essence of it and you live out the principle, it will become clear.
Okay.
I must peace.
Okay.
Cool.
Wow.
Thank you so much for this conversation. I feel like we're at a good stopping point.
Ooh, they mad.
Hey.
Huh. Run. Get inside. Ah.
New Lola Bunny drama? What happened? Thanks for resub BCD. Thanks for the gifted member math. How's Siege been going for you, Dankin? You still grinding? Ranked is down.
God damn it. Yes. Again.
Hello?
Tarkov do any changes of damage control, by the way? Yes, they have. Hello, Noah.
Howdy.
So nice of you to join. They did damage control, but it still felt kind of shitty. Yeah, I'm also surprised Noah's around. Would not believe how much I feel like he ducks me sometimes.
I literally fell asleep. I'll never forgive this.
How are you, bud?
I'm good. We ate dinner super fucking late, but it was pretty good. We brought out a bottle of this like sweet wine. I don't know what it was. It was good though. Didn't taste anything like the red wine I was used to, so it was like a Monsanto or something.
Masato.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, we'll make you a proper alcoholic yet. Who is this we?
Yeah. Who is... we speaking French now? Oh.
So I would probably play Rainbow Six Siege if I could import my save from the console version, because I have so much stuff that I can't.
Oh, that's a bummer. I did the same thing. Cause me and Dom, like when we met each other in middle school, like that's literally all we played for like 4 years straight.
Oh yeah, me
every
too.
day
Like I
after
played that
school.
game religiously. Why not stream from your console? Because it's such a hassle to hook up. Like for streaming purposes. If it was just going to play the game, it wouldn't really matter. But
Yeah, well that and just to stream one game from that would be kind of a pain in the ass. Kind of pointless to set up just for that.
holy fuck, that did so much damage. Taking this guy's milk money.
Are you taking that man's milk money?
That man got milked. So apparently that arena breakout thing, there's a lot more credence to what Nikita said when he said it's a plagiarist game.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about? So apparently there's code in Arena Breakout that has file names for characters from Tarkov in it. Like Gluhar's name is in the files.
So what, they ripped some of the files from Tarkov?
Yeah. I mean, it's made by Tencent.
That's fucking funny.
Which is a Chinese company, so...
Well, yeah, what the fuck, yeah. Excuse me, China, don't plagiarize game.
At the very least, you know... Fix your
Credit them,
homework so
maybe?
it doesn't...
Yeah. Hey homie, can I have the answers to the test? Yeah, just make sure it doesn't look like mine.
Okay, I won't.
And we I won't do that, we'll both fail.
Tencent copied Escape from Tarkov, basically.
Basically. It's okay though. Affect one opponent with trap devices. See, what's cool about what Rainbow did now, because they realized a lot of people were coming back, is they have challenges you can do now to unlock operators that are super fucking easy. That way you don't have to unlock them with fucking 25,000 renown or whatever.
I mean, I played so much that the renown thing was never a problem.
I mean, yeah, I suppose.
Same thing with like the Apex stuff. Like I used to play that so much that I would just have all the things I need when the next character came out. Like I don't know if they needed to better like make it to where you couldn't just I guess they were just too generous with the
renown thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't like what they've
Currently
done
being
with...
lowered into my grave.
What?
Some fucking squeaker is talking to me. Hold on, I'm gonna mute these people. How do I mute these people? Get the fuck. Oh my god. Alright. Since my fucking gamer tag is Lord 3-inch on here, the amount of fucking people that have asked me if it's actually 3 inches, and I'm guessing they were below the age of 17 is fucking bad shit.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I was sort of asking for it with this name, so I mean, I can't really say anything. But, like, my brother in Christ, you're 17, fuck off.
You wanna see my Packer?
Me too, man. I'm facing off against Chinese Modelo. I think I'm fucked. What operators did you use to main in this game? I'm kind of curious.
Well, before they made them obsolete, I played as Mute. I played as
Hmm?
I'm trying to remember their fucking names. I used to play Thatcher sometimes, but Thatcher's like completely there's no
Useless.
point.
Yeah, there's no point anymore.
Unless you just like certain like season or not season 1, but like launch characters, like there's no point in using them.
100%.
Like Ash.
I still use IQ mainly because she's got a fat ass. So.
I mean, IQ still has some relevancy because she can see shit.
Yeah.
Let's see what else.
I hear somebody's fat ass stomping around. What the fuck was that?
Trying to think of what attackers I used to main. I used to main Blackbeard.
Oh, that was filthy.
Irrelevant.
Yeah, they nerfed the shit out of his shield. There's no fucking point anymore.
Which apparently they're reworking him to give him like a fucking cable thing.
That's so fucking stupid. Just make his fucking ballistic shield you slap on his gun relevant again. Like, literally, that's all you would have to do.
Like, the
'Cause
only
I remember
thing
when
that
he
made
first
that
came out, he
broken
was fucking...
was, the only thing that made that broken was, like, when you were at Windows, no one could out-peek you.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Other than that, like, he really wasn't that bad to fight against. You just couldn't get headshots off on him.
Yeah, you just had to aim for the legs. Unless he was crouching or something, but even then he still wasn't really a problem. You know, at least you weren't like a sweaty Jaeger main or whatever. Going around with a
I really liked Jaeger's gun, but no, I never liked doing that where, like, you... When I was a defender, I always thought it was more fun to let them come in and then defend.
Yeah. I always do too. That's why I like to stay in room and stuff. I don't really like to roam a whole lot.
But I mean, Jaeger's 416. That's like my favorite assault rifle. So.
Oh yeah, I get that. It's a good weapon.
I did main Jaeger, but I was like, I don't know if my teammates were mad at me because I didn't do the whole looking out the window and killing people. Like, I just didn't like doing it.
You just weren't a piece of shit. It's not that hard. Javiera still kind of has some merits because she can sneak around and stuff. Her interrogation feature is always kind of nice.
I used to main Lion, for obvious reasons.
Oh yeah, that was nice too.
And then they kind of nerfed him all to shit, which didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
The whole point was, like, everybody complained, like, you can't move whenever a lion's around. It's like, yeah.
That's the point. Gives them a chance to maneuver on you for a couple seconds. Who would have thought?
Ollie, I'm not going to answer that. Oh, Lord. Ouch. Fuck.
What are you doing to me?
What are you talking about?
And it's also nice now, I don't know when the last time you've played it was, but they gave like everybody a pool of reinforced walls instead of giving each person like 2. Because obviously there's going to be people that roam and don't fucking secure the room. And anybody can dip from that pool of 10 reinforcements.
Right.
That way if Cav wants to fuck off somewhere, she can and not affect everybody, essentially. Which is nice. I just wish they would have done this shit sooner. Fucking Ubisoft. Oh yeah.
How hard are the challenges, though?
Not hard. One is literally sprint 400 meters as an attacker. Like, that's the type of challenges you get. Revive 5 teammates, destroy 1 destructible trap device, affect 1 person with a destructible trap device, like shit like that. It's not hard.
Oh, I used to main the fuck out of Capcan.
Oh, Capcan was nice. Capcan was fucking awesome. Ooh,
If you
found
even
a
want to
fuser.
attempt
That
ranked,
sucks.
you can. I liked Jackal, but you can never play him in ranked.
That shit, it's just a bummer.
Fuck.
Last stop standing, let's do it. What are you talking to me?
And then I never liked the responsibility of Doc, but I did like to main Rook.
Oh, I loved being Doc. I'm currently playing as Doc right now, actually. His MP5 with the ACOG on it's fucking insane. Love that shit. It's weird because they gave a lot of people their ACOGs back. The only two people they didn't give their ACOGs back to are fucking Jaeger and Bandit. They even gave Frost, the lady that like puts down those bear traps or whatever, they gave Frost an ACOG, which is odd. But each their own.
I also
she
don't...
never had that when she started.
I don't know if this was done intentionally or not, but what I hated, have you guys tried Team Fortress 2 before? Or do you mean Titanfall 2? I'm not a fan. Like, I appreciate Team Fortress 2, but...
Yeah. I appreciate the SFM stuff that came out on YouTube. Like, that was... I like that stuff. But I'm kind of in the same boat. I couldn't really get into it, honestly. I don't know why.
I didn't like whenever they'd come out with new operators on Ubisoft, and they would like have the same guns that were already in the game.
Yeah, I agree. I wish they would have come out a lot more stuff. But I mean, not that like saving money for Ubisoft is a fucking problem, but like it saves them on assets and stuff, I guess. But welcome. Yeah.
Who else is obsolete? Thermite's obsolete now.
I mean, yeah, but the Thermite Thatcher combo still somewhat has merit. I mean, like...
Hello!
Just out of sight.
I have no idea what you just said. We speaking French in here?
A little bit.
Or is that Spanish? It's all the same.
You're all the same to me.
Am I able to help you? Help you with what? If it's a midlife crisis, can you help me? I don't think it's French. I think I just suck at determining what's what. Oh, it's Polish.
Get up on your feet, soldier. Oh no! I made somebody kill themselves, so that's good.
What a wild thing to say.
I meant like they killed a teammate on accident, which is still kind of funny. Uh-oh. They got it. Son of a bitch, man. Son of a biscuit eater, man.
I mean, I'm waiting for him to tell me what he needs.
This is a biscuit supremacy checkpoint. Anybody that doesn't eat biscuits, get the fuck out of here.
Only eat them if they're soggy.
That is absolute menace behavior. So if you like soggy biscuits, do you like biscuits and gravy?
I love biscuits and gravy.
You ever been to what the fuck is it? It's like a souped up IHOP. What the fuck is it called?
You can't kill a guard from the head of state? That sounds like a political movement. Can you please explain yourself a little better?
I think someone's trying to fucking radicalize you in the fucking chat. What the fuck? That's funny.
Do you mean in this? In Elden Ring?
Who's talking? Is it Ollie?
No, there's a new chatter named Piotrullo 1982, which I'm guessing they are born in 1982. Is asking me for help, but I don't know what they mean. Like what?
Is this a bot thing?
It doesn't look like it. They don't seem like a bot. A bot has a very predictable way of talking. And this ain't it.
This ain't it, Chief.
But I don't know. 10 guards is too strong. Where? Where you, like where are you at? I don't like when you say what I can't kill a guard from the head of state. I don't know what that means. Okay, I get it. So, we've established that you have a lot of guards that are fucking with you right now. And we need to establish where you're at. Golden Guard on horseback. Okay, are you talking about at the beginning of the game?
Why did he call him head of state? What?
I think maybe English is not his first language. He is from Poland. Because if you're talking about the second one that's like up at the Altus Plateau, I literally can't help you. Because I haven't even gotten there. So.
Fucking guy's country gets invaded once and he doesn't know how to speak.
We've all been there.
Nah, I can't say that for all of us.
I've played an RTS before. I know how it feels.
How many times has Poland? It's only been once, right?
The only one I know of is Germany, but I'm sure David would know. I'm gonna miss this. Fucking hell.
I have Montang now.
Montagne? I always hated
Yeah.
the shield guys.
I did too. I never liked them.
Well, no, I did like Blitz's gimmick. Like out of the shield guys, I think his was the best. I thought giving Fuse a shield was stupid.
What the fuck? I have 5 packs? Hello?
Piotrullo, what? Oh, well, you don't need to kill that guy. You can always go around him. That's why I'm asking for help. Where on the map are you at? Okay, are you talking about... Are you talking about the one that's like right here? No? At the Capitol. Okay, yeah, I can't help you right now. Because I haven't gotten there yet. I mean, if I was there, sure, but... Oh, he angry. You hit me through the steps, idiot. Woo!
I haven't played on this map in so long. What the fuck?
Get out of there! Yeah, Pio, unfortunately, I can't help you. I'd love to, but I'm just not that far yet. As far as advice to try to beat him, I guess use Torrent or use summons. If you have a summon. I would recommend either these little imp guys, or if you have the Mimic tier, use that. Because the Mimic tier is fucking broken beyond belief.
Footsteps right side down hallway, watch out.
Is Sam Fisher on both defense and offense?
No, just offense.
Does he get the F2000 and the 5.7?
Yeah. And an MP7 with an ACOG, but Bandit doesn't get an MP7 with an ACOG. Make that make sense. That was the nastiest peek I've had on that fucking stairwell ever. Yeah, they still have Sam Fisher, but he's only on attacking for some reason. Where's that guy anyway? Oh, there he is.
So sick of you. Huh? Stay away from me! Sorry.
I be like, what?
Warrior? Warrior doesn't help me much. What weapons are you using? reason I said, what's his name is obsolete, Thermite, is because, Hibana.
Yeah, I mean, he also had another guy. What the fuck is his name? Ace, I think. Does like the same shit Hibana does, kind of.
Oh, what an idiot. Want you to help me kill him in multiplayer? I gathered. Ollie, can you somehow type to him in Polish? Because I know that's your second language. That I'm not that far yet. I know you're Polish. Did you do me a solid?
Huh?
Not you, Ollie. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm trying to relay this as best I can, and I'm fumbling.
I'll be right back. Yo.
Will you be right back, though? Do that piece of paper and me. Thank you, Ollie. Yeah, normally I would help, but I don't. I'm not there yet. I'm trying, though. I'm trying. Fucking hell, that hurt. Are you done? My ankles! It'd be funny if they left the stream because I couldn't help them. I literally have no way to help you. Oh, alright, fuck off. Don't need Didn't ask for it, go fuck yourself. No wait, didn't ask, don't need it, go fuck yourself. Rude. Maybe I should get one of those, like, closed caption things that, like, translate my voice, maybe? Well, I don't know if it can translate your voice or if it's just a way for people to... I don't know. Further testing is, oh, it can translate? Neat. Oh, wait, yeah, that one, chick playing Tarkov, it was translating her. I completely forgot about that. Ow. Oh, barnacles, this hurts. Again, I'm the head lion here. Ow. Oh, are you there? I guess not. Bip. I've never fought Radon with this low of health before, so this is going to be interesting. Eat shit, pussy. Wee. Oh, flambiers. A flamboyant flambiers. Oh, this all. They must have redone this because there used to be no one here before you fought Radon, or whenever the festival was supposed to start. Unless I just fucked everything up. Oh god. This is very weird to me. One day Noah will come back. Pew! Got his ass. I'm so good. Oh yes.
What are you doing in this fucking room, bitch? Huh? Huh?
Talk to me like that.
There's somewhere else to be. Yeah.
Oh, I think I know what's going on. Because I need to talk to Blythe. I need to go to the city of Necron. Actually, I should level up. What I should do. The wolf guy, yeah.
What? Hmm?
Fuck. Oh, but I only have one. Okay, we ball. Oh! Oh! Help, minions!
Fuck, hello.
Hello.
I'm currently puppy sitting at the moment, so.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because literally no one else is up. God, these fucking cats. I'm gonna start killing these animals one by one with my 9mm. There's more coming my way to the front of the house.
Psychopath.
The black ice camo looks so fire. It's probably one of the few camos that I actually cared about.
There we go.
You are the internet be a harsh mistress.
Yeah. This guy's just relentless.
I'll be right back again.
Woo! You got range. Are you? I'm so angry. I need to piss this. I've got so much vinegar in my. Thanks, Ollie. Quick question, have you tried Dispo? What? No more weird questions. I've never had it. I'm about to piss on you if you're not careful. I don't want some dude to visit on me. Piss is piss, dude. It doesn't matter what hole it comes out of. Mana reader. Be back later if you're still on. I might be. Depending on what chance he does. He's crazy. I'm so fucking glad that you can't roll through that shit. That's my favorite part. Alright, that's enough magic, I guess. Charlotte Hurdy. Hello, Charlotte. Straight, right. How are you, Charlotte? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well. Stuck. Help. What? He can do that? course he can do that. What? Shishi, it... Fucking retard. Of course he can do that. Of course he can change direction mid-fucking move. I'm gonna blow my brains out in Minecraft. Why is it a misbegotten and a fucking Crucible Knight, of all things? Is he really stuck? Damn it. I felt the hate rise up in me. Is this the one? Listen, sir, stop picking on my little imps. That's right. It's fucking right. Hello.
Oh, how did you slip inside? No matter. If you can fell one of them, you're a champ. I am Jaren, foolish old warrior and witness.
You are also foolish?
Do you like a good festival from time to time? Well, it's true. This fortress houses only the vanquished. But when the stars align, a war festival honoring the last battle and death of General Radahn. Well, good. As you should. Then all you need is when the stars align. Well, I haven't. Then you must serve Princess Rani. The next time you speak to Iji, the festival of Radahn will surely set Rani's fate. By the by, is that old fool? His enormous frame cramped in that little place. Bit of a haughty sort. Strange fella when I knew him. And funny thing, his swords were all blunt as stone, but not one of them decayed when faced with the scarlet rot. Have patience. When the stars align.
Okay. Hey, Ollie. Welcome back. I beat them. I beat those guys. That boss that I was fighting, I beat him. And Charlotte came in here and said hurdy and then left. And Noah still isn't back yet. I got a big old sword out of it. Do you have any weapons that you could actually use? I'm using the... What do you mean? I'm using a katana! What do you want from me? From bosses? Not yet. All the bosses' weapons require really high... I mean, this katana I'm using is really fucking good. I don't know what you're fucking smoking. This is about as good as it gets. It's fixed every run. I mean, enemies can sometimes... Enemies, it's like sort of random what they'll drop. But, bosses will drop the same thing every time. Unless someone's running a, that randomized mod. Noah, where are you? I wanna play a game. Some of the LR EZAs is brutal if you don't have certain units. Are they? I mean, I guess they would be. The two Go Bros? In the last stage of Baby. Hit Gohan and Goten. I'm having trouble having a friend that'll stick around. But no, he comes into my house, mutes himself, and then fucks off. It's fine. I'm used to it. Don't bother me none. Bothers me, it bothers me a lot. Welcome back, cat girl. Been a while. There should honestly be something at the end of that, but there's not. Also, bold of you to assume the cock isn't already, like, hasn't been out this whole time. Hello, fellas. Alright. Chansey doesn't come back in the next 10 minutes. I'm just gonna hook up with someone on Grindr. It's up to him to keep me from turning gay. Ow! Big bully. It's a blade. Ouch. Oh, don't run away now. Asshole.
Apologies, mate. But I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me. But I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celibate. I recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze. Show him just how I jest. Besides, I should check on some things. Leave this place to me. If either of us learns anything, leave this if either of us learns anything.
But I learned. remember my first time joining you when you were playing this game. Do you? From Sylvan Raid? I remember Sylvan. He streams like once in a blue moon. I hope he's doing alright.
There you are. Shall we commence the... Well, well, Celavis is not a name but fine. The stars alter the fate of the card, but long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations. And in a... Now he is the force that repulses the... If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Rani's death.
Thanks. I think he's living with Reyna. Yeah, that's the last I heard of him. She streams a little bit more than he does, but they both stream rather sparsely. She's Vietnamese? That's crazy. She sounds like super white. I wonder where she grew up. Oh, partly. Okay.
Ah, what news? So Rani's fate is kept in stasis by Starscourge Radahn. That reminds me of something I heard. There's a festival being held at the castle on the southern edge of the Caelid Wilds. East of... It's a festival of combat.
She speaks...
And I heard that you can fight Radahn himself.
She speaks very...
He who's once
like, her English is very good if she's
Maybe it's
Chinese and Vietnamese.
But I think I'll be on my way to this You're coming too, right? I'll meet you at Redmane Castle. The way ahead is pleasingly simple. You're coming. I'll meet you at Redmane. The way ahead is pleasing.
Alright. Let's go kill Radahn. Blood. What's going on, Red? Yeah, I like to stream.
Ah, there you are. Took your sweet. The players are all made up.
Yo, let me tell you about a kid I used to know in 7th grade. He put on a show. Well, never mind. Let me tell you about my dad one day. I walked in his room and I said, Dad, you got blood on your bed. Why? Son, that's your mama's koozie. Dad, what's a koozie? Dad, what's a koozie? What is a koozie?
Is that from something? I wish we got to know more who she is. I'm confused too.
Indeed, I by the bar. Well, to think. But be sure to get Be sure to get
I completely fuck up the speech. Nice. Didn't need to hear it anyway.
Are you good and prepared? The festival.
It's lore time.
Allow me to paint you the full picture.
Radon and his little buddy Leonard. I love that his horse's name is Leonard.
General Radon
Yep.
is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside by Melania's scarlet rot, his wits alone.
Oh, of course it is. Those songs without context just sound like fucking schizo posting.
Gorging on them like a dog.
No, those were his... He rides the horse. He eats his own soldiers.
But now, we must make merry.
Oh, gathering of champions! The revels begin! The celebration of war! The Radon Festival!
Oh my god, dude. Watch where you're swinging that thing.
You will find the field of battle past the church ahead, upon the shore under the fort. General divested of his wits and howling at the sky. You will find General divested of his wit and howl.
Let's go kick Radon's ass. Again, this will be the first time I've ever fought Radon with this low of health. So, expect a lot of trial and error. Oh! I was too worried about grabbing the thing. That man is brutal. Man, you guys talk about the craziest shit. It is a cool fight. Well, fuck me. I didn't think they'd turn back around on me. Gonna head out. See you next stream. Thanks, Ollie. Have a good day. Whoa. Oh, I'll be back. I need some food. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Alright. Oh. I knew this was gonna be rough. It's getting a little ridiculous. Are you? Fucking A. Ugh. I'm going to chew on this burger. While I think of the best way to take out Radon. Why are you walking? Alright, we got him distracted. Ooh, that does a lot of damage. That's not the right button. Why? No! Oh, that hurt. Get fucked, Radon. Yeah. Free title drop. Ooh. A red mark was made on the map.
Ah, oh, it was a battle marvelously fought. I, on the other hand, am nothing but a crock. One hit was all it took to crack me, and for my insides to come spilling out. After that, I hid like a coward, and as such, I can hardly stand to face one such as you. But don't you think I've given up just yet. As luck would have it, there's a veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here. If I can just squeeze this bunch down inside me, I'll be a mighty warrior again in no time. And you know, the bodies found here are exceedingly fine. Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in them? Just you wait and just you wait. The bodies, who could expect any less? Just you wait.
Ah, good. I was waiting for you. What a sick way to fight, eh? The glory of the clash is shared. By Radahn. And you. And did you see that afterwards? A falling star right before our eyes. I can't fathom how Radahn was holding back something of that scale. He was a living legend if ever I saw one. And the path has now been cleared. To Nokran, where Rani's fate will be decided. Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth. We'll take up our swords once more. For Mistress Rani. Let's meet where the fallen star will go into battle again. Side by side. My only purpose is to fight for Rani's fate, sword and fang. The curtain's rising. On the final act. Let's meet where we'll go into. My only purpose is the curtain's
Okay,
rising.
guts from Burke. Oh, everybody's here. Surprising.
festival has ended. Brave champion, you have our gratitude. The celebration was spectacular. General Radahn is surely pleased, festering with rot and crippled by madness. All he wanted was an honorable death. Finally, I'm no longer bound to this fort. I have a task in mind. Old business, you could say. May we meet again, if the fate... It's time I went. May we meet...
Okay. Fuck. Lay off, pussy. Damn. What is that? A fucking skunk or a badger? That's a lot of damage. Hey, Phil Swift here for a lot of damage. Some of you may not know how much mental damage I can actually cause.
customer. Goodbye till next. Hello again, good customer. Goodbye till next. Hello, good customer. Goodbye till.
Till next time.
Can you hear me? Help me! I'm stuck! Hello? Hello?
Ah, hello. As you can surmise, I've got myself stuck in. Would you mind helping me out again? My thanks in advance. You know what to do. Give me a good smack from behind with something nice. Don't worry about my wound sustained at the festival. I'm stuck back together good and proper. Just give it your... Come on.
Verboten. Cherish image.
Gosh! Stop! Please! That's my face! My thanks to you and your razor-sharp wits. Oh. As a token of my thanks, I'd like you to have this. Oh, dearie me, I'm oilier than a toad. Yeah, there were countless oil jars back where I'm from, actually. And now I know what it's like to be one of them. Yes, indeed. I too have a home, though it is one to which I have vowed not to return, so I thought I might look out from atop the cliff. But as I drew closer and how, wouldn't you know it, I was perfectly stuck in that blasted hole. I can feel the warriors inside.
What a rotund warrior.
My mawkishness to walk the path of champions. I'm headed to the fiery mount in the north. I can strengthen myself there. Without fear, I will forge myself anew in its... I'm headed to the fiery mount. I can strengthen myself there. I will forge myself anew.
Good old Jarberg.
Hello, Cos. What are you doing here? I didn't think anyone knew about this place. Except us Jar. Ah. Are you going to be the new potentate? Gosh. It's not easy being potentate, though. I know. It's just a little test, Cos. To see if... Your skin isn't so smooth, is it? You need slick, slidey hands to be potentate, you know? I'm sorry, Cuz.
Slip on in there.
I think you've got what it takes.
Gape these little buns.
Don't look so glum. We can still chat. Potentate or not, come back and visit me. Don't look so... We can still chat. Come back and visit.
Oh. Oh. You. Alright.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
What'd it be?
I don't know. Just, you're probably as, upset about it as I am that, you ever take responsibility for something that's not your problem.
Yeah. It's okay though. She's a cute little puppy though, so I don't really mind.
Didn't ask.
Didn't ask, shoots it in the face.
If I could. What kind of dog is it?
It's like a husky mix. What is it? What are those called? Mutts? She's like an all-black dog. She has that like curl that the huskies do, and she has one blue eye and one brown eye.
Husky lab mix?
Maybe. I don't know. She's a cute little thing though. I have noticed that for some reason she really wants to eat rocks. I don't really know why she wants to do that, but
You know, I feel like a lot of people at work want to do that.
what, eat rocks?
Yes.
Why?
From the way they act.
Bunch of pea gravel eating motherfuckers, bro.
I could definitely see a few of them just wanting to suck on a giant ass rock, like one of those rocks coming in
Yeah.
through the back, you know?
Yeah.
You've seen them, are they all lined up in that little trough?
Yeah.
They just see that and their mouth starts watering.
I bet you those are also the type of people that see that, like, the fish tank neon pea gravel and, like, start frothing at the mouth.
What? Is it called pea gravel?
I know pea gravel is, like, the very tiny, like, rocks that you put in people's driveways. That's called pea gravel. I don't know what the fish tank gravel's called, though.
Never heard it called pea gravel.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, pea gravel. Alright, so I'm right about the driveway one. What is the...
Never doubted you for a second.
Aquarium gravel is what it's called. Yeah, that looks like those fucking nerds that you... The candy that comes in that little fucking box.
Yeah.
I bet you they look at that shit and just start frothing at the mouth.
Yeah, the fucking fruity pebbles.
Yeah. Yeah. The fruity pebbles. The forbidden fruity pebbles.
Yeah. I'm so hungry.
I feel like Donovan's eaten Orbeez before.
I didn't want to say anything.
I'm just trying to think of all the things that looked super edible to me as a kid for some reason. And I just imagine Donovan actually going through and eating all those things.
Oh, it was funny that Donovan said I was weird.
You know, that's filthy rich coming from him, considering he invited me to a threesome and wanted me to bring the woman. I was like, Donovan, that just sounds like you wanting to lose your virginity at my expense.
He's so stuck on the virginity thing.
I have not. I think she might be asleep in the under the coffee table near Charlie's bed.
God, I'd be such a smart ass to everybody in your family. If I lived in it. God damn. Have you seen the puppy? I don't know. Am I its keeper? Alright, I need to take a break from Elden Ring. I've been playing Elden Ring for 10 hours now. What are we gonna play, bro? Andy's gone. And just like that, I'm all alone again.
She was in his room. Oh, okay. I'm back. Oh, am I dead? Oh, I'm dead as hell.
I'm back. Hold on, I gotta go again.
Nah, the person that owns the dog is now up, so.
What, did they come in there to ask you where the dog was?
My dad did, because he didn't know. And I started doing dishes. I let her out for a little bit. Let her run around, get some energy out. And then I didn't see her for a while, so I know she was inside taking a nap somewhere, so it was like perfect time to do the dishes. And then, Master Chief, you can do it.
And your dad's like, where's the dog? I don't know. Fucking look for it? What? Why is it on you? I have the
Master Chief, I never doubted you for a second.
I have a sneaking suspicion that if you were to move out and live on your own, that family would crumble. That family would fall apart.
You might be right, failure.
Is that why you stay?
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, I love them. I don't know.
I love my parents too. The only reason I'm still here is because I don't pay rent.
Hell yeah.
However, the second they start charging me rent, I'm out of here.
I don't think they'll ever start charging you rent.
Do they charge you rent?
No, no.
After all the shit they put you through, they better not. Alright, so what are we doing? You still playing
I am.
Gabo 6?
I am playing Gabo 6.
Am I gonna have to install that now?
It's up to you. I'm just currently playing this game. I kind of want, I don't know why, but for shits and giggles, I kind of want to put a ranked team together and just fuck off. I want to see how well just a bunch of...
You right now, or me and you?
Me, you, Dom. Any of them. Doesn't matter to me.
Oh god, I hope maybe the Rainbow Six bug will bite me again, but after all the changes they've done, I don't know. Because I just don't like any of the characters anymore. Like, I feel the way they've treated these operators are worse than what they did with the characters in Overwatch.
Yeah, you're probably right. Some of them feel the same though. I mean, they've made a lot of them obsolete for no reason.
Yeah, the ones I main? Let's see, Mute, obsolete, Thatcher, obsolete, Blackbeard, obsolete, Thermite, pretty obsolete. Who else?
Who's detective?
Capcan, not obsolete, but sucks. Can you believe they nerfed his fucking his special ability
Ryan. Yeah.
just because people were upset that it killed them outright?
Maybe don't sprint through doorways in a CQB environment.
See, who else did I main that's obsolete? I never mained Bandit, but there's really no point in playing him now.
Yeah, no, when they came out with Cade, he was immediately pointless.
Yeah. Unless you just like using the MP7.
Yeah, and that still has merits. The MP7 with the with iron sights and a suppressor on it for some reason fucking slaps.
Let's see what else. Blackbeard.
Anna's still pretty good. Valkyrie. I liked Valkyrie. I mained Valkyrie. She's still pretty good because you can throw cameras wherever you want as long as you're sneaky enough. And your team doesn't constantly ping locations or like scam the people.
I mean, sure, Valkyrie's like not. She's gonna age pretty well.
Yeah.
And like Kavira, she's gonna age really well.
Yeah. I think Doc is still gonna age really well too.
there's no point in changing anything on Doc.
That's what I mean. They came out with what
Same
was her
with Rook.
name? Yeah. What was that character's name? Firebird, I think maybe. And she drops like stationary like dock stims that the moment you walk into a radius, it just instantly stims you. And it has like 15 stims each in like both pods, and they regenerate. So like even playing Doc kinda is.
I heard they
I feel
nerfed
like
Legion. Is that true?
I have no idea. I don't play Legion at all. I didn't like his fucking SMG.
Really? Thought it was fine.
You should know me. I don't play Slant Eyes.
Oh my god, you're on stream.
Oh my god. Why would you say that? When is it my turn to defend the objective?
Dokebi, I feel, is useless.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, that was a filthy peek.
I don't know if they've done anything. I think Vigil was alright.
Oh my god. I don't know. I continued to peek that door. Vigil, you said?
Vigil, yeah. I used to call him Virgin.
I mean, he is a virgin. I think.
Hilo was alright. Can't remember what her special ability was, though. Echo's okay. Or was okay. I don't know if they've done anything to him either.
They fucked with his MP5 SD, whatever that one's called, this integrally suppressed MP5 that Navy SEALs had issued to them in the 80s or whatever the fuck. They messed with that one, and for some reason, despite it being 9mm, gave it a stupid amount of recoil for no reason, and now I have never seen anybody play Echo since. That dude's just dead. He doesn't exist anymore.
Nice.
They did it to themselves.
They gave Lion a Leon skin from Resident Evil?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And then somebody got, was it a Claire Redfield skin or a Jill Valentine skin? I don't remember which who it was. It might have been.
What's Demios' special ability?
I have no idea.
He looks like a fucking Call of Duty edgelord.
He does.
I think it was alright. Clash, I think Clash is stupid.
I fucking hate Clash.
Maestro is alright. And the hologram chick is alright.
The hologram chick is kind of predictable though. Like, you just automatically assume that the moment you see her, it's a hologram. Don't bait it. And then 9 times out of 10, it is.
Who the fuck?
Who the fuck? Who the fuck is Tingus Pingus?
Ash, there's no reason to play.
I never heard of fucking Latavia.
Unless you just want someone who's fast, but there are thousands of characters that just do what she does, but better.
Quite literally. Oh no. I hear meaty ass footsteps coming. Oh, fuck.
Buck is just kind of like if you don't really care. Because he's just got that underbarrel shotgun. That's all he has.
That's filthy. We won.
Pulse is still probably pretty good. Oh yeah, that fucking Secret Service dude is useless.
Yeah, what was his gimmick? I never even played him.
His glasses apparently like wouldn't it would protect you from flashbangs, I think.
Really? A pair of fucking glasses?
Yeah, they had like a thing where he'd press a button and then there'd be like a shield that like he's there's no point in playing him unless you just want to look like Ron Swanson.
Retard.
I remember Knock being
Maybe
decent.
Tagilla had it right. Maybe that's why he wore the welding mask. Knock was like, she pressed a button and she became invisible to defensive cameras. But the thing about her was like, it was so stupid. I don't get, like... Like, you know how, like, when Vigil's, like, got his thing, your camera goes all, like, funky?
Mm-hmm.
The defensive cameras do the same thing when Nox is in the room. So there's really, like, no point in being her. Because it's like, oh, my camera's kind of funky. Must mean Nox in here.
How to enjoy this game and avoid toxicity. Step 1, mute anyone who is not your friend.
Quite literally.
Who gives a shit? That's content, buddy.
Ooh, that sounds like a fucking shield. Yep.
Mira is okay, but I think she's too predictable now.
Yeah, 100%. Well, it's nice to be able to put, like, a window up where a wall would be.
Yeah. The only thing is, like, if you see one reinforced wall...
Yeah.
And then the mirror's on that one, but then on the other wall, it's, like, not enforced, or whatever.
Yeah, you know they're just gonna side peek that.
Yeah, so... Might as well just shoot.
Yeah, like, the moment I see that, I immediately start lighting up the wall. And 9 times out of 10, I'll wallbang somebody before they can even...
9 times out of 10, I'll wallbang the hostage.
Yeah.
I like how some of this fan art is drawing like these female operators in their fucking gear, like their tits are bursting out of their fucking gear. I'm like, Jesus.
What the fuck?
Like, I know there's like suspension of disbelief, but fuck, guys, come on now. No female. There is rarely ever a female that can make. I was no female in school ever made the ROTC uniform look good.
Never. Same for the IRL as well. Very few females can pull off camis.
Which is good. That's good.
Yeah.
I don't want my men horny. I want them thinking of how to kill the next foreign enemy.
Yeah.
Like Ollie.
Count your days, Ollie.
And there's so many things we could have been playing already.
Do you have fucking Hunt Showdown
I have
downloaded?
everything.
Okay, well, do you want to play Hunt Showdown?
I'm already halfway done with Rainbow Six Siege downloading, shit ass.
Alright, fine. We'll do Rainbow then. Don't worry. Oh, who is this one again?
Man, I can't
What-
wait till I download it, and then you're like, your parents come in and they're like, "Hey, you want to go with us to this place?" And you're like, "Yeah." Hey, son, let's go to the mountains again.
Yeah.
Fuck whatever I'm doing. Fuck all the obligations I wanted to do with someone else.
I know. Wait, why don't I have Thatcher? No. Showcase this operator because she's fucking thick.
I assume Fuse is still probably decent.
I've seen a few people running him in casual matches. So maybe. Oh, Nomad was pretty good, I think. She might still be good. Nomad was that girl that had the AK with like that weird like launcher on it, and it would like stick to surfaces, and if someone was
That
coming
came out
behind
with
you,
Cade.
yeah, it would like launch them back and make a noise. I feel like she's still kind of useful just because there's a lot of roamers that just like sprint around. Now we have a new RAM deployable mini tank that moves along a set path, destroying devices and breakable surfaces in its way.
Who is this?
Finally, someone that uses fucking technology. RAM is her name?
Dedicated wham.
Wham. Deployable drone that either takes control of electronic devices or destroys them after a short delay. Interesting. Alright, what defenders did we get then? Throwable device that sticks to surfaces and releases a freezing gas. Slowing enemies. So, fucking... What the hell is it? Not Thorn.
After I'm done downloading this, we're going to hunt.
Throwable device that sticks to surfaces and releases a fear-inducing gas. A fear-inducing gas?
Yeah, they're like Scarecrow from Batman.
Specialties, crowd control, and trapper.
I want to hang that same way.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Win by counter defusing the bomb one time.
Counter diffusing?
Once attackers have planted a diffuser in a bomb site, defenders can still win by finding and deactivating a diffuser before the timer ends. Oh my god. Quick, Mitch! Oh man.
Oh.
Huh?
Apparently Apparently they did fuck with Legion. His traps used to be like semi-transparent. Now they're just, you can see them.
Oh, that's so gay. Alright, I can understand why people don't want to fucking use that guy anymore. That sucks. Wait, why is it already telling us where the bomb is? The bomb sites are already located? What? Is there just a character that does that now? Or is it just because the fucking place is so tiny?
Ain't a dinosaur.
I feel like Mozzie's kind of useless now too.
Is that the biker dude?
Yeah, with that shoots those little like nanobots that take control of individual drones.
Yeah, sneak around all you want, mate. I know when I'm being watched. You staying in there or you coming out? No answer.
Oh shit.
He's in there, morons. How are we, Sash, mate? Yeah, good.
There he is.
What's doing? Too much for my age, mate. Too much. Fuck yeah, got the fire going? Yep. You always make the best fires, Nigel. Sticks all placed nicely and that. So what do you have for dinner tonight? Oh, I just had steak and veggies, mate. Tried out some of my homemade plum sauce. Oh, yum. How was it? Fucking sensational, mate. What about you? What do you have for dinner? Just mushrooms. Mushrooms? Yeah, mate. Normal ones too. Cooked them with onion and a bit of garlic and that. Normal mushrooms. Yeah, mate. Oi, have I ever told you about that time I seen a dinosaur? Yeah, you've told me a few times. Fucking hell. It was about 687,100 billion years ago.
About 69,100 million years ago.
Yeah, I make it in 3D. No, it's a stupid fucking gimmick and everyone knows it. Bloody Ash Rush.
Badoing, badoing, badoing.
Bloody Ash Rush.
Badoing, badoing, badoing.
Okay, bring him out.
Alright, far out, mate. Fuck, it's cold in there. You just need a heater or something, eh?
Alright, have a nice life.
Wait, you're leaving me here? I thought we were friends, mate.
Friends? You literally just walked onto our ship, started pressing stuff.
Well, mate, you shouldn't just leave your spaceship open. Anyone can just walk in.
No, they fucking can't. Somehow, you did.
Well, can I at least get my Wii back?
No, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna study it or something. Have a good one.
Oh, yeah, nah, fucking, I see how it is. Take your fucking handcuffs.
First time I've seen Echo.
Sorry, I didn't mean that. Fuck out of here.
He died by my hand.
Oh, hello there, little fella. Did the spaceship scare you? Nah, you alright, aren't you?
Oh.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. See you around, mate.
Ooh.
Fuck, man, that smells good. It's just that pure plant smell everywhere. Oh, no way! It's a fucking
Okay, so now I have to win by counter defusing
Hey, mate,
one time.
you want some of this?
That's if they even place a fucking bomb.
Oh, hello. think I'm gonna call you Long Neck.
Hi.
Yeah. Well, you reckon you can do us a favour? This is so cool. Oh, look over there. Oh, where you going? Go back over there, mate. Oh! What are you doing, mate?
Why are you under my bed whining?
Why doesn't anyone want to be my friend?
Whole living room full of people out there, and you're in my fucking
Look
room.
at this cunt. Look at the way he's walking. He might want to be friends with me.
Excuse me, ma'am, how is this fair to me?
Yeah. Yeah. Oi, what's going on, mate? My name's Sassy the Sasquatch. I was wondering if, I don't know,
I really feel like
you wanna
Clash
be
is still
friends with
kind of
me or
useful,
something?
and
Oh,
kind of
fucking
sucks
hell,
to
mate.
say because I fucking
Don't bite me.
hate that bitch.
What's that you got in your hand?
I just don't like
Is it
shield
drugs?
characters.
I don't either,
It's
but
fucking drugs, isn't it? Fucking drug addicts. Can I have some? What if I traded you with this? It's got yummy water in it. There you go. Fucking good deal, eh? I like you, mate. I'm gonna call you Donny. Donny the dealer.
what the fuck?
Holy fucking shit. What? When you touched me just then, I remember. Can't how am I even talking right now? What the fuck's going on? How do I know you? Fucking I don't know, Donny. Must be all the drugs you've been taking. No, can't I full feel like I remember who I am, but like from another time or something. Fuck, how am I even using perfect English to talk? How do you explain this?
Hey.
All right. Just calm down, mate. Just breathe. Where were you heading? I was, oh yeah. See that star in the sky? Yeah. Well, that's a comet about to hit Earth, and I'm pretty sure it's going to wipe everything out. Fuck, how do I know that, even? But yeah, I was heading up to the top of that mountain to eat that plant, and was just going to sit there and watch it. That sounds like a pretty good idea, actually. That sounds sick, mate. Yeah. Would it be okay if I came with you? I'll chop this up and we can smoke it together. Yeah, you know what? Alright, yeah, that sounds good. Sick, mate.
Sick, mate.
So what happened here? You remembered who you are or something? Yeah, it was like, fuck, I can't explain it. Just like, feels like I've always been, you know? Yeah, right. That's cool. Ready? There you go. Thank you. How good's this view? Pretty fucking high up, mate. So high up.
Fucking piss
I don't
that
think
guy
I've
off.
even
Nice
been this
guy's
high
gonna
before.
fucking beat the
Let's
shit
get
out of
a
you.
high, Donny. So how do you smoke it? Like, I've never smoked anything before, eh?
Yeah.
It's pretty easy, man. You
I
just
know the fucking
light
puppy.
it and
She's
fucking
chasing
smoke it.
fucking
No, like,
cats
is there
around
some
my
sort
room.
of technique I should learn beforehand, or what? No, you just fucking smoke it, mate. Talking about? Fuck, I'm kind of
he
nervous.
hissed-
You reckon it'll be strong?
One of the cats hissed at her and
nah,
like
should be pretty
did that
mild.
weird like like slap thing they do where they like hit him like
Here you
really
go,
quick
Donzo,
like
mate.
3
Get
times.
this into you. Oh, yeah, well, I don't know.
Like they're slap boxing each other.
Yeah, snap boxed you in front of the hose.
Yeah.
Cat doesn't want to play.
Whoa. Whoa. Hey? This shit is so fucking strong. Yeah, mate. How nice does it make everything look? Oh, I can't
Is your
see.
siege almost done, good sir?
Oh, I can't see at all. Like,
I
I know my eyes are open, but everything's like a nice orange colour. That's the sunset, Donny. Oh yeah, it is too.
It's verifying.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? Yeah. Fuck, my eyes are so fluidy. Mine feel like I've got like a layer of
Oh,
caramel
favela's still a thing?
inside my eyelids or something. Like,
Alright.
so hard to blink. So hard to
Oh, I
keep 'em
joined
open.
late. Gotcha.
Don't fall asleep on me, Sass, mate. I need ya. Mate, I haven't slept for 500 million years. Yeah, well, just stay up a little bit longer. I don't want to be alone for this. For what? The fucking end of the world coming. The fucking comet's coming. It's gonna kill everything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll stay awake. Yeah, please. I will. I'm just resting my eyes, Donnie. Fucking, that's what sleeping is, Sass mate. Nah.
I feel like Gridlock's kind of dumb to play now too.
Gridlock?
Yeah, the one that came out with
Big lesbian?
Yeah, the big dyke lesbian.
I didn't say that. But there's a certain way you have to play her. You have to use her traps in like a unique way. I saw a video on it, and I was like, that's actually kind of ingenious. But her LMG is like super cracked. Or it was, at least. I don't know if they fucked with it or not.
I don't know, because the person is running an AUG
Fuck.
instead of that
No,
M249.
my scissors! Fucking happened again.
Op
Shit.
4 is reinforcing
There
its
goes me good
location.
scissors. Oi, Donnie, come have a look
I
at
haven't played
this.
Favela in a long time. Hope they haven't changed
Donnie,
it
where
up too
are ya?
much.
Quick. Donnie!
What happened to Donnie?
Must have gone for a swim, maybe.
Where's the fucking money, shithead?
And yeah, mate, that's when I saw a dinosaur. Fucking hell, Sash, mate. So did you end up finding Donnie on that little island? I'll tell you in the next episode, Nigel. What? Just fucking tell me now, mate. Yeah, just fucking wait a sec.
Just fucking tell me now, mate. Fucking wait a sec. Alright, I'm gonna get some water. Be back.
And now that I'm the last guy left, they're gonna be so conky. Walk around here. Holy shit, what? Wait, this shit's already enforced. You.
I want to destroy Amy Winehouse's sphincter.
Fuck fucking shot me in the face.
Who did what to your face?
Buck fucking blew his load all over my face.
Nice. Do I launch Rainbow Six Siege or Rainbow Six Siege Vulcan?
What one? What? Huh? Rainbow Six Siege or Rainbow Six Siege what?
Vulcan.
Rainbow Six Siege, I think? I don't know what Vulcan is. We win.
I hate that I have to run a separate launcher for this shit.
Buck's in his Canada boy outfit.
Ubisoft Connect. There's gonna be a whole life without it.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
My reputation is respectable.
Not when I'm done with it. In order to serve its purpose of preventing and detecting the use of cheat software with the goal of ensuring a fair game environment, BattleEye may process following information from you: IP address, game identifiers, hardware device. God damn.
Crunch, crunch, crunch. What are you eating?
I'm Narnia. Did you not hear me?
I did.
Well?
What are you talking about?
Audacity, you would flatline my joke after all the shit you put me through.
Clear. Start setting up. What's the meaning of this? Monsieur Secrétaire
Yeah, I pulled the
Général,
life
we are
support
with
off
Exxon.
that one.
This location is compromised. Let's get you to the evac zone. My security detail? It's too late for them now. Look sharp. Deimos is here. Mira, finish up and fall back. We lure him in and take him alive. Hold. Now. 3 still standing.
Lie down, cabrone!
I want to see Deimos kill these people. Oh my god!
What?
Deimos just killed Mira and he killed fucking Rook.
Rainbow operators were harder to kill in my day.
Damn, how are you getting your ass kicked? Lost it, old man.
Say hi to Harry for me.
Ooh.
Ta gueule, connard. What are you waiting for? Pull the goddamn trigger, soldiers.
Not gonna happen. It's over, Deimos. And you will tell us everything.
Nothing I say will save Rainbow. You're already dead.
We'll see about that.
It's funny to me when Rainbow Six Siege came out, it was like there was no story, and then they're trying to make a big story out of it.
Yeah, I find that funny too. I'm gonna grab some. My coffee sits on the counter.
Okay, I won't see you ever again. Bye. I went through all that just for the game to update and close. Nice.
What do you want with me? I have nothing to offer you. The dude that owns you's in the other room.
Starting to sound like the dude that owns you doesn't even own him anymore.
How do I? Oh, that's right. I gotta fucking go to.
Please wait while we connect you to the Rainbow Six Siege service.
What is your name on Ubisoft? Is it still Shishi's on?
Could be.
What the? Okay, so my keyboard just doesn't work on.
Play basics.
Welcome to the first part of the Rainbow Operation.
At Shishi's on.
I'm Mira.
Did you get that?
Defense instructor of the ROS.
All right.
Then I'm Zero.
Cancels friend request. Yeah.
Hold on.
Your health is on the bottom left. Keep an eye on it. We'll be guiding you using pings,
these graphics
like the
suck.
ones in your comms display. There are two types. Location pings on the left.
Why
and
does
opponent
Tarkov
pings on
look
the
better
right.
to me than this?
Maneuver your camera to follow my
Because it is. They've run this game on the same
Now up
engine
to the
forever,
target
and they're
zone.
probably not going to change it.
Well, yeah, there's no point now.
See that pinged area on the other side?
That and the game's
You'll have
too
to go
popular.
around to
Like
continue your training.
they'd lose more money taking the servers down for a while, switching it to a new
Fast
engine.
work. Now let's get to that shooting range barrier there.
Shoot the target. Now try while aiming
It takes so
down your sight.
long to
You'll notice
ADS.
the difference feels better, right?
Certain
Your
guns.
ammo's limited. Don't waste your shots.
What are you trying to
Reload early if you
ADS?
have to. Waiting till the last second.
If you do run out of ammo, switch to your backup
Like,
weapon.
what gun are you trying
You
to
can't
use?
always rely on your primary one.
Switch them out.
Try your
And
secondary
it'd be so
weapon
funny
on
is
this target.
if you lost ammo when you reloaded.
Now back to your primary.
Like whatever was left.
See
That
the
would make this
throne?
game so
You can
much
climb over
more
some barriers, including this one.
harrowing.
They have that in,
Get moving
we
to
can
that
do that
next
in
spot.
custom games on this.
See if
We
you can
set the
climb
mode
that
to
ladder.
realistic. And it doesn't tell you how much ammo's in your mags. It gives you, like, kind of like the
To see around these tight
indicators,
corners.
like,
Go to the door and lean left. Then shoot the target on the other side. Now here, get close to the window and lean right to shoot the next target.
Nicely done. If you need a refresher, you can check the control layout.
fuck, what is it?
You're coming along nicely,
Not Gray Zone,
Specialist.
because Gray Zone tells you the
Let's test
exact
your
amount.
endurance.
There's a game where like you check the mag. Oh, it might be in Serpent's Sandstorm. When you pull the mag out, it gives you like the magazine picture,
Check these sound meters
and
to
it looks
learn
like
how much
it's
sound
like
your actions make.
colored in
won't have it
like
in
a
the
certain
field.
part of the mag, so you sort of just have to guess from like where the color is on the mag, like how
Less noise.
empty it is. They do that for this game in realistic
Now,
mode.
vault over this window. Vaulting can be noisy, so if you need to, you can go prone to lay low.
This position can also help steady your aim and give you a situational advantage.
Try it with this target. Nicely done. Your next lesson is through these obstacles.
I
Make
like
your way
how
to the
moving prone is louder than being crouched.
Hold up. The target's facing away from you. If you walk up slowly, you can greatly reduce the...
Sneak up close, and you can take out the target with a melee attack. You accomplished a lot. Now get to that door.
If you need to, run. Otherwise, keep it down. So this is a barricade. I want you to go through it.
A few melee attacks should get the job. There's a target on the other side. They're partially hidden, so aim carefully.
Go for the head.
Headshot.
One headshot is enough to eliminate any opponent.
There's a target in the room to your right, protected by bulletproof glass.
And a wooden wall next to it. You've seen these, but this one has no holes in it. Here's the trick. You told you. Target is no more.
Blood. Why any changes? Oh,
I'm going to my bed to whine. By all means.
I was hoping that the controller.
What works?
No, I was hoping that the controller options had a had an aim assist on it. So I was gonna turn that shit on.
And crank it up to max.
Well, not even max. Usually FPS is like if you use a controller, you it has like a set thing to it.
Yeah, I think you're just insane wanting to use a controller for everything. Because now that I have a keyboard,
You can also break
That's
them
how I
apart
was raised,
if
brother.
you have the right tools.
well, so was I, but now that I have a keyboard and mouse, like,
That breaching hammer is
I
slightly
ain't going back.
Every operator has their own unique
There's only
ability.
certain
learn how they
FPSs where I want to use
But for now, smash
mouse and
that wall.
keyboard. Like I don't think I.
Pass through the metal beams.
What?
Don't
Side
fucking
note,
bite that
check your
cord.
compass.
You're not gonna
It
like it.
indicates what room and floor you're in.
Now to drop down, you need to find a hatch.
You need to get like a
There's one
fly
in the
swatter
corner.
and slap her butt
Break
with it
and
when
you'll
she
see
does
what I
that.
mean.
I'll just scalp her.
Updates automatically
That's what
when
I'll
you
do.
change locations.
I like that too.
Communicating with teammates is essential. The compass will display
Yeah.
things and help you relay your location.
Apply your knowledge. Good thinking with a hammer.
Feel free to experiment with your unique ability, melee attacks, and firearms.
Take a look at this target behind the bulletproof glass.
You won't be able to get it with your firearm or melee attack. Time to learn about gadgets. All operators have these, but you can only carry one variety at a time.
In this case, you have frag grenades. Throw one above the bulletproof glass to eliminate the target.
There you go. We're almost done. Find the next hatch to go through. Time to
Did
apply
you
your
accept
learning.
my request
Eliminate all
on?
targets.
In the middle of basic.
If you need a refresher, check the control layout.
Well, step to it, recruit. Come on now. We got some terrorists to fight.
be there to guide you through the rest.
You might be ready for your first mission. Soon.
Tutorial completed. Oh yeah, I have the free version, so I won't get any of these guys.
Nope. You get to start like I do.
The fuck I am, I'm just gonna buy them all. I ain't going through that shit again. What, you think I'm poor?
I didn't say you were. I did not say you were.
What? Hello? What is that? Is that an insult? You calling my family poor? Huh?
Hell no.
That's right. And now I'm gonna cut you, cause my family's rich.
What sort of fucking Joker bullshit are we on right now? Hello?
It's from Rick and Morty.
Oh.
How do I see? Okay, hold on. Oh, fuck. Alright. I guess invite me to your squad.
Okay.
Wait, what? Oh. That's what Rook looks like?
Are you here now? Oh yeah, you are. Okay.
He's fucking handsome. This is Demeo slow out. Oh, he has the AKM. 44 Magnum. Hard breach charge? What? I don't like this. How come your stream window is so small? Is it? I'll post it in my general and I'll look at it. Oh, Crazy Liquid was banned due to cheating? What a stupid whore. Oh, Lion, I'm picking you, bro. Oh, fuck, cunt, that's good. Twain, not Twain. Where's my phone?
Drone has located a bomb.
What'd you guys do with my phone?
It's your guys' fault that I lost this shit.
It might not be my stream, it might just be Rainbow Six Siege's weird when it comes to...
10 seconds before insertion.
Oh yeah, my monitor's super wide.
Insertion in 5 seconds.
It's like It's a 4K monitor that's like
You found a bomb. Make your way to its
giganto-wide.
location and defuse it.
Shimmy, shimmy, Cocoa Puff.
Let's see the.
Oh, baby, that was filthy. That was filthy.
How do I melee on mouse and keyboard?
Oh, that was filthy too. Oh, the V key.
Diffuser is online and active.
Alright, Smoke, where you at? I got knifed.
Where was he?
Fucking upstairs, heading towards the diffuser.
Op
Oh.
4 neutralized. Mission successful.
What's my aspect ratio? Do I do that through OBS or do I do that through this?
What are you talking about?
Yackle? Actually, what does this chick do? Oh, never mind, someone picked her. Oh, you did.
Oh, do you want her? That chick does... Here, I'll go IQ again. That chick does holograms. Like you control like a hologram version of her. And if somebody shoots at it, they become like... Their location's revealed to the entire team for a duration of time.
Never get into this game, it feels like you're moving in mud. It do.
Your drone has found a bomb.
Noah here really wanted to play it.
Hey, I like this game.
Can I see Noah's POV? If I die, sure. If you're asking if Noah streams, no.
In 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Alright, well now what does this do?
It is a hologram.
So no one can see me right now whenever I'm in my thing?
No. Filthy. Filthy. Oh shit, reload.
I think you're cheating.
Filthy.
Wait, are we fighting AI?
Yeah, we're fighting AI.
Oh, that's why.
Until you're round 10, we don't get real people.
Also, all the characters I'm playing as are super slow.
Yeah. Well, IQ's a 3-speed if you want to run her. Or Ash. There you go. Girls' night out.
I'm gonna get white girl wasted.
You can rush the objective.
Well, I was gonna gas him, but he's killing bots.
Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
Be advised.
I think they were in the where they were in the first round. Look it. I can't do this with a mouse and keyboard.
Insertion in 10 seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Watch for the blast!
Do it.
Fuck.
What are we fucking about? Ow! Oh shit.
Now secure.
What does this do? Oh.
How did he get through it? Oh, he blew me up. He blew us both
You
up.
had one job.
That stupid cunt.
You had one job, and this fucking stupid bitch doesn't know how to get down.
Sorry, I had to kill you, because if I didn't, you'd get all the kills.
Fair enough.
You weren't giving any of us newbies into
Just trying to speedrun you to level 10 so we can get you in some real matches. Hell yeah.
Okay, the hesitation on this bitch, though.
Yeah.
Flawless.
Look at that, I'm in here room clearing in a fucking sweater, jeans, and Nikes.
Oh, I like that the AI are all fucking places. Fucking Sledge killed both of us. I'm so mad about that.
That's so weird. What level are you now, good sir? You're still level 1.
Where do I go to see these challenges to unlock people?
You're gonna go to... Let's see. For me, it's right under playlists. It's the beginner challenges, operator specialties. But I sometimes had to hit play new playlist or whatever, and then go through there. And then go to training. And then it was like operator specialties was in the bottom left.
Oh wow, Lions is the easiest one to get.
That's what I mean. Failing you.
Oh, but you can't unlock all of them with specialties.
No.
Just some of them. Overwatch Battle Pass.
Fortnite Battle Pass.
So I bought the year 1 through 5.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave me everybody except the operators that you're supposed to start the game with.
We now have advanced bots.
Flores looks French as fuck. Wait, isn't there some operator that was supposed to be trans or some shit?
Don't know.
It was a black guy. And he looked suave as fuck. Did they get rid of him? I don't see him anymore. Where's he on Defenders? Oh, he's a Defender. Wamai.
I did something about Wamai?
Yeah,
This dude's trans?
apparently.
How? How do you know this?
Because I remember the goons making fun of it. Where do you go to see their, like, bios?
You're gonna go to operators. Like, there's another tab for it.
Oh.
Then you click on it. You click on the operator you want to see a bio for. And it should be down towards, like, the middle. Right under operator guide. It'll tell you their lore and what, like, training they had and stuff. Honestly, IQ shouldn't even be in the fucking police force. I don't know why the fuck.
It's fucked up. Why would you say that?
Well, no, her training is so she went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Bachelor of Science. She has an electrical engineering degree, a Caltech PhD electrical engineering degree, and then she went to fucking Buns Police, so basically fucking turned into a cop after doing all that MIT shit and having a PhD in fucking electrical engineering. You went to be a cop? What? Hello? You make fucking 10 times more money doing the electrical engineering.
I don't know. How much do they pay special operatives?
Operator? I have no idea.
Gotta be something, right?
What is their... Is it GSG? Is that their...
No, I don't think...
GSG 9?
I don't know.
German...
Maybe that guy's not trans, but there was like a... I remember people making a big stink about this person being
Anti-terrorist. GSG 9, okay, I was right.
Ooh, a zombie looks cool as fuck.
GSG 9.
I'm getting a zombie.
Come on.
I like how some of these fucking Ew. She's got the AA-12 and the fucking... Why do they give them such garbage weapons?
Damn, they don't get shit either.
Dude, Fenrir looks like shit. Looks like such a cunt.
This is German, so I don't know how much this would equate to over there in Germany.
Germans?
Germans? They make $37,000 a year.
It's too much if you ask me.
So I don't know if that's like what the fuck is it? The Australian dollars or whatever it is. Or Canadian, where it's like there's just... I don't know.
Thorn using an Uzi? Why would you put an IQ character on the defending team? What?
What do you mean?
That soulless person. Device that identifies opponent electronic devices and scans them to ping their locations?
Yeah.
Does it ping the player's locations, or does it ping the
Boss, you're asking the wrong guy. I don't know the
You
answers.
played it!
But I haven't played this since probably, I think around the time that Flores and Rooney came out. After that, I didn't play anymore, so I don't know any of these. Like Thorn, Azami, Solus, Fenrir, Turbaro, I have no of these. Osa, Sens, Grim, Brava, Ram, Demius, I have no idea how any of these fucking guys play. Do I have to fucking crank the difficulty down one? Is that what's going on?
Probably because I'm very homosexual right now.
Yes, I know.
What'd you call me?
Apply there. It's been dumbed down for you.
Dumbed down for... I'm about to... Uh-oh. Just got an error. How's the rainbow? I hate it. Invite me.
Go Invito.
Oh, look at this little paw. I hate it.
I hate it here. My thing is, where the fuck did Terrorist Hunt go? That's what I want to know.
Can you give me a rundown of the Tarkov situation? Yeah, how long do you got? Are you gonna cover that in one of your streams? If so, you better invite me on there to talk about it. So, like 20 minutes. So Nikita Nikita, the guy who created the game, everybody loves Tarkov. I love Tarkov. He made an edition of the game called Edge of Darkness, which was $150. And a lot of people were buying that edition. Well, error has occurred. So, anyway, a lot of people were getting that edition, and when you got that edition, you were told in the online thingy that you were supposed to get all future DLC. Like, you didn't have to purchase anything. You were supposed to get all of it. Are you just, like, spamming invites?
100%.
Okay. So, what happened was, they made Tarkov Arena, and Tarkov Arena is it's Tarkov, but basically plays like Counter-Strike. It's like a Counter-Strike map. And so, if you got, people that had the EOD version, when Arena came out, everybody who had EOD version was supposed to get Arena. Well, Nikita, because I guess they needed more money, he decided to, like, cancel that or something along those lines. Because they were losing money. And so they decided to get rid of the EOD edition, so that way people would have to buy Arena separately. What are we playing here?
This is snipers only. You're not, I don't think you can, they set it up where, like, you physically can't get into the building, so we're just running around outside of Old Hereford, shooting snipers at each other. Enjoy.
Your objective
wait,
is to maximize
are we
eliminations.
Facing each other.
Am I gonna get XP for this?
No. Your game's fucking up. Oh my.
Hostiles have the lead.
Damn.
Oh, are you using the handgun? Is that what that was?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I'm ruthless.
I honestly thought that window you were shooting through was gonna be bulletproof.
I thought that too, but I tried it, and
lo and behold, it worked.
Oh. You're just like death by 1,000 cutting me right now. I'm 36 health.
So got that big iron on my hip.
You big iron.
Oh, it's a fence, that's why. That's why the bullet went. Sorry, gotta go now. Have a good stream sheet. You said 20 minutes!
Oh. Like that, huh?